front foot plants just the same time as the ball is released, almost like it's an optical illusion, almost like he's delivering the ball before he plants that front foot.
In the gap, and that is Saad Ali at its finest. He's such a good timer of the cricket ball, and any width on offer, just the one fielder deep in the offside. Easy pickings.
Yeah, Bhaskar Yadram starting out too straight or too wide and too short. There's a fielder at backward point and a fielder at sort of traditional point, and he pierces that gap between those two fielders. Nobody in the deep. It's always going to run away for 4.
The key thing to note with Yadram, he doesn't have as much pace as a Cornet Dry, so he's going to definitely have to get that length right early on. And this time straightens his line. I think one of the reasons Sami Aslan may be hesitant to go to Amila Ponzo is you've got the left-handed Saad Ali at the crease. You don't want him sort of hitting with the wind and the ball, of course, spinning in. So matchup such an important thing in T20 cricket.
I think you're exactly right. There are obviously a couple of different options. Sami Aslam himself can turn his arm over when he needs to, but I think you go with your strike bowlers here. And more than anything else, when you see somebody like a Matthew Trump who's down at deep, now third man, somebody who can come in and play the role of change bowler without having to have the additional risk of having a spinner on. And I think your point about Amila Ponzo bowling potentially to Saad Ali is a good one. You don't want the ball turning into the left-hander during the power play. To a left-hander who's ordinarily very aggressive.
Through point, and he makes it look so easy to Jinder Singh. This is some start from the man from India. Into the 30s now from just 18 deliveries. And the KingsMan, after a slow start, really catching themselves and catching up on sort of that run rate. Past 9 and over now.
Boy, Bhaskar Yadram, again, getting it too short and too wide. It did that to the left-hander, Saad Ali, and now goes short and wide to the right-hander. Any batter worth his salt is going to be able to cash in on those types of deliveries. So Bhaskar Yadram essentially just needing to go back to the basics here. Get that ball relatively full, maybe just short of driving length, and on off stump. Make them hit your good balls. As of right now, he's bowling too many boundary balls.
Much better. I'm surprised that Yadram hasn't tried to take some pace off, because you watched him at that 2018 Under-19 World Cup when he was under 19 then. He's 23 years old, still one of the younger members of these MLC players. But something he did very well was cause a bit of trouble with those slower deliveries. And on a surface where you have that surface moisture, I would just be looking to test and see if some deliveries grip in the surface. That could be an added element of surprise.
I certainly would agree with that. But for me, I think he just needs to establish a good stock ball. He hasn't done that yet. And it's going to be really important for him to show the stock ball first and then make changes off of that.
Yeah, and another reason why I think we probably haven't seen spin, you have someone like a Usman Rafiq who can spin the ball both ways as an off spinner. You want to make use of that green grass. It's why Sami Aslam won the toss and bowl first. You got that nice green grass covering, which will allow the ball to do a bit of something off the surface, off the seam. So that's why he's used the 3-seamer so far. And in the scheme of things, not a terrible over for Bhaskar Yadram if he can finish things well. But he's bowling to Jinder Singh, who's looked right at the top of his game in this first matchup of the MLC Champions Open. First kind of this tournament. We had the Houston Challenge last year. It's now upgraded into the MLC Champions Open. And of course, the big thing for these players is that draft on Sunday. Who can impress the most and pass the eye test for the scouts here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. In the gap again, but there is protection. Ends the 5th over. A very good start for the KingsMan and for Tajinder Singh especially. End of 5, 43 for 1.
Hello and welcome back to the MLC Champions Open. A little change in the comm box. Nikhil Tamachandi says goodbye, and I'm Aman Patel coming in, and I'm joining Brian Walters in the booth. And we'll have a change in bowling as well as Corey Anderson. We'll get to see the first likes of the New Zealand quick. Brian, so far for the KingsMan, I think they would have taken this start through 5 overs.
Well, by the way, good morning, Aman, and welcome to Texas. I think that of the two teams, the one that will be more happy with the way things are right now is the KingsMan. I think they recovered from that loss of the quick wicket in the first over. That was Shayan Jahangir, my apologies. And they've recovered particularly because of how aggressive Tajinder Singh has been. 33 from 20 with 6 boundaries. And overall, they're scoring at 72% of their runs are being scored in 4s. So they're having a really aggressive start, and it's going to be up to Corey Anderson, the former New Zealand international, to pull things back. This is the last over the power play, so let's see whether or not he can pull things back the way that they are right now. Tajinder Singh so far on the charge.
On the charge again, and nearly a catch for Corey Anderson. It would have been a sensational one. Diving to his left, it was hit straight back, and I think it got a good piece of his hand and nearly gets a wicket on his first delivery.
Wow, that was hammered right back at Corey Anderson, but the reflexes, it's never easy for a fast bowler to take a return catch because your momentum is taking you down the pitch. But the former New Zealand international, as I said, that ball hammered right back at him, and he almost pulled off a spectacular catch. Ends up conceding a single, but my goodness, that was a really spectacular effort.
And you can see Corey Anderson there. He's trying to get the ball into the right-handed Tajinder Singh rather than giving him room. We saw Bhaskar Yadav struggle with that in the previous over. He's looking to come around the wicket and attack the stumps that way. We'll see what the plan is to the left-hander. You have to imagine he's going to stay closer to that off stump.
I would absolutely believe so. Corey Anderson doesn't swing it very much, but any amount of swing is going to be away from Saad Ali. So you expect that he'll be looking to stay on that off-stump line. Now, interestingly, there's the deep mid-wicket in place. So if you go short of a length, you'd expect that deep mid-wicket might come into play.
He does go short of a length, but there's width on offer, and there's no one to deep cover. They just moved him out to deep point, and that's an easy 4 for Saad Ali.
Yeah, Saad Ali capitalizing on that one. Corey Anderson keeping it short of a length, but this time just a little too wide. Width offered up to Saad Ali in any one of these two batters. We said it earlier, there's such a small margin for error. If you have a mistake in either length or line, these batters are more than capable of punishing you, and that's exactly what happened there.
That'll prompt a change in the field. Point just comes a little bit more towards cover. Mid-wicket just gets a little bit straighter as well. This time just staying a touch low. Might have just rolled the fingers over it there, and we heard Nikhil talk about it earlier with the dew in the wicket. Just could throw that in there just to create some variation.
That's exactly right. Now, the attempted drive missed there. I think that last delivery did not have the width that was offered the previous delivery. So Corey Anderson, obviously a very experienced cricketer and able to keep the ball out of the hitting zone of Saad Ali.
It's experience like that's going to come in handy for the Atlanta Fire. And again, for a team maybe on Draft Monday that elects to take Corey Anderson, that's what we're building towards here in this Champions Open. And there it is. You can see just a hint of swing there right on stumps and nowhere really for Saad Ali to go. That's where Corey Anderson's going to be, and that's why he's moved the fielders just a touch straighter in front of square for that drive.
So Corey Anderson making the adjustment that needs to be made. So if they're going to score heavily, make them score off of the balls that you're trying to bowl. In other words, a good delivery on off stump, just short of a length. If you're able to score off of those, then wonderful. But if you see now Sami Aslam dropping back to long on and deep mid-wicket is coming inside the circle. So that suggests to me a slightly fuller length and maybe right on off stump or maybe a middle and off line.
Goes full. It was outside the off stump from the inner half of the bat, and it'll just be one out to Sami Aslam.
Certainly going full at that time, and I think that's a good plan. There's so much. Saad Ali pounces on anything outside off stump and short. And so if you're able to have him coming forward, generally you prefer to be bowling too full than too short anyway. And Corey Anderson, good bowler, but not express pace. So if it's too short, then you can expect that Saad Ali will climb into those types of deliveries. But I think the better option is to have Saad Ali driving down the pitch or down the field.
Into the right-hander and taken over the top. That's going to be 6 runs. It'll be the first 6 of the day. Just too easy. A little bit of room there for Tajinder Singh, and in the form he's in, he's not going to miss out.
Wow. Brutal strike right back over the head of the bowler. Corey Anderson will not like that very much. That is the end of 6. The power play is done and dusted. The KingsMan are 56 for 1.
And Brian, that was an over that looked to be pretty good for the Atlanta Fire to just close it out. And you look at this power play, it's a story of Cornet Dry and everybody else. Cornet Dry only giving up the 9 runs in his 2 overs, plus taking that wicket. Everyone else, they've been the expensive bunch, giving up 40-odd runs.
Well, you called it. Cornet Dry, not only has he only given up 9 runs, he's the only one whose economy rate is under 10, which is a fantastically amazing stat. Brody Couch going for 12 and over. Corey Anderson 12 and over. That 1 over costing 12. And then Bhaskar Yadram's over costing 11. So you're absolutely right. It's been Cornet Dry and everyone else. Now a little bit of spin coming from the forest. And this is Emilio Aponso, who is going to be asked to slow down the onslaught. Interestingly, he's going to be bowling to Saad Ali, the left-hander, but outside the power play. So there'll be protection in the deep. I expect for there to be a long on and mid-wicket and the square leg, which is what they have. And I think you're going to see just a slight difference in approach here, because with a much more defensive field, the batters can't be quite as aggressive as they have been to start this game.
And we'll see what the wicket has in store for these spinners. We've seen it have the bounce and carry for those pacers. What can Emilio Aponso take out of this wicket? Starts it flighted and just going to find fine leg inside the circle. And again, as you mentioned, more of a defensive strategy. You feel like they're not going to really search for those wickets, just trying to slow down the KingsMan here, trying to get Saad Ali and Tajinder Singh out of their rhythm.
Emilio Aponso, very experienced, of course. And I'm expecting things to be pulled back just a little bit. This
one taken into the leg side is going to be another 6. And again, brilliant stuff from Saad Ali. Once again, trying to go slower, trying to go fuller through the air, and just picked it up early. Saad Ali takes it all the way.
Now, I did expect them to be a little bit more defensive, but if you toss it up and land it in the slot where the batter doesn't have to use his feet to get to it, Saad Ali, then you get exactly what you got there. That wind, as we were talking earlier, is coming from the west to the east. So that ball that gets up in the air is being helped by the wind in that direction. And so a huge second 6 of the inning so far. And I'll tell you what, they're going to have to do something differently here, the Atlanta Fire. Get back to the basics with that line and length.
This time pulls it back and is just punched down the ground. Saad Ali, someone who strikes the ball at 133 through minor league cricket in his 13 innings. So he's someone who can be aggressive. He's going to wait for his delivery, not force anything. And it helps when Tajinder Singh, he's batting at almost 200 strike rate right now.
Oh, my goodness. 182 strike rate. The overall run rate, believe it or not, is 9.69. So if you continue at the same run rate, you're looking at 194. And very frankly, with wickets in hand and we're into the 7th over, you expect that that run rate over time will increase. So if they go up to, let's say, 12 runs and over, that would be just unbelievable. But that would indicate a score of 225.
And you can see Emilio there just keeping it into Tajinder Singh, not trying to give them room. And this is what they're trying to avoid, that 225 that you mentioned, trying to just slow things down. And I think for Emilio Aponso is going to be maybe getting a little bit quicker through the air and keeping it nice and tight on that body line, just not allowing these two to free their hands.
Boy, just such an aggressive start. I'll say more about that after this ball. But 75% of the runs that have scored so far have been either a 4 or a 6. So a tremendous display of ball striking here by the KingsMan.
And Emilio Aponso doing his best to slow things down after being hit for that 6. Just a couple of singles to end the over. And that'll do it for 7 overs, 65 for the loss of 1. And Brian, it looks like they're going to go back to pace from the other end and mix things up with Bhaskar Yadram. He went more seam up in his first over. I have to imagine now with the field open, he's going to try the cutters and the different deliveries he has in his arsenal.
So Nikhil earlier suggested the same thing. I don't disagree necessarily, but what I'd like to see him do is establish that stock delivery, because the slower balls and the cutters are not going to do you much good if your stock delivery is all over the place. So if you can't locate the stock delivery, then you're also going to have trouble locating the slower balls. And a slower ball that is halfway down or too full is going to be meat and drinks for Saad Ali and Tajinder Singh.
For the Atlanta Fire, who chose to bowl first, they're going to need to slow things down. Again, Emilio Ponzo did well after being hit for that initial 6, just gave up 3 runs from there. And Bhaskar Yadram, he's used to bowling in these kinds of situations for the Manhattan Yorkers in minor league cricket. Very accustomed to bowling all those cutters, but you're right. You got to get to that stock delivery. You have to have that one delivery that just rides the batter, make him feel a little bit uncomfortable, and then you can start switching things up after they're under some pressure. As we see some change in the field, deep mid-wicket, square leg, long off, and a deep cover, as well as a third man. Stays on the body line and just pushed into the leg side. Going to be a run there to bring Tajinder Singh onto strike. And it is going to be a no ball. There you go. Brian with the eagle eyes out here calling out the no ball, and Bhaskar Yadram going to have to remeasure that run up. And Tajinder Singh, he didn't need any invitation in the first place to be aggressive, and now he's got a free license.
Oh my goodness. If you've ever seen anyone swing for the fences, baseball style, this is going to be it. Because obviously with the no ball, you cannot be out any way other than the types of dismissals that don't go to either to the bowler. So run out, handle ball, etc. But you look right now that you're going to see that even though there is a free hit, because there was a single taken and the runner or the batters change positions, you can change the field. But still, look for those fences to be threatened here.
Moved all the way across the stumps. It's sliced up into the air. Fielder there, just one bounce to him. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, but you can see that aggressive approach there from Tajinder, just trying to move all the way across the stumps, and well watched from Bhaskar Yadram. You talked about it earlier, how it almost seems as he releases the ball as his foot plants, so just able to keep those eyes on the batter just that much longer.
That's exactly right. Interestingly, that ball that was in the air off the free hit, that was Usman Rafiq out there on the boundary. Thought for a split second about coming in for the catch and then changed his mind because it wouldn't have mattered.
Staying over the wicket here, Yadram. Goes back for length. It's up in the air. Third man circling underneath it. And he puts it down. Should have been taken. It should have been a catch there, third man. And he puts it down, giving a life to Saad Ali and Bhaskar Yadram, who you feel just could have used the confidence boost. He's going to hate that one.
Oh my goodness, that ball was in the air for an eternity, and Emilio Ponce down there at deep third easily, I think, could have come in a couple more steps. He decided pretty early that that ball wasn't going to carry all the way down, and he settled. The way that he settled, I thought that he had it covered, but it ended up landing about a foot in front of him, so that drop will not make Bhaskar Yadram feel any better.
Despite the no ball and the drop, just 4 runs coming from the over, so it's a good start for Bhaskar Yadram as he misses his run up there. And again, even for Emilio Ponzo, you think about it, you know, all these things are going to be looked at when you're talking about draft, and he's a good fielder for sure, but you don't want to be dropping these, and I think the wind might have affected him because maybe expecting it to drop, and it carries a little bit more with the wind pushing in that direction. But every single opportunity to take a wicket is huge, and again, it will lead a big part into the draft on Monday. This one short, it was that cutter, and it's just going to be pulled out to long on for 1.
Boy, this is a dress rehearsal, effectively. And so there's several scouts around and they're looking, so Emilio Ponce has to be telling himself right now, you know what? I dropped that ball, forget about it. When I get the ball back in my hands to bowl, that's where I'm going to make my mark. But
so it's almost like in football when they talk about a cornerback. You have to have a short memory. It's the same thing here. If you drop something, you have a bad go at it. Short memory, come back and just be ready to take advantage of your next opportunity. Again, the cutter that time staying a touch low and Saad Ali watchful.
So you mentioned football. Another place where they use that exact phrase is as a reliever in baseball.
There you go.
If you get lit up, 4 home runs, forget it. You have an opportunity to come back the next time. So just put that one in the garbage bin and keep going.
Well, I'm not sure the pitching coach is going to keep you out there. You give up 4 home runs. I think they're going to look to the bullpen after that one. And this one just a little bit of extra bounce and pushed into the offside for a quick single. And again, Bhaskar Yadram, he's come back well, and you can see him starting to roll the fingers over those deliveries and just creating variable balance within that wicket.
He's come back well. One thing I think he may be struggling with, though, is the run-up itself. It's not smooth, and you see him adjust his steps right before he gets to the wicket. He's done that 2 or 3 times in this over. An indication to me that he's not quite measuring the run-up right, and maybe that's potentially what contributed to the no ball that he bowled the first delivery of this over.
Yeah, as a bowler, you don't want to have all those things in your mind weighing on you. You just want to focus on where you're trying to pitch that delivery. If you focus on the run-up, you just leave some support things, and this one is beautifully picked up and sent down the ground for 4. Almost like that Virat Kohli shot that went wild. Just picks it up, a couple of bounces over the top, and will pick up 4 runs to end the 8th over, 75 for 1. And again, you get that second look, and again, just picks it up off the length, weighted on it. Again, beautifully done. No chance for anyone out there in the deep.
Fantastic. Really good to see we have the replay system back up and working. Congrats to Roddy and the rest of the guys in the production area. By the way, the amount of work that it takes to pull off an event like this, with all of the camera work, with the production, it speaks to a certain amount of professionalism that we love to see anywhere in sports, but particularly right here in Prairie View. It's tremendous work done by Roddy and his team.
It's never easy, and it makes our life so much easier. We just have to come in here and we just talk. They're the guys who make all this magic happen. We're just fortunate enough to be a part of it.
We have the easy part. Literally, all we do is watch a cricket match.
Nothing better than that.
That's our role.
Miller stays on the stumps as he starts this 9th over. And again, that seems to be the game plan he wants to work with here. Didn't really find much in the wicket early on, so he's just looking to push it and keep it out of the reach of any of these batters.
I think that's a good strategy. Get it flatter and fuller, and don't toss it up to allow especially Saad Ali to be able to get to it. And so having made that switch, I expect that you'll see him be a little bit more economical now as opposed to his couple of first overs.
And again, that one just staying maybe a touch low as Tajinder Singh looked to go on the back foot. Again, just finding that single. And this is what you're talking about if you're the Atlanta Fire. Your way to crawl back into this one. Tajinder Singh, he was 40 off 22 now. He's 48 from 27. So those next 7 deliveries only allowing 8 runs in that. That's the kind of way you want to break up rhythm. Well, this one allowed him to free his arms again, and it's almost a carbon copy of what we saw in Amila's first over, another 6 for Saad Ali.
Well, this one landing in the same place. It was pushed through, it was flatter, but it's still in the drive. It's literally right in the slot. And Saad Ali does not need an invitation to play that shot from Amila Ponso. The ball, it's not turning very much, but any amount of turn, as you see here on the replay, any amount of turn is into that sort of a shot. So that shot is always on with that ball from that bowler.
And again, you get a second look of it right here, and it's just a dangerous kind of way as this one's cut, and really well done there. At an interesting position there for Corey Anderson, sitting at a in-between point and third man area.
Good piece of work, Corey Anderson these days. I'm going to guess he's about a 33-year-old man, but still very fit.
This one goes on to the legs, and again, this is the type of delivery you're talking about. Fuller, not giving any room to Saad Ali, and only going to cost him 1. But if you are the Kingsman, you're getting those singles, and then you get that occasional boundary, and that's what's setting these overs apart. And that's all you really need at this stage of the game. Just give yourself a platform with 9 wickets in hand. You go into the last 10. I'm feeling pretty confident.
My goodness. Still scoring at the rate of 9.51.
And this one just pushed away back to Amila Alponso. And again, it was that length and that line that's troubling Tajinder Singh, and that'll do it for 9 overs. The score reads 84 for loss of 1. And it will be Bhaskar Yadram to continue his spell here. Again, he'll bowl his 3rd over and maybe bowl out. You have plenty of pace options if you are Sammy Aslam. You still have Matthew Tromp, who you can use. You still can go back to Cornet Dries, 2 overs. Brody Couch still has 2 overs in the bank. And you know that you can use Corey Anderson with 3 more. So plenty of pace options, so he's elected to go back to Bhaskar Yadram. And this one's hit straight up in the air. A call for from the keeper. Bhaskar Yadram, they hit each other. You can hear Bhaskar Yadram saying, me, me, me. And then at the very end, Smith Patel saying, me, and the two collide into each other. As that ball was hanging in the air forever, Bhaskar Yadram had it, got hit, and another dropped catch and another life given to Saad Ali.
Boy, you hear them say all the time that if the ball is in the air that long, then the man with the gloves has the first option of taking that. But Bhaskar Yadram, the bowler, would want to think that, you know what, if anybody's going to take this catch, it's going to be me. So it stays in the air an eternity, as you see here on the replay. And Bhaskar Yadram, honestly, was settled right under it. But that distraction coming from Smith Patel running into him is what caused that drop. It's hard to assign blame on one of those because the bowler wants to have the opportunity to catch it, and then the man with the gloves would have to think that he has the opportunity to catch it also.
It felt like Bhaskar Yadram got underneath it quicker, though, and I think it would have been an easier catch had he just been able to take it without being hit. And this time hit straight back. It just falls short of the man out in the deep, and Bhaskar Yadram, he's thinking, when are one of these going to stick in someone's hands? He's creating some issues there, and Jatinder Singh still struggling to make his way to his half century.
Oh, my goodness. So Jatinder Singh now up to 48. 48 from 20. Make that 49 from 29 with 7 fours and a 6. Still a really disproportionate percentage of the runs being scored in 4s and 6s. 67%. Scoring right now at the rate of 9.21. So even though that rate has come down just a little bit, you said it earlier, they're setting up to be able to launch toward the back end of this innings. So just 10 overs and 3 balls remaining and another 9 wickets in hand.
This time rolls his fingers over, and it's just helped into the leg side from Saad Ali, settling down after that initial flurry, and he'll get a single from it. And again, Bhaskar Yadram, he's come back well after that first over where he did go for 11. Talk about the next one. Did have the no ball, but only 1 boundary so far, just 3 runs from this over. So he's showing an ability to rebound, even when it seems like the run-up still isn't quite where he'd want it to be.
That's credit to him. And I think more than anything else, he's located that stock delivery that I was talking about. So any changes that you make now can be made off of that stock delivery because he's generally landing the ball in the right areas.
This one pulled away, not in the right area that time, Brian. Maybe a commentator curse, you can blame it, but that's just going to be too easy for Jatinder Singh. Going to bring up his half century, a raise of the bat, and he'll get another boundary to his name.
Oh, my goodness. I am an expert at doing that, by the way. I have a talent. Commentator's curse at his finest, but surely too straight and going down the leg side and fine leg inside the circle. Everything, all the elements of that delivery indicated that there were going to be runs scored off of it. So one of the easiest boundaries that Tajinder Singh has hit today.
He's hit a lot of them, and again, just a 30-ball 50 for Tajinder Singh as we see Bhaskar Yadram just changing up the field a little bit, taking out long off and moving him back, and again, suggesting he's going to be a little bit fuller with point coming back into the circle. Is fuller. It's hit up in the air, but that's exactly where mid-on would have been. Cover's coming around, and it sticks this time. Yes, it does. And there it is finally for Bhaskar Yadram. He picks his man, Tajinder Singh, 50 and out. As the captain, Sami Aslam, said, no one's making another mistake. I got my hands on this one.
boy, that ball again was in the air for an eternity and a much more difficult catch this time. The ball is high in the air and swirling with the winds, and Sami Aslam making probably 10 or so yards to his right, doing a good job to hold on to it, because that ball very easily could have popped out. There you see on the replay an eternity in the air with that wind making the ball swirl, but he does well, Sami Aslam, to hold on to that one and putting it away finally. So the second wicket goes down after a brilliant innings by Tajinder Singh. He finally is dismissed for 53.
Had that one been put down, you know Bhaskar Yadav would have been cursing himself because he just sent the fielder standing right there at mid-off back. Luckily enough for him, Sami Aslam was able to make the room, track it, and hang on to it in the end. And we'll get one delivery left, and it'll bring out Milind Kumar, captain of the Philadelphians in minor league cricket, and a very good bat in his own right. Someone who's a great timer of the ball. So you got 2 timers of the ball out there in the middle, and again, plenty of batting for this Kingsman's lineup. You talk about still, you know, Shehanji, Asudia, Harmeet Singh. You know, just the list goes on and on and on for this team. Liam Plunkett can come in and just rake the ball around. So the list goes on for all these batters, and with the platform being set, you have to imagine a pretty aggressive approach coming into these final 10.
Oh my goodness, yes. It's going to be sort of stop what you're doing and watch sort of cricket coming up in the next 10 overs and 1 ball, I would think.
Here we go. Final delivery of the 10th over. And just worked into the leg side for 1 by Milind Kumar. And that'll be the end of 10. It's 92 for the loss of 2, as we'll bid Brian Walters farewell and have a change in the comp box.
Halfway stage of this innings in the first matchup of this MLC Champions Open. You could say it's pretty much gone the way of the Kingsmen this first 10 overs. But the Atlanta Fire, if they can get a couple wickets now, could just be battling their way back into this one. So a good result for Bhaskar Yadav as well after the chance went down initially in that 10th over. Finally getting his man and only conceding 5 runs as well. And it's going to be more spin into the attack. First time of the day we're seeing Zia Shazad, the leg spinner, coming into the attack from the northern end. So Shazad, 2 Milind Kumar. I think Saad Ali at the other end. The left-hander will really be fancying this option. Ball spinning into him, can hit into the smaller onside. But that run rate still below 10. Sami Aslam has done a decent job of just keeping things in check. Goes very full but gets away with it. Just be a single. Aman, who do you reckon sort of be the happy of the 2 teams at the halfway stage?
I think if you are the Kingsmen, you have to be happy with where you are, just because you still have 8 wickets in hand with these last 10 overs, and you still have Saad Ali, who's timing the ball very well. If you're the Fire, you pick up a couple of wickets, could be a different story.
Yeah, a lot of batting to come as well. You look at Harmeet Singh, very high strike rate in the minor league season. Shubham Ranjane, Liam Plunkett, and even Shehanji Surya. So plenty of batting to come. How do they go about these next 10?
I think for the Kingsmen, it's just about for the next 5 or so overs. You just don't want to lose too many wickets. You still want to get that 1 boundary and over. In the last 5, just tee off and let your big hitters go to work.
Got a very unorthodox bowling type. Zia Shazad runs from wide of the crease, starts from wide, and then approaches the stumps. Just 2 runs off the first 2 deliveries, though. This has been a good start for him. So far, so good, as Peter De La Pena joins me. Peter, What have you made of the first 10 overs? It's a big week of cricket in this MLC Champions Open.
Well, it's a healthy reminder that you're in Prairie View when you see the chances go up in the air and the wind is making life adventurous for all these fielders. There's no really such thing as a straightforward chance in the field.
So far, it's been a good over from Zia Shahzad. He needs to finish well, but just the 4 singles, you take that if you're Sami Aslam. What do you think sort of we can expect from these 4 days of cricket? You've got 8 games with probably 60 of the best cricketers in the USA.
Well, it's a great opportunity for everybody to obviously showcase themselves. The number of scouts that are on display, wandering around the boundary. You've seen Ryan Tendescata and Graham Manu. It's come out from Australia, Michael Klinger, and Sriram Samaya Jula, who works as an analyst for a bunch of T20 franchise teams around the world. His score is 96 for 2 after 11 overs now. So we're seeing a bit of a who's who of the T20 franchise fraternity making their first visit to Prairie View in this complex, and I don't know what any of them were expecting to see, Nikhil, but talking to them, they're all quite positive about this facility. That anybody who's part of the U.S. cricket fraternity is definitely a little bit spoiled by getting an opportunity to come out here where there's so few turf wickets around the country, and you don't have just one turf wicket here. Obviously, Nikhil, as Corey Anderson is about to start his second over. You've got multiple turf wicket fields at this complex, and if you can make it out here, it is a little bit isolated in Prairie View. It's about an hour outside of downtown Houston, but if you can make the trek, it's definitely worth coming out here and seeing what's on display. And yeah, there's a lot of quality and opportunity for these guys to, like I said, showcase themselves ahead of the draft on the 19th.
Interesting choice from Sami Aslam going back to Corey Anderson for a second over. First went for 12 runs. Haven't seen Usman Rafiq into the attackers yet. The off-spin option. It was Sad Ali that actually took him down. He bowled that 6th over from this end. So, surprised by that decision?
Not too much. Again, it's a case of, in T20 cricket, cycle through your bowlers, trying to switch bowlers around so you don't allow anybody to really get into a rhythm. And Corey's somebody who's bowled quite a bit on this facility, so he's familiar with the conditions, knows what he needs to do to adjust, especially with the wind conditions as they are today. Very, very strong gusts. We've seen a lot of the 6s, not just on this ground, but there's so many other cricket matches that are going on here today across various leagues. And the wind is, if you spend more than a few minutes just watching from the boundary, the wind is wreaking havoc out there.
Again, that variable bounce. We have seen it a bit in these first 12 overs, and he seemed to have struck Milind Kumar on the hand. So, hope he's okay, but very high up on the bat from a fullish length.
I think he heard you. I think Corey heard you, Nikhil, doubting the decision to bring him back. And again, that extra bounce, Milind Kumar not looking too comfortable off that delivery.
Saw a couple keep low as well when Baski Yadram was bowling, so it does tell you that the fact that you are going to have to watch that as a batter on this surface. First of 2 games here today. It's played well in terms of the pace, but there have been a few deliveries that have stayed low, and like that one, risen off of a fullish length. Let's hope he's okay, Milind Kumar, because it's an important week of cricket for him. He'll want to really showcase his skill. He was the highest run scorer in that Ranji season, 2018-2019 back in India, in the first-class red ball format. And to have players like him, PDP, in this sort of competition in the United States really means well for the future of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. In particular for the younger players who are getting a chance to be exposed to playing alongside and against these guys and just to share the same space. One of the things you hear most often is that when the younger players get to be around these guys, it's more so just picking their brains, even more so than the opportunity to test yourselves and your skills batting and bowling, just the opportunity to talk strategy, talk mentality and philosophies and approaches before the game starts and after the game ends and just in the team hotels. That's something that most often when you talk to the younger players, that's what they get the most value out of. It's the mental side of just by osmosis soaking up whatever conversations they get to have with these guys that they don't get to have on a typical club match opportunities. Ollie Ricks, it's the physio out there. He's formerly with the USA national team, Ollie Ricks. Earning his paycheck today, Nikhil.
But of course, we do hope that Milind Kumar is okay, because it's a big period now where he's getting treatment to that hand. You look at what's happened in this inning so far. It was a slow start by the KingsMan, and the Fire did really well through their two seamers, Brody Couch and Cornet Dry. Only conceded 20 runs in the first 2 overs. This is a look at it again. Just getting a bit of extra bounce off that foolish length and clearly struck him on the finger of that bottom hand. But you look at the way that they begun the innings, the Fire would have been very happy with that start. But then the last 3 overs of the power play is where that momentum really shifted. 36 runs scored between overs 3 and 6. And that's where Tajinder Singh really took over the first half century of this MLC Champions Open, making a name for himself. 53 from 31 deliveries for Singh. And Saad Ali from Pakistan, he's looked good so far. A much quieter innings, but he's played the situation well, supported Singh, and now is looking to take over with a new batter. And good to see Milind Kumar. I think he's moving that right arm and seems to be putting back on the glove, so should be returning to action. And of course, all these players will want to play as many deliveries as possible. And actually, he looks like he's actually coming off. I see him walking off with the physio. We really hope he's okay and it's not broken.
Well, it's just a good decision from a cautionary perspective, because there's 3 more days of cricket after today, so even if he can't continue today, he'd rather be taking the cautious approach to make sure he's 100% healthy to be able to come back if necessary over the next couple days. But if he is injured, it's a very unfortunate thing for him to have happened here, but it'll open up an opportunity obviously for another player, as we're taking a look at who is coming out to replace him.
I think it looks to be Hamad Azam coming to the middle for the KingsMan, and this batting lineup just keeps getting longer for the KingsMan. You look at the power that they still have to come. Azam, Harmeet Singh, who's a tremendous strike of the ball. Shehan Jayasuriya also in the 11th. Haven't seen him as yet, which is a bit surprising. So after the pretty lengthy break, good to see we have some resumption of play. We really hope that Milind Kumar is okay, because he's important in terms of to this KingsMan team. So Corey Anderson will continue the over. Tentative push by Hamad Azam. I must say I'm quite surprised you haven't seen Shehan Jayasuriya as yet. The Sri Lankan tends to bat at number 4, has done that and has done it so well in the minor league. Hasn't come in as yet.
Again, I think there's just going to be a policy of rotation, giving different guys an opportunity from day to day. You've got 4 match days, so even if a guy doesn't bat in the top 3 or 4 on this day. I would expect them to be rotated around so that everybody gets a good opportunity to showcase themselves in front of the scouts.
He's definitely changed his length, Corey Anderson, and his tactic in this over. He's gone a lot fuller, and it's worked for him. Just the 2 runs from the over, and all of a sudden, you look at the last 2 to 3 overs, the Fire are working their way back into this game since taking that wicket of Tajinder Singh in that 9th over. 10th over, correction. Of course, 5 outfielders allowed outside the circle, outside of the power play. He's got long off, long on, deep mid wicket. 3 on the onside actually, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and then the deep cover. Was there bat on it? Jermaine Lindo says no. They got excited for a minute there, the Fire.
It looked like it was clearly off the thigh guard. I applaud the effort, though, from Corey Anderson. You never know. Why not ask the question, Nikhil? As we take a look at the replay.
Again, rolling his fingers over it, and those are the deliveries that just tend to grip a bit more in this surface. Has that surface moisture, overcast conditions.
You talk about the conditions as we see a single taken a mid-wicket here. And a bunch of the players, it's one thing they were not expecting. Everybody is used to the wind here as a single takes it to 99 for 2 after 12. You know you're going to get windy conditions at Prairie View. As the name indicates, you're in the prairie land. You're out in the plains of central Texas. And you also expect an awful lot of heat. You expect it to be steamy. Humid in this part of Texas. I say central Texas is more southeast central Texas. We're an hour northwest of Houston. And so you get a little bit of humidity coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, but the heat isn't here today. It's only about 65 degrees.
And wicket time for Zia Shazad, the leg spinner. And it's Ahmad Azam. Actually, no, it's Saad Ali, the left-hander, who would have been looking to take on that matchup. Big wicket coming for the Fire, who are beginning to put the pressure on the KingsMan.
Yeah, I just wonder if this is the googly. We'll see it on the replay, but he ran past it. He was doing the 100-meter relay. He was looking for the baton, a bit too eager to get moving. No, it was just a very sharp turning leg break. And an awful lot of turn there for Zia Shazad, and Saad Ali couldn't negotiate it. And good work from Smit Patel behind.
And how often you see in this game of cricket, you take a wicket, all of a sudden you're right back into this game. When they took that wicket of Tajinder Singh, just seemed like now they've been able to strangle the KingsMan a bit. 3 different batters have come in the last 3 overs. The last 2 overs have only conceded 7 runs. And now a wicket to begin the 13th.
And here's the guy you're looking for. Shayan Jayasuriya comes out here after the fall of the wicket. Heavy, heavy run score for Silicon Valley Strikers. In addition to his career with Sri Lanka prior to coming to the USA.
Does allow the KingsMan to sustain that left-right combination in the middle. Had it with Saad Ali, one left-hander replaced by the other. It'd be key to see how he goes about things here, Shayan Jayasuriya, because in that minor league tournament this year, he was used by the Silicon Valley Strikers, especially against spin. He was a very good player to spin as the 100 comes up. So will he go and look to attack straight away, or does he sort of look to stay in, knowing Ahmad Azam at the other end is a 6-hitter?
One thing we have seen is, you indicated it, Nikhil, not been easy to get a start here. Once you get in, you can profit in a big way, but just a little bit of a struggle just to get those first 5 to 10 balls on a pitch that's had a little bit of uneven bouncing, as we saw from Zia Shahzad in that wicket. Very sharp turn. Something for everybody. I like this kind of wicket, Nikhil, instead of what you've been seeing in the PSL the last week, where 250 is a par score. Something for the bowlers. Let's get that balance back.
Yeah, that run rate has dipped significantly as well. Under 9 runs and over now. Much closer to that 8 runs and over mark. And I think Sami Aslam and his fire, I don't think they'll mind chasing 150, 160, given the start that the KingsMan had. Well, he's very good against spin. And he's got it in the gap as well. Shehan Jayasuriya, we've got a way to open his account, really.
And I got to say, it was not the best angle taken by the fielder out there. Off the bat, this looked like it should have been no more than 2. And it may have been Usman Rafiq, number 77 out there. He came in too far as this one beats the outside edge. Came in too far, and then all of a sudden you could see the back of his jersey numbers. When you see the back of the jersey number, that's an indication he's taking a bad angle to the ball. If he's taking the proper angle, you'd see his chest. And all of a sudden his back is turned. He's running with his back to the infield. That's how you know he's taking a poor angle. This is good running between the wickets between these two now.
Well, good over from Zia Shahzad. Just the one boundary, also taking the important wicket, breaking the partnership, taking the wicket of Saad Ali. So end of the 13th over. 106 for 3. And what he did well in that over as well, Zia Shahzad, start from very wide to allow that prodigious spin in towards the left-handed Shehan Jayasuriya. It will be Corey Anderson for a third. The last over was a really good one, just went for the 3 runs. And because of his variation and ability to just roll his fingers over the ball, cutters into the pitch, he's caused some problems on this surface with that bit of added moisture. Saw it from Baskli Adram early in his spell. He still has one over up his sleeve. And now Corey Anderson bowling his third. Haven't seen Corney Dry or Brody Couch, who started proceedings off with that new ball. Don't think they'll mind this too much, the Fire, once they can keep the boundaries to a minimum. What sort of score are they looking for to sort of chase down the Fire from this position?
Again, it's a case of having one of these two get a start and convert it. You don't let them get in, it could be looking at chasing around 150, 155. But if Jayasuriya gets hot, fights fire with fire, you could have 175, 180.
Again, very full. Sort of a double bluff from Anderson, because given the field he has for Hamad Azam and knowing his strengths hitting down the ground, he's got 3 fielders in the onside, deep mid wicket, long on, and a deep backward square. You think he would go short, but he went full and is able again to prevent the boundary. This is good stuff from the Fire, and Corey Anderson sort of led the comeback. It's what you expect from your senior, more experienced players. Again, past the outside edge. You think PDP, Corey Anderson, will be one of the first few players to go in that draft coming next week Sunday? I'm excited to hear your predictions for that MLC draft. Man of your stature who's covered the game on the global front for so long.
Well, if he's not one of the first few picks, it means somebody's torched him here in Prairie View. Somebody's made a big name for themselves over the 4 days here. That's what happened. If he's not one of those first few picks as an anchor pick for one of these franchises.
I think it's more than just the cricket, though, you get with him. He has that experience. He's played for New Zealand for so many years. And it's things like this, terms of his bowling, variation, knowing exactly the right time to use certain deliveries. Again, another cutter, and just doing a bit off the surface.
And one of the things that you do see from the players who have been here now for a couple years, especially leading into this MLC draft on the 19th, is the improvement in the fitness levels.
Innovation. Hasn't got it though. Taken. You see the intention. Fine leg up in the, third up in the circle. But can't get it over that fielder. And the fire strike again. Pressure leading to wickets.
Amila Aponzo taking the catch on the ring. Could see what he was trying to do with third man up in the ring. And the wind blowing that way. He just really needed to time it. And was going to do all the work as we see PJ Goodhalls with his son Archie getting a bit excited at the wicket, crossing the boundary. Here it is again. All he needed to do was time it, and he just miscued it. If he got a little bit more lumber on it, it was going to clear Amila Aponzo in the ring. But clever from Corey Anderson getting that wide Yorker spot on, and Aponzo, whose jersey was a hot ticket item at MLC Finals weekend, Nikhil. They had the Atlanta Fire merchandise booth out there, and I know they were selling some jerseys because I bought one. And the person I bought it from, who was running the merchandise booth, the Atlanta Fire merch booth that weekend, it was Amila Aponzo's wife. So she wanted to make sure her husband's jersey was selling like hotcakes. And he took a safe catch there on the ring at short third man.
I don't know what this has been from Corey Anderson. Still one delivery remaining. But if you count Milan Kumar, who retired hurt in the 12th over, it's now 4 new batters in for KingsMan in the last 4 overs. So the Fire have worked their way back into this game. And I think in a much more favorable position now to where they were after that initial power play when the KingsMan were scoring at around 10 runs and over. Again on the body. And such an experienced player, using conditions really well with those cutters. Corey Anderson ends his over. Another successful one for the Atlanta Fire, taking the wicket and just conceding the 3 runs again. 109 for 4.
The other thing about that wicket, too, is, again, that's the kind of a shot you would expect to see more on the 17th, 18th over when a guy has been set. Again, we talked about it on your earlier your innings. It's not so easy to time the ball in this wicket, and Shan Jayasuriya maybe a bit overambitious playing that shot when he's relatively fresh to the crease. But you could understand why, with the field setting, that he felt that was an option, and Anderson was just too good for him.
Yeah, one of the things captains will have to think about in this MLC Champions Open is the shuffling of their bowlers. They've got so many options. Haven't even seen Usman Rafiq into the attack for the day as yet. And still, Sami Hassan will have to select who he wants to finish his, well, their quota already. 6 bowlers used. And the third over for Zia Shazad, who's bowled well. Wanted 2, but just be 1. He's bowled to left-handers as well, so he's showing his versatility. Still able to cause problems with the ball spinning back in. Shubham Ranjan has come to the middle. He was the player of the match in that final you spoke about of the minor league. Feels like years ago, but it was just a couple months ago, Peter De La Pena.
And again, this highlights the opportunity that's here for these players. An easy single is flicked away by Ahmad Azam. Shubham Ranjani, somebody I don't think would have been near the top of anybody's list to be drafted in the MLC draft by any stretch of the imagination, but he's parlaying the success he had in the minor league season, particularly the finals weekend with Seattle Thunderbolts. And you've got the scouts here from New South Wales and Victoria, and in particular from Victoria. Graham Manu is here. former Australia player, and Adam Crosthwaite, he's got that link in Victoria. Adam Crosthwaite, who was coaching the Seattle Thunderbolts. So Adam Crosthwaite, all it takes is putting in a good word, say, hey, keep an eye out for this guy, Shubham Ranjani. He was a star for me with the Thunderbolts. See what he does this weekend in Texas. And you get that increased awareness.
Struggling really to get the ball to the boundary because of the loss of wickets. They found it tough.
With that relationship building.
Keeping Hamad Azam quiet, which is a tough thing to do, but only for so long. In the gap this time in the offside. Big boundary coming for the Kingsmen. They needed that one.
Yeah, it was just fractionally too short. And Ahmad Azam bounced on that. But yeah, if Shubham Ranjani, if he can parlay that success from minor league cricket finals weekend with the Thunderbolts into more opportunities here, and if he succeeds here, you get an opportunity with an MLC franchise. That sometimes that's all it takes. You make your name in one place, and all of a sudden, you've got a ticket to play franchise cricket around the world. It's a relationship business to a large extent, and so a lot of these teams have got the IPL links here with Calcutta Knight Riders tied to one of the franchises here in MLC, and they've obviously got their links with Abu Dhabi Knight Riders and Trinbago Knight Riders, and they like to stick with people they know. So if you get an opportunity in a place like that, you might be playing not just in MLC, but you could be playing in 4 or 5 franchise leagues around the world.
In the gap, and we'll look for 2, should get it. Just to tell you how well the Atlanta Fire have done, that boundary hit on the previous delivery was the first boundary in 12 deliveries. So they're pulling things back nicely. End of 15, business end of the innings, 118 for 4.
Hello and welcome back to this MLC Champions Open here in Prairie View, Texas. I'm Owen Patel, joining you back in the box, joining PDP, Peter Della Penna. Peter, it was an early going for the Kingsmen. They got off to a hot start, but the second phase of the innings have been owned by the Atlanta Fire, and Corey Anderson's going to come back for his 4th. And as we head to those last 5 overs, what are you looking at for the Kingsmen here?
At the moment, I'm looking more at your kicks. Do you have BMW on your Pumas?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. It's just kind of was there. I ordered the Pumas, and then I saw BMW on them. I said, okay, well, that's the closest thing I got to a BMW. We'll take it. And look at that delivery there from Corey Anderson, just using the cutter to get it off of the wicket and creating that variable bounce that's causing some issues.
These are, we've got the Kingsmen on the field. These are Kingsman shoes you got on here. These are regal kicks here, Aman.
Well, I appreciate that. Right now, the only thing regal on the field is Corey Anderson and his ability to change up deliveries with deliveries, and he's making a name for himself. He's already made that name for himself, but he's showing just why that name has that high stature. As Ranjani just pushes this one down the ground for 1.
I was making the point before with Nikhil about the improved fitness levels, and I don't think Corey Anderson will mind me saying this. When he first arrived in Texas and was playing some matches on the franchise circuit within the U.S., there's a lot of T20 franchise events, he looked like he'd been having a few donuts, I got to say, Aman, since he's last played for New Zealand. But in the last year or 2, his fitness is back to the New Zealand standard. He's much more fit. Do we call it a COVID-15? Sitting at home on the couch? For me, it was more like a COVID-35.
Well, you know, they called the freshman 15 back at school.
You'd call the freshman 15 in North Carolina.
Yeah,
The adults in the room might call it the COVID 15 or the COVID 35 in my case. But he's lost all of it, is the point. He's very fit. He's in peak condition, as you would expect somebody who's expected to be a leader, whether in name or just as a senior figure.
And he showed off the fitness already today. His first delivery, in fact, was rifled right back at him. Almost took a brilliant one-hand catch diving back to his left. Showed out with a couple diving efforts out in the field, too. So you mentioned a leader on the field, and he's shown it with the ball so far, shown it with his athleticism in the field. I'm sure he'll look to show it with the bat come this second innings. And if you are the KingsMan, you've been held to just one boundary so far in the previous 3 overs. Got to find a way to get one. And as I say it, I think they got their one. They have just wide enough away from the fielder at long off. And Hamad Azam, he'll find 4.
This just shows how quick this outfield is in Prairie View. Timed it well, but boy, did that skid quickly along the turf. And Bhaskar Yadram unable to cut it off.
And again, for the KingsMan, they still have plenty of batting, but this is the part of the innings where you're going to want to pick things up. Again, it doesn't get any easier. You have to imagine after this Corey Anderson over, you're going to see Cornet dry for 2 of the last 4, and then possibly Brody Couch, who obviously has a high resume, as this one finds the inner half of the bat just for 1. And that'll do it for this 16th over, 126 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, I think at this rate, if they can get to 155, 160, KingsMan would be happy with that because, again, new guys getting in, it's not been easy to get a start, and that's why it was so crucial for not as much as they did. You know, I talked about you've got the best kicks in the house. The best shirt in the house is on the Prairie View football stadium side of the boundary. PJ Goodall's, he's got his Hawaiian shirt. Very, very optimistic today in this weather with the Hawaiian shirt. I packed my Hawaiian shirts in my suitcase to come out here to Texas for this week, but I thought it would be better to go with the long sleeves today with the wind and the cool temperatures today. Again, it's only 63, 64 degrees. Later in the week, it's supposed to get into the 80s. I've got my Hawaiian shirts laid out for later in the week, but today, I got to say, PJ's putting in a fine effort out there on the boundary wearing the Hawaiian shirt he's got on, bringing his son out here today.
Well, you got to get those shirts out there, Peter. I was talking to a lot of the people here in the comm box. We were ready to see the classic PDP Hawaiian shirt. We didn't get it. We didn't get the Hawaiian shirt nor the floppy hat today. It was going with the beanie. So later in the week, I'm expecting to see him back out.
Yeah, I brought the floppy hat. I came prepared.
Okay.
I had 2 options with the hat. But once I got here and the wind was whipping up, no chance. Gone with the beanie. I have some new additions to the Hawaiian shirt collection, Amon.
Well, I can't wait to see it later in the week as Cornet Drive returns to the attack and picks up where he left off in his first spell, back of a length into the body of the batters. We saw plenty of carry, plenty of bounce on offer for Cornet. We'll see if he elects to roll the fingers over a couple. But this is kind of the situation. I was watching one of the MLC Instagram videos where they're talking to the scouts at Cricket South Wales, and they were talking about how they're looking for people who fit in situations. Look at situations when they're scouting. And this is a situation, last 5 overs. If you're Shubham Ranjane, it's an opportunity to make a name for yourself. As he pulls this one, and that's a way to make a name for yourself. That one hits the scout's tent on the way over, and Ranjane carries it over. 6 runs for him.
If you go deeper into the game, a lot more analytics now. Look at this stuff. You can't just look at the raw stats anymore, or just an overall strike rate or an overall average or economy rate. These T20 franchises have broken it down much more refined to economy rate in the last 4 overs, or the last 5 overs, or strike rate or boundary rate in the last 5 overs. A strike rate of 130 at the death is not the same as a strike rate of 130 in the overs from 7 to 15.
Again short this time. I think it's gotten flush on the helmet. swung through it early. I think it might have been pace off, and they will scamper away for one. I'm sure we're going to see someone come out, and we will see the physio come out to check on Shubham Ranjane. Is looking to get another meaty pull out there.
Yeah, it was definitely the slower ball. Pace off. Cornet dry. Bowled the cutter, and he was just threw the shot way too early. So even though he was hitting the head, it was a much slower pace delivery. It was just the timing that was off. And you could see him way out in front of that shot. And just hitting the peak of the helmet. So Ollie Ricks, the physio, is coming out to the field to give a concussion check, as is the protocol nowadays in cricket. And Ollie Ricks is smiling, as is Hamid Azam. So it's a good indication that Shubham Ranjane is answering what day of the week it is. How many fingers am I holding up? Who is the first president of the United States? Is that part of the concussion question checklist? I don't know.
I don't know the United States one, the president one. I think everything else you got on there.
You don't know who's on the $1 bill?
Well, I know who's on the $1 bill, but I'm not sure that's going to be part of the COVID, excuse me, not the COVID, but the concussion protocol. Maybe it should be. Maybe we should let's get Ali in here and let's go and ask
That's the
him.
401 level concussion question checklist there. I think they're going to give him the 101 questions.
This one much fuller from Dry, and it's whipped away into the leg side. Should just be a couple and just be one. As we'll see Shubham Ranjane back onto strike. And this is where Cornet Dry has really made a name for himself. It's his ability to start innings really well and then close them back out. When the ball's not swinging, he still has the ability to roll his fingers over it, go into that Yorker length, and just make things difficult, and why you expect him to be a hot commodity come draft day on Sunday.
Yeah, he's definitely got that height, that bounce. He's got the pace early, and he's got the variations to the death. And getting it full like that, Yorker line, that's not easy from that height. It's much easier when you're Lasith Malinga height or Dwayne Bravo height. And it's a subtle thing that a lot of people don't appreciate off television. You come to the ground in person and you see how tall Dwayne Bravo is and Lasith Malinga and the trajectory that they get at their height. And it makes a lot more sense as to why they're so good at bowling the Yorkers. And even somebody like Ali Khan, if you're under 6 foot tall, get that angle, it's a lot easier to get the Yorkers in than compared to somebody at Cornet Dry's height. So when he does it, it's all the more impressive.
This one inside edge. The fielder out there, they have stacked that region on the leg side behind square, and it'll be a single to close out this 17th over. 137 for the loss of 4.
Got to go back a little bit to the Hawaiian shirts, Aman, because coming out of Buenos Aires, you would not believe the amount of shops that I passed where they had some of the best and finest Hawaiian shirt collections I've ever seen.
Well, did you pick one up?
That's what I mean.
Question.
I added to my collection. That's what I'm saying. My 2 newest editions are from one of the shops in Buenos Aires. At Distrito Arcos was the shopping complex I went to. And the only reason I didn't get more than 2 is the best designs that I saw, they didn't fit me. That COVID 35 is a killer.
Well, you got to get in that Corey Anderson regimen, I think.
Yeah,
That's probably the go-to plan.
I'm going to have to talk to Bert Cockley later on today and see if pro bono he can prescribe me a fitness regimen that'll get me trimming off some of this remaining COVID 35.
Well, talking about new additions, it's Brody Couch coming back into the attack. He started early, was expensive early on, really couldn't find his length, but express pace, you have to imagine he's going to try that Yorker length or maybe go back of a length and just try to see what his pace can do. Starts off with a slower one. It's over the top of covers, just out of reach of the man out there in the deep, and it's going to be a 4. Really well done by Hamad Azam, using his wrists to open that one up and start the over with a 4.
And again, this is the second time today we've seen Usman Rafiq take a really poor angle on the boundary. And I know the wind is affecting things, but you can see just the angle he takes there. He comes in, and then all of a sudden he's got to backtrack. And if he takes a more direct route to the ball, just in a straight line path rather than trying to circle in and then wheel back out, he's almost taking a parabola route to the ball rather than a more direct path. And that's got him in a tangle on 2 occasions today. If he reads that better off the bat, he might have had a catching opportunity there. Instead, Usman Rafiq, USA national team player, It's just highlighting how difficult fielding has been in these windy conditions where, yeah, I think initially he might have thought the ball would hold up in the wind, and all of a sudden it takes off.
This one picked up into the air, fielder there. And he's done really well. Cornet dry, using all 6'5" of him to get up in the air. Great work to not step over the line. And Brody Couch, he'll pick up the wicket of Hamad Azam on his third slower one of the over.
Yeah, Cornet Dry almost got himself into a tangle there because I don't think he realized how much room he had behind him on the rope. Really could have taken that catch, taken a few steps back and keeping his feet on the ground. Instead, he gets in the air, just leaps off the ground, and he had another yard and a half of space there. He made that a little bit more adventurous than it needed to be, but safe hands in the end from Cornet Dry, and just shows his athleticism with that take.
Been an all-around day for Cornet Dry. He's bowled well with the ball, picking up a wicket, and then showing it off in the field as well. And really sharp and asset to have on the boundary. You see all the time these incredible boundary catches. Well, it helps when you're 6'5". You just get that extra bit of reach, and I'm sure the wingspan probably seems around 6'7" as well, probably around that range. So again, he's looked really good, and we're going to see Harmeet Singh come into the attack. The lefty likes to slap that ball around and can really put some emphasis to this tail end of the 18th over. And not afraid of some pace on the ball, so Couch elects to use it. Expect Harmeet to clear his legs and just send it over the top. Goes pace off and just trails out to the wide line, and it'll be an extra and a free run for the Kingsmen.
Yeah, that Cornet Dry effort, that's something we'd see more out of the Rockets or the Houston Cougars with Kelvin Sampson and his men gunning for a place in the Final Four again this year. Top 5 ranking. They were number 1 in the country at one point early this year. Well, they still are number 1. See, that's how much I've been paying attention.
Yeah,
there's been a lot of shuffling around. Alabama's had the number 1 spot. UCLA, Gonzaga way back early in the year. Obviously, North Carolina. What happened to them, Amon?
Yeah, something we don't talk about, as this is going to be called an extra. UNC just has not had the year that they were looking for, and
preseason number 1, not even going to make the tournament.
That's kind of the position we're in right now. But you know what? We're here to talk about cricket, Peter. That's what I think we're talking about. I think we're talking about cricket right now. So let's just focus on the cricket and maybe not college basketball. It's kind of a sore subject for all of us in Chapel Hill.
I like Cornet Dry to see him as a small forward.
You know what? Let's come to Chapel Hill. You know, we'll set him up for a year and just see what we can get out of him. As this one sends straight back. Look at this. We talked about Shubham Ranjane. Can he show off that pinch hitting? And he's doing so once again. Maybe the biggest 6 of the day.
Well, whether you're Cornet Dry or Armando Baycott, you're not going to catch that one no matter how tall you are. He clears the boundary by a good 30 yards. Pulverizing this. It was in the slot. He just got the length wrong fractionally, but you do, and the ball is going to disappear. Heading towards one of the adjacent cricket grounds here.
Again, for Brody Couch, a lot of expectations on him. Has played in the Big Bash, and just thought he might light it up early. He's just been expensive, and again, getting accustomed to this wicket. You can see the experience has kind of played a little bit of a role. Cornet Dry has played in minor league for 2 years now. Corey Anderson plays on these wickets all the time, and they've had probably the best days of the lot.
You've got to change the field here. So mid-on and mid-off have just come up in the ring. I think they're going to go away from the Yorker plan. Third man and fine legger going back. He's going to go with the short ball, slower bouncers. What the field is set for here.
Does go short. Ball stays low. Slide appeal for LBW, but it'll just be one off a leg by out to third man to close out what ends up being a good 18th over for the Kingsmen. 150 for the loss of 5.
And again, it's that variable balance we've seen on a few occasions here. You said it, Amon. It was bowled short. He really banged it in because he had all the boundary protection really behind square and square the wicket. And that one just not Coming onto the bat is Cornet Dry, whose teammates here, Corey Anderson, Bhaskar Yadram, Emil Alponzo. He's not teammates with Jamal Shetter or Marcus Sasser. One day, maybe. If cricket doesn't work out.
It's always an option. It always helps to be 6'5". I haven't found too many reasons why being 6'5" might not be a great thing. Maybe some doorways every now and again. But Shubham Rajane, he's shown the ability to take on Cornet Dry, and he's having a little bit of a conversation with Smith Patel. There, a little bit of laugh shared between the two, but he's shown the ability to catch on to a length and latch onto it, send it over the top, and again, shown off the pinch hitting. He's going to want a couple of boundaries here in this 19th over. Goes Yorker, big appeal from Cornet Dry. Not interested is the umpire. Maybe a little bit of bat involved. No, he's just signaled leg, so he's just saying it's missing the leg stump altogether. Cornet Dry still can't believe it. So get a look here on the replay.
Just from our angle at final leg, it looked like this was sliding down the leg side based on where it hit. But he's taking a long shuffle across his stumps. So you can understand why Cornet Dry was excited with the appeal. We don't have it completely direct behind the umpire and the bowler's angle, but leg stump was showing there. I don't know. It was worth a shout. You never know where that hit. Could have been clipping leg stump. The umpire gave Ranjani the benefit of the doubt as Harmeet Singh comes out. We've seen him be absolutely devastating at the death with the bat in the sixth hitting department for the Seattle Thunderbolts. His strike rate has been incredible over the last couple of years of minor league cricket. And again, it's not just the overall strike rate, but when he's doing it as a death hitting specialist, really, for the Thunderbolts squad.
As this one, he's able to squeeze away. It was a good delivery, but just enough bat, a little tickle. It'll beat Corey Anderson inside the circle, and it'll go all the way. 4 runs for Harmeet Singh to open his account.
Cornet Dry was good, but Harmeet Singh was even better on that one. Went with the wide Yorker, and Harmeet just backing away to give himself some room to try and access the offside and adjust to squeeze this one out. Corey Anderson, no chance at short third man.
You mentioned Harmeet Singh's strike rate a little bit ago, and again, over 2 years of minor league cricket, 185. So he's someone who can get in there and really hit the ball. He's looking to find boundaries, and that shot there will prompt Cornet Dry to move third man back to the circle. As this one's hit straight back. Has he got all of it? Fielder there. And it's taken. It's good work there out in the deep. Cornet Dry gets his man. Harmeet Singh thought he just got all of it, but just enough taken off, and Meet long off, and that'll spell the end of him as a 6-wicket falls for the Kingsmen.
And again, even on that occasion, you can see how tricky things can be today. Because the fielder, initially, he came in a good 15 yards, and then all of a sudden had to backpedal. You can see him adjust very late at the end here, but still had plenty of room to hold on for the catch.
Good strong catch there. Will bring back out Milind Kumar, who was retired hurt earlier after a delivery from Cornet Dry. Just clipped that right hand. You can still see him shaking it out, but he's out there for his team. And again, situations is what these scouts are looking for. Let's see what Milind Kumar, who's more accustomed to batting atop the order, can do and just try to get going straight away. A Yorker just fended out. Chance of a run out. One to be able to pick it up. And it'll just be one. But the Fire won't mind that one. They're just trying to hold the Kingsmen. You would say under 165, under 160 would be their goal here.
This is a good comeback in this over now by Cornet Dry. He's bowled 4 really good balls. He's just very unlucky on that wide Yorker that Harmeet Singh was able to jam out through third man, but this is excellent death bowling.
This time tried to be innovative. Shubham Ranjane just caught the front part of the bat and not in the direction he was attempting to play that delivery, and they'll pick up a couple of runs on the way through.
Good recognition by Ranjane, knowing that Usman Rafiq had a long way to go to charge in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Mid-wicket vacant in the leg side ring. As we've been welcomed here, we are being graced by former USA national team players' presence. Janisar Khan has arrived. It's a who's who here today in Prairie View.
Tried the short ball again and just given one for the over. So that'll close out a 19th that saw Harmeet Singh fall. 158 for loss of 6.
It's a really good over from Cornet Dry. 8 runs from it, 7 off the bat. So finishes with figures of 2 for 26 in his 4 overs. Really, really good spell all around with the new ball and then at the death as well.
And it will be Brody Couch to finish things off for the Atlanta Fire. Again, he's been a touch expensive early, but he's shown the ability to put deliveries. You would all but a couple in that last over. You'd say just maybe 2 deliveries gone a little bit haywire. Other than that, shown the ability to use the variations and change things up. And again, has that pace if he elects to go to a stock ball that can jump up off this wicket. That's just shown signs of being good for the pace bowlers, and it will be Shubham Ranjane. You have to imagine the plan from Milind Kumar and Ranjane is to run those 2s and try to give Ranjane as much strike as possible, as Milind Kumar rather will face off this first delivery. Pace on and just pushed down the ground. I think Milind Kumar was thinking about 2, but it'll just be 1. As Corey Anderson does well out there in the deep. And again, this is now the matchup you'd have to imagine. Shubham Ranjane, Brody Couch. Ranjane's picked up a couple. Picked up 1 off of Brody Couch earlier. Maybe the biggest 6 of the day. Had the excellent pull shot. He sent the ball to the scouts off Cornet Dry. What does Couch have in store? Field remains unchanged. Slower one, put up over the offside, and all Corey Anderson can do is watch it sail over the top. Ranjane showing off the pinch hitting once again. Again, latched onto it early and just sends it well away.
Well, this is a rude welcome to Texas for Brody Couch, getting off the plane from Australia. And I think the assumption is that somebody with Big Bash League experience, he's just going to walk in and boss everybody around. Instead, shoes on the other foot today here, Aman.
Yeah, Brody Couch, he just hasn't found his lengths as consistently, I think, as he would have liked to. Strayed in regions where you don't want to. And you can see the change in field as long off comes inside the circle, maybe suggesting that it will be shorter. It is shorter. It's pulled away, and it's in the gap. Was that 1 bounce, or was it all the way? We have to wait for the sign. It's 1 bounce over the rope for 4. And Shubham Ranjane, he's carrying over from Church Street Park here in Prairie View.
Again, I talked about it before with Nikhil earlier. This is the kind of performance that'll catch some eyes. If you're using Brody Couch as a measuring stick, a Big Bash League bowler, and you're Shubham Ranjane playing minor league cricket for Seattle Thunderbolts, basically emerging out of relative obscurity, this is the kind of knock, especially at the death, that's going to turn some heads. And if you can get an opportunity from minor league cricket, parlay it into major league cricket, if you get tied with a franchise like the Knight Riders, you could be having a franchise gig all around the world before you know it.
Again, short, somehow got a piece of bat on it. And really well stopped there by Smith Patel behind the stumps. It was an interesting shot. It was a slower bouncer. And Ranjane, the first time he saw a slower bouncer, he got hit in the helmet. This time just able to fend it away, and they get a single off of it.
And you almost wonder why perhaps Brody Couch hasn't bowled that delivery a bit more often. So you saw the trouble that he had negotiating it earlier.
And that's 2 shots square. It feels like it went right between the grill and the top part of that helmet, just the bill of it. And it's rather interesting. Again, you can see him on that replay, double clutched, waiting for it, and still was through the shot before the ball ever got to him.
Do we call that in NFL films slow motion sequence bouncer? We're just missing the Sam Spence musical score.
Again, throw the score right over this, and again threw it. Maybe a little extra bounce, more bounce than he was expecting, and again, right between the bill and the grill for the second time today as Milind Kumar is on strike. And gonna be a wide, and again, he's just trying to keep it out of the reach of Milind Kumar, and gives up an extra there, and an expensive over. Already 13 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries.
You can see him trying to do something different. He's thinking, Brody Couch. He's trying different things, working through his bag of tricks.
This one helped straight back over the top. It was slower again and just waited on Milind Kumar and went straight back over. A shake of the head from Brody Couch. He knows he hasn't put out all the right stuff today.
And now he's starting to get a bit predictable. It's a number of slower balls in a row, and Milind Kumar was just waiting on it. The surprise ball was going to be the one with pace on. Instead, he was expecting pace off, and instead of trying to swing twice like we almost saw Shubham Ranjani do, Milind Kumar just sat back, kept his hands back, kept his lower body from rotating, got all the power through that shot, and muscled it over the rope.
19 runs from the over, 1 delivery left. And he'll find the inner half of the bat, and they'll sneak away for a single, maybe 4. It will beat fine leg, and Brody Couch has a hand on his face. 4 runs to end that over, to end the innings, and it ends up being a 23-run over for the Kingsmen to get to 181 and put up a monster total here in Game 1 of the MLC Championships.
And that was the surprise ball. At that time, Milind Kumar was definitely hustled. He was just getting a bottom edge on that and just goes past fine leg. But Tajinder Singh, the star of the innings, he was clearing the boundary early and often. With the front foot pull shot in particular, was looking mighty impressive. Getting to a half century. Saad Ali also with a really good start until he was out bowled, running past a sharp spinning leg break from Saad Ali. But then what a finish. Shubham Ranjani, 30 not out off 17 balls. And it's not just the runs, it's who he did it against, taking on Cornet Dry, taking on Brody Couch, and putting in a really sharp burst at the finish. That'll definitely have gotten the scouts here to put a little asterisk next to his name in their notebook.
And with the ball in hand, Cornet Dry was definitely the star of the day. 4 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets to his name, and another one, Corey Anderson, 4 overs, 26 runs and a wicket, both of whom were pretty economical. And Shihzad was able to come in with some of his leg spin, 3 overs, 19 runs, a wicket to his name. Emil Alponzo wasn't as effective as they would have wanted, but look, Bhaskar Yadram came back well, but look at Brody Couch. 14 is his economy, 4 overs, 56 runs, had the 1 wicket, but again, his final over going for 23. So that'll do it for the first innings. When we come back, it'll be the Atlanta Fire that need 182 from their 20 overs to win the match.
Some choice cats this week.
Hello and welcome back to the MLC Champions Open here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. The first match in a 4-day affair that'll lead and culminate in a draft that'll be held at the Space Center here in Houston. Getting ready for this second innings where the KingsMan, they put up 181. So the Fire will need 182 and they'll be let out by the captain Sami Aslam, who's going to be sitting at the non-striker's end, and Mukhtar Ahmed, who will start on strike, looking to get affairs going. Mukhtar, who debuted for Pakistan against Bangladesh in 2015 and has 192 international runs in the T20 format. Will look to get things going for the Atlanta Fire. Zia-ul Haq opens the bowling and gets swing straight away. It'll drift down the leg side for a wide. So the first run's coming for the Atlanta Fire, courtesy of an extra. I'm Owen Patel here in the box, joined by Peter Della Penna, as we saw the first runs courtesy of this wide from Zia-ul Haq. Peter, we saw that first innings. We saw pace and balance available. As this one pushed wider. What do you think is the key here for the Atlanta Fire?
Again, it's more a case of if you get in, you got to make the most of it, because we've seen it has been a struggle getting a start. But once the guys have been able to get in and adjust to the wicket, those are the ones who've been able to capitalize. Tejinder Singh most of all.
As this one's chipped over the top of the offside to that point fielder that we saw Cornet Dry have in the deep to open out, a rather unconventional fielder for a pacer in the power play.
Well, this is an unconventional field conditions Prairie View. I'm not too sure you get too many places like this anywhere in the world, Aman, where you've got just a wide open prairie land. You do get the wind. And Corey Anderson's talked before about Wellington, windy Wellington, having similar wind, but at that ground, Basin Reserve, you've got obviously the stadium stands blocking out the wind on one side, so it can be varying in terms of how that impacts things. As this one is guided behind point to the boundary, and it's going to be a no ball as well. So Sami Aslam, they're going to say it didn't go to the boundary. I thought this was clearly into the rope, but apparently the fielder out there showed off his best messy moves, kicking that one back into play. It's going to be a free hit, though, regardless.
Sami Aslam, he'll get the opportunity to latch onto a free hit. The MVP of the 2021 edition of minor league cricket. Again, it was a lovely shot down there, and again, the fielder able to get there just in the nick of time to get his foot in front of it. But overstepping, we saw Bhaskar Yadram do it in the first innings. It's Zia-ul Haq who does it here. Free hit for Sami Aslam. Sends it straight back and just going to find the fielder sitting there at mid-off. So no run as it was hit to Harmeet Singh, and a good way to avoid any damage off of that free hit. Again for Zia-ul Haq, a part of the Chicago Blasters, picked up in the 2022 edition of minor league cricket. Also a member of that Pakistan under-19 team. And in minor league cricket, has a 7.58 economy through 24 overs with 5 wickets. And you can see that's the reason. It's that swing that he gets. He induced that drive from Sami Aslam and just beat the outside edge. And that's why he's opening the bowling, especially on an overcast day with some wind blowing in that direction. Probably going to aid his ability to swing the ball. he's going to be looked at as a wicket taker for the KingsMan. This one straighter and just hit straight back, and good reflexes there from Ulhak. Keep it to a dot ball. And outside the extras, it's been a good over so far. Again, he's only given up those 5 runs, and again, 4 of them courtesy of extras.
I like this. This one has got it to backward front. I like the politeness of the players on the field. Liam Plunkett is out there in the field for the KingsMan. Somebody was walking in front of the sight screen. He goes, "Hello, excuse me. Please, excuse me." Instead of
Well, I'm not sure anyone would have moved had that come out of Liam Plunkett. So, you know, it's a very respectful, fair gentleman's game, they like to call cricket, and maybe still some merit behind that. It will be Liam Plunkett with the ball in his hand after a 5-run first over. And again, we saw swing available for Zeo Hawk, and Liam Plunkett, when he did bowl in Mooresville, is the time I got to see him bowl up close and in person. That was the first time he bowled in about 15 months, and he still was able to move the ball. So expecting some swing here, and we'll see what kind of pace he can bring back. A slip in place for him, along with a deep third and a deep backward square. So you can imagine he's thinking he's going to be on stumps and be straight. That one starts on off stump. Fended away from Ahmed.
We were talking before about what these players bring to the table. And it's not just about stats. With Liam Plunkett, you get that World Cup champion experience. I wonder what kind of conversations he has with Corey Anderson on the sideline. Does he rub the, just nudge him a little bit, needle him a little bit? You know, I've got the World Cup championship on my resume and you don't. You couldn't get that extra run in the Super over your country.
Well, I'm sure it's something that if they're going back and forth, I'm sure it's the trump card he has to just whip out. I'm sure he's used it sparingly, though. Never going to overuse it. But, yes, World Cup winner, and you can see why off that delivery. Does that late movement away and just daring Ahmed to drive it on the up, and that's why he has that slip in place. After that thickish edge.
I know Corey Anderson wasn't part of the 2019 final, but he was there in 2015.
This one, it's an edge. I think he's got it all the way, though. He has. The uppercut works. Liam Plunkett kind of standing there like, why did you not attempt it? It didn't look like it bounced that far away from the fielder, but it's well played from Ahmed, who just helps it over the top in the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, I mentioned before Armando Baycott, even if you had Nikola Jokic or Joel Embiid out there, they weren't catching that one. Can't really fault the lack of a jump there because that cleared the fielder at deep third by a good few yards. It was never going to be lassoed in.
Well, Liam Plunkett, yeah, it started just a touch fuller, went short of that time. Goes back to being full, and it's just hit to that cover point fielder. Again, Liam Plunkett, another one of those names that you expect to be off the draft boards pretty high, pretty early. Just the experience he brings, the professionalism he can bring to a side, and again, you feel like just maybe a level head out there and understanding different situations. That vast amount of experience that he, Corey Anderson, they can say they have, and that's why you expect him to be one of those first couple names listed off on draft Sunday rather. As there's some swing that time, pushed into the offside, unable to pick it up cleanly is Harmeet Singh, and Hattie would have been interesting had he been able to hit the stump, so they'll take a single off of it. So far, maybe just a touch slower of a start here for the KingsMan. We haven't seen the flurry of boundaries that we saw in those early overs for the Atlanta Fire. That second over, they were able to get runs basically on every single delivery, including a boundary.
I tell you what I am curious about. Let's talk about World Cup winners, which I've never asked Liam Plunkett. You know, here, you get a ring. Get a championship ring. You win the Super Bowl, you get a ring. Do they get a ring for winning a World Cup? I'm curious about that.
Well, it was a good question, and I think that's one we'll have to ask Liam Plunkett during the next break, as that ends 2 overs, 12 without loss.
I know they get a winner's medal. Everybody gets a winner's medal at the presentation. But you don't walk around the streets. You don't go to a dinner at a high-end restaurant with a winner's medal draped around your neck. But if you got a ring on, it's a little subtle thing that you can show off.
I'm going to be honest, seeing some of those championship rings, I'm not sure anything about them are subtle. They might give maybe a wearable ring. They might give you here's a low-key one, but not sure any Super Bowl or NBA championship rings are low-key, and I'm not sure that they want it to be low-key either, Peter De La Pena. Quite like your Hawaiian shirts. Nothing about them are low-key, as Zia-ul-Haq will be back to bowl this third over. Just went for 5 in his first, and you're talking about 4 of those runs coming off of extras. And we'll start to the right-handed Mukhtar Ahmed and that lefty-righty combo here. Something to watch for. And this one just goes right onto stumps again. Ul-Haq, he's digging it into the wicket on that occasion, and going to look to use his angle back into the right-hander. We see that cause a lot of problems in international cricket. See if he can create it, especially with the swing blowing, the wind blowing in that direction, helping his natural swing back into the right-hander. This one will find the inner half of the bat, and again, just trying to create that angle, trying to create that swing and go back through the gate, attacking the stumps early is Zia-ul-Haq. And if you look to the Atlanta Fire bowling innings, what they were able to do in those first 4, I talked about with Brian Walters, it was Cornet Dry and everybody else. Cornet Dry in his first 2 overs, only giving up 9 runs, taking a wicket as well. The KingsMan are doing really good in taking the other bowlers on. As this one's pulled, fielder there, but not anywhere near the region. It's going to be for Mukhtar Ahmed, and again, he's going to like that. It's just straight too short that time and too easy for Ahmed.
The only thing I would argue in favor of this length is that we've seen the variable bounce. So at first glance, you might say, oh, he's banged it in too short, it's too predictable, it's too easy, it's just going to sit up. But quite often today, that ball hasn't really sat up. Sometimes it has shot low, and if you get onto the back foot too early, you could get yourself into a tangle. So can see the idea that he's going for on that delivery. But on that occasion, Mukhtar Ahmed latched onto it for the boundary.
This time fuller and much wider. On that occasion, you can see Ahmed, he was trying to get it over top of covers and feels he's missed out on one. That one started to come back in and then moved away from Ahmed as well. And showing off the range here is Zia-ul-Haq, and he did it for the Chicago Blasters. I had the opportunity to see him in St. Louis in action, one of his early games in 2022 for minor league cricket, and he was, again, using that swing and was able to move it in both directions. You have to imagine after pushing one out wide, he might go back to the stumps. Goes wide again, no cover fielder, and that's just far too easy. If you're going to bowl that line, you need that fielder on the deep, and in the power play, Ahmed's not going to miss out, make it another 4.
Well, the bigger issue here for Zia-ul-Haq is he's bowling both sides of the wicket. Earlier, he's on the body, and this time he's way outside off stump. It's hard to set a field for that. And latched on to attacking the width. Mukhtar Ahmed capitalizing on it for the boundary.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, Ahmed, he was never going to miss out on a delivery like that. Just width on offer, and as a batter in the power play, you're never going to miss out on that opportunity. You're always going to look to attack it, and that could be part of the ploy, trying to get them to reach. And again, if you were to just start one outside the off stump and swing it back in and get Ahmed to put bat away from the pads, that could be your rationale behind this, and just trying to get him to open up a little bit, willing to give up a couple boundaries to get that wicket. But if he goes back to that wide length with no cover, could be problems. Does go on the body, and that's beautifully flicked. Has he found the fielder? However, he has, and has been taken out of the deep. No mistake. It looked pretty off the bat, but all he could do was find the fielder, and it comes to an end. Couple fours for Ahmed, and that is the end of him for 16 runs. It's 20 for the loss of 1 after 3.
Well, the wind has been blowing in from that side of the field all day long. Good utilization of the conditions. It looked like a half volley on leg stump, but if you flick it in the air like that, it's just going to hang up in the air. The wind has been blowing to the west, so we caught that on the east boundary. It's been blowing out to the west, and if you get it in the air, trying to hit it to the east boundary, that's where your catching opportunities are more than likely going to be if you're trying to clear the rope, unless you really get a lot of muscle behind it. And then that time just hung up there for a very straightforward catch.
Well, the Atlanta Fire were able to pick up 1 wicket in the power play, and there's the wicket for the KingsMan that they're able to pick up, and they're going to want to get a couple quickly as Smith Patel has come into the middle of the wicketkeeper, who bats for the Manhattan Yorkers, captain of that side. Bats up top the order over there as well. He is not someone you're going to want to let get going. Highest score in minor league cricket, 99 not out.
And that was in his debut.
In his debut match, yes.
That was down in Florida. I was there for that. That was at the stadium in Lauderhill. He set a high bar for himself, man. When you start off with a 99 not out, everybody's expecting to do that every match.
Yeah, didn't compete in 2022 due to a freak car accident, and glad he's okay and able to get back and going and full health as he joins Captain Sami Aslam in the middle. It'll be Ishan Adil, part of that Golden State Grizzlies bowling attack in minor league cricket, to start things off from this end. Wide, and it's just flashed, and it's too far away from that short cover fielder, and it'll be 4. And again, struggling with the line are these KingsMan bowlers with no fielders out in the deep on the offside, giving these openers that width.
And again, that's where the wind is blowing out. So you get under it, you get some power behind it, and you can see how quickly that ball sails to the rope. The wind is helping to carry it along, but excellent timing regardless.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. Sami Aslam, MVP of the 2021 edition of minor league cricket. Never going to miss out on a delivery like that. Ishan Adil has picked up 18 wickets in his 10 innings in minor league cricket, a part of that Golden State Grizzlies attack at a 7.35 economy. So he's someone who, again, has quickly made a name for himself and was a big part of the Grizzlies' success this past season. But again, he's got to find that line closer to the stumps, and if you want to utilize that slip, you can, but you got to be on the stumps, maybe that off stumping, just push it across Sami Aslam from there rather than get him reaching outside the off stump. 2 men in the deep are a third man and a deep mid wicket. Is closer and is pushed away from third man. Finding it far too easy right now is Sami Aslam. That's the second time he's played a shot like that, and this time, no doubt, it finds the rope.
And again, that width, when the wind is blowing in that direction, it's just too easy to find the boundary. If you pick a gap, the ball is just going to sail away to the rope. So if you're going to make a mistake, arguably you'd rather make a mistake on the body from this side. Not only do you have the protection at a deep mid-wicket, but the wind is going to keep the ball in. I know they've got the field stacked to the offside, but that's basically where all the boundaries are coming on, to the west boundary where the wind is blowing.
This time is closer onto the body and no run on offer. That's better from Ishan Adil. That's going to be around the region you're going to want to be if you're Adil. And Again, don't want to give Aslam width. We've seen anytime he's had width on offer, he's taken advantage of it. And keeping pace right now are the Atlanta Fire. At the end of 3 overs, KingsMan were 20 for 1. The Fire, 20 for 1. So they're keeping things interesting here, keeping things tight. And if you are the KingsMan, you're going to want that wicket. If you can get one of these two, it would be a big step in the right direction. This one again worked down to third man, this time in place. A little bit of a fumble, not going to lead to any extras. And Smith Patel will get his first C of the strike. Again, he's going to love the quick outfield here. Very capable stroke player. Able to push it into the gap, and again the field moves in a similar direction, just the third man. And a deep backward square, no protection out in the deep on the offside, so you don't want to get too wide here. Starts right on middle stump. A much better start here to the righty, Smith Patel. It would pick up his second dot ball of the over here, as we saw just the 1 over stint from Liam Plunkett. That replaces him rather quickly. Get an opportunity for all these players to showcase their abilities over the next 4 match days, and again, it will culminate in a draft that will be held at the Space Center here in Houston. Very exciting times for Cricket in America, and scouts here. They're all over the place and ready to see the talent on full display, as this one's clipped into the leg side. Going to find a 1 out of deep. Backward square to end the 4th over, and the Atlanta Fire, after 4, 30 for the loss of 1.
Now, not just the draft happening at NASA Johnson Space Center. I don't know if you've had a look at the website. The Moon to Mars Festival is happening all this week, and I got an opportunity to go last year during the Moon to Mars Festival that they had at NASA Johnson Space Center, and it's really an incredible display they have. Not only do you have access to the normal exhibits inside Johnson Space Center, but they've got a whole lot of vendors and people who are scientists and engineers who are demonstrating all the latest technology outside in an open concourse area at this Moon to Mars Festival. That the name behind it, Moon to Mars, what NASA's trying to do now with the latest space program, Artemis, that they've just relaunched, the latest shuttle program. They want to not only put somebody on the moon, but over the next 20, 30 years, they're hoping to not just put somebody back on the moon, and specifically they want to put a woman on the moon. The Artemis program. Artemis, I've got to get this right. Artemis is a Greek goddess.
There you go. This is where the Percy Jackson knowledge comes in handy, as Liam Plunkett comes back into the attack from a different end. So something about the previous end was not to his liking.
Help me out. Who's Artemis? Was she a goddess of, was it agriculture, or?
I believe you're right with the agriculture.
I want to say that's what it is. Something about development is the point. Anyway, they want to put the first woman on the moon. We've already had a man on the moon, Neil Armstrong. They want to put, yes, Artemis. You're pulling it up on your phone for me. According to Britannica, Greek goddess of wild animals, the hunt, vegetation, and childbirth. So all of these feminine characteristics. And so they want to put a woman on the moon, and then after they put a woman on the moon, NASA space program.
As this one is helped over the top, maybe touch the moon on the way down, as that one's going to be 1 bounce over the rope for 4. Liam Plunkett just trying to go with that short ball tactic. Just sat up, was too wide and too easy for Smith Patel.
Yeah, they want to put somebody in orbit, just like this shot orbiting the ring, not the rings of Saturn, but the 30-yard ring to the boundary. And yeah, once they get somebody on the moon, lady on the moon. They want to get somebody to Mars. So all these exhibits, all these engineers are showing all the latest space age technology.
And another 4, showing off the range of shots is Smith Patel again. This time the ball didn't sit up, but Smith Patel more than happy to stay on the back foot and help it into the gap. No protection out in the deep on the offside. And another 4 back-to-back boundaries for Patel.
And again, the bulk of the runs are going to come through the offside. That's where all the efficient stroke play in terms of the west boundary. Now, I say the offside. It's the offside. It's the west boundary with Plunkett bowling from this end. That's where you're going to get your runs on this pitch with the conditions the way they are. But yeah, when I was there last year, I had the good fortune. There was an exhibit there where they had Italian astronauts. So the Italians making the contribution to the space program. And they said I was curious about all the things with my Italian heritage, and I had no idea that there was an Italian element to the space program. And they said, well, what are you doing here? I said, well, I'm here for cricket. They said, cricket in the U.S.? I said, believe it or not, there's an Italian cricket team, gentlemen. And so they were blown away.
And blown away is what the audience is watching Smith Patel bat at the moment. Another 4 here to close out the over, send the score to 42. And again, hanging on the back foot, hanging it through the offside, and it's just too easy right now.
Again, that boundary, you just get anything through that gap, especially during the power play, but even outside the power play, that's not to beat a dead horse, but that's where the wind is blowing, that's where the runs are blowing, that's where the momentum is blowing for the Atlanta Fire here. 3 boundaries in that over, conceded by Liam Plunkett, and Smith Patel and Sammy Aslam are looking awfully sharp here.
5 overs done and dusted, and the Atlanta Fire well on their way. Just need around 9 runs per over. That last one went for 12. So Harmeet Singh, the captain, having to think, and he's going back, well, going to himself for the first time. Interesting though, left arm spin, left-hander Sammy Aslam at the crease. But Harmeet Singh, a man of immense skill, can bowl at all types of batters, and will need to break this partnership because it's quickly developing between these two very experienced players. Final over of the power play will want to close out well. Remember when the KingsMan batted, they had a slow start to their power play and then really accelerated in the final 3 overs. Scored 36 runs between overs 3 and 6, and it helped that momentum continue throughout the innings. So can they finish this power play well? That will be the real question.
And we're starting to see some of the guys who are going to take the field in the second match today. Shelley Van Skalkvik is walking in here. I see looks like Abiram Bolasetti, and
it's in the gap again. There is that protection though in the onside. Does well. Keeps it to just 2.
I saw Calvin Savage walk in a little bit earlier. Shelley Van Skalkvik, he's one of the Seattle Thunderbolts champion squad members of MILC Finals weekend last summer in Morrisville, North Carolina. Shubham Ranjani, we already saw the impact he had here today. Thunderbolts squad member. He's playing for KingsMan.
Just not very happy with something Harmeet Singh. Couple of times he's retaken his mark and his run up, but he has an arm ball which I think could be very deceptive on a surface like this. Very quick through the air. Can you see he's just sliding on, but that's what Sammy Aslam wants in this power play. He's so good at making great use of deliveries with width, like he got on that occasion. Only 2 though. Good fielding in the end.
It was great fielding. Again, when you consider how much the wind is taking the ball away in that direction, that's not easy to track a ball down to save it before the rope, but well done to save 2 runs there.
Doesn't get enough, but safely it lands for Sammy Aslam. Pretty slow start by his standards. He's hit a couple boundaries in that over against Liam Plunkett, but just 16 from 13. Does he play that sort of role in this innings where he looks to occupy the crease and allow Smith Patel and others to come? Got a lot of power, this Atlanta Fire team. Corey Anderson, Bhaskar Yadram. Do they be the ones to come in and really attack? Will help Harmeet Singh that he has a very experienced mind in Leon Plunkett on the field to help him with many things in terms of field setting, decision making. We'll have a big challenge though, bowling to Smith Patel. The two are very good friends and former teammates as well. That 2012 Under-19 World Cup, both played together, as well as Unmuk Chan, who we'll see in action a bit later today. So they know each other and know their games very well. It's going to be interesting though, because both of these players have that sort of nature to occupy the crease. They're not like a Mukta Ahmed who will go after the bowling. So I'm interested to see who makes that step of acceleration. Again, well fielded. This is an excellent over. Just 6 runs from it. How important was that final over? They got 20 runs from it, the Kingsmen. They were only 158 after 19 overs and got up to 181. 23 runs coming from that final over. Again, similar area, similar result. Excellent over from the captain. As usual, on the money to start. End of his first over. End of the 6th and the power play. 48 for 1. Well, if you're joining us for the first time, welcome to the MLC Champions Open here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston. 4 days of action, 8 matches, and 4 teams as well. So do expect some real high quality cricket like we've seen already throughout the day in these first 26 overs we've had. And it's going to be Ihsan Adil. Change of ends for Ihsan Adil as well. I just wondered now, maybe wanting to run in against the wind, but it does help his deliveries just to tail back in with that added wind, and it's helping him. So could definitely see the reasoning behind wanting to switch ends to come from this northern end. Such a skillful bowler though, with a strong wrist behind the ball. Ihsan Adil gets that sideways movement, especially on surfaces like this where you have that live green grass. First over was expensive though, went for 10 runs. But of course that was in the power play. Now he has the advantage of having 5 fielders out. Very straight this time, but no ball signal, so it's going to be a free hit. And clearly overstepping on that occasion, Ihsan Adil. PDP, how do these two batters in the middle play this situation? That asking rate is slowly increasing at 9.5 now per over.
What you do see in T20 cricket nowadays, franchise cricket, is just trying to stretch the match over. Stretch the match out, I should say. So even 10 and over off the last 10 isn't really insurmountable. I think these two are just more focused on getting a good start and then trying to capitalize in the last 10 once they get set. We saw how valuable it is getting set with Tejinder Singh, Saad Ali. It was a bit harder for guys coming in the middle to try and get their eye in on a pitch that's had at times an uneven bounce. So more than anything, the discussion between Smith Patel and Sami Aslam is just try and knock the ball around, get some singles, work the ball in, and just stretch it out so that if you can get it to, even if it's just 81 after 10 overs, and leave themselves 100 to get, 101 to get for the final 10, I'll feel like they're in with a shot.
Quite surprised Ihsan Adil is going for this line of attack against Smith Patel. Going with width, even though, yes, he has the added protection now in the offside, 3 fielders deep. But that ball by Liam Plunkett, it was the width that was smacked through the offside. And you know Smith Patel, you know he's very fluent on both that cover drive as well as the back foot punch. So don't think you want to stray there too often, because he will put you away. Just assessing things at the moment, the Atlanta Fire, ensuring that they have wickets in hand going into the last 10 overs where they can really attack. They've got some power to come in that batting lineup. That's the length. That's the length we saw work so well for Corey Anderson. Easton Adil's got a bit of extra pace, added height as well. Just deceiving Sami Aslam. It's been a good surface, balance in terms of good competition between bat and ball. The seamers have got something out of it. And when the ball hits that live green grass, it just seems to kick on off the surface. Run out chance. Had he hit, I think Sami Aslam may have been in some difficulty, but gets home in the end. Good comeback though from Ihsan Adil. First over went for 10. He's clearly found that right length. And because of that height, he's getting some extra bounce on this surface, making it difficult for these two in the middle. Just wonder how long before the shackles come off for these two batters. That run rate now is dipped well below 8 and over. I think it's only a matter of time before one of these two have to take that added initiative and look to find the boundary. Again, very straight. Seems to be the key against Smith Patel in terms of keeping him quiet.
Well, not just that, but bowling straight with the wind conditions. Talked about it. We saw the catch taken earlier, deep square leg. The wind is blowing out to the west, so you're bowling from this end, and he bowls straight, so they're trying to hit to the east where they're hitting into the wind. It's much, much more difficult to clear the boundary. He's got the long line on the deep square leg in place.
Again, width, but
thank you.
Doing really well in these last 2 overs to keep the boundary hitting to a minimum. The Atlanta Fire are going to need to make something happen in these next few overs because this game is slowly slipping away. Asking rate goes to 10 for the first time. End of 7 overs, 52 for 1. So there's plenty of batting to come. But you look at where the KingsMan really propelled this innings, or their innings I should say, it was in those last 5 overs. So I just wonder if teams are okay with playing it safe, going into the last 5 overs with wickets in hand, and then really going on the attack. Scored 63 runs in the last 5 overs, the KingsMan, at over 12.5 runs per over. So that could be the strategy needed to win this game for the Atlanta Fire. Harmeet Singh. Will be interesting to see how he uses his overs. His 4 will be very important. And we are seeing a trend grow in terms of bowlers, spinners especially, bowling in the last 5. Didn't see much of it in recent years, but the T20 game has continued to evolve. And in the minor league season, he bowled the 16th, 17th, even the 19th over at times, just because of his importance and his consistency. Again, can't find the boundary, Sami Aslam.
This is good bowling. And then, again, that's the advantage of batting first, being able to see how the conditions are working. It's not just the pitch, but the adjustments to the wind, which are always significant here in Prairie View. Knowing where you need to set your boundary riders not just for the pitch, but for the wind protection. Utilizing the wind to your advantage, and that's what they're doing here. Just bowling outside off stump to the right-hander, forcing him to hit into the wind. It's going to take an awful lot of muscle to try and clear the rope on that side of the ground going east. And with the left-hander on strike, again, you want to bowl fairly straight. He's got 3 boundary riders on the leg side.
Well, trying something here, Sami Aslam, but again, not able to execute. You can see the thinking with third in the circle, but can't execute that reverse sweep. 16 deliveries now without a boundary, Peter De La Pena.
Yeah, third man up in the ring there, and the wind is going in the direction of the shot. So you can understand the approach there. Not a bad option. However, we did see Shanjaya Surya fall to that shot early in the day. So again, even the unorthodox shots that can be very profitable in T20 cricket, they're not easy to execute at this ground today because of the variance in conditions that players are experiencing. So we saw some more players filtering through here. So Obis PNR will be playing later today.
Down the track again. He's tried to use his feet this time. Gets it away. And much needed boundary for the Atlanta Fire. That will help. Good way to end the over as well. 61 for 1.
That's not an easy shot to pull off. I don't think Harmeet Singh is going to mind that because you've got to really place this with surgical precision on that boundary. There's 3 boundary riders, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on in place, and you're hitting into the wind. That one bounced well short of the rope. When it came off the bat, I thought the fielder out there might have been in with a chance for a catching opportunity, but just tailed away with top spin on the ball, flicking it as a left-hander, and even though it bounced well short of the rope, that topspin tailing it away from the deep mid-wicket fielder just gets it over the boundary, but that is by no means an easy shot to find the boundary with, not just for the field setting, but also with the wind. He's hitting into the wind there. So that just shows what a top-class shot that was from Sami Aslam.
Will be Ihsan Adil to continue for a third over. Bit of a surprise roll of the dice from Harmeet Singh. I think he was very happy with what Ihsan Adil was able to do in that last over, which just went for 4 runs from this end. And because he has added options, given the strength of this KingsMan team, he may think that he can just gamble, bowl this extra Adil over, looking for that wicket. But of course, Sami Aslam, a man of so much experience. 13 tests at the highest level for Pakistan. 7 test 50s in those 13 matches as well. But this is a different format. He's done well in the minor league last couple of seasons. This will be a great test for these players, though, against a high-quality bowling lineup in every matchup. Just misses his run.
Yeah, so Ihsan Adil bowled really, really well over at Musa Stadium last year. Been somebody who's been on the radar now for some time since coming over to the U.S. to play in minor league cricket. He's got that experience with Pakistan, a lot of international experience all over the field on both sides, as well as later today in the second match.
Just getting a fish, an edge, yes! Ihsan Adil strikes. And that is what he's so good at, getting that bit of sideways movement off the surface. And I think it's Smith Patel, yes. Just fishes at the wrong one. And that is a big wicket. It was probably a long time coming. Pressure being built well by the KingsMan.
Yeah, he put the worm on the end of the reel. Just a little bit of bait out there on that 4th stump line. And do we call this a little bit of a trout nibble? Some bass? Some bass? What's the local fish here in this part of the world, Brian Walters? Catfish. It was a little bit of a catfish nibbling at that, the worm on the end of the reel there. Beautiful line. Beautiful channel from Ihsan Adil. He's just getting that little bit of movement off the pitch. Expert bowling. And you can see why he's going to be in demand come auction time as well.
Well, the key there was that he started the ball very straight, almost on that middle stump and just got a slight movement away off the surface, and it just took the edge of Smith Patel. Again, the bounce playing a part. A very high release point, making a big difference. So Saif Badar has come to the middle. Another Pakistani. Another one of those exciting players to watch. Prolific down the ground. He's one to keep your eye on as this MLC Champions Open continues. Played for the Pakistan under-19 side, the 2016 under-19 World Cup. Has been involved with PSL franchises as well in the Pakistan Super League. So has a lot of experience. So all Pakistani affair really. Two batters in the middle, as well as the bowler Ihsan Adil. So Adil will know a lot about him. Would have played first class here against him back in Pakistan. Shayan Jahangir behind the stumps. Another Pakistani, so almost took the edge of that one as well. And I think this is where you really see Ihsan Adil in a really good rhythm, when he's able to consistently challenge the fourth stump line of these batters and induce that outside edge. This has been really good stuff from the tall right arm seamer.
Yeah, you can see that height, why Cornet Dry was so successful. You get some height, you get some bounce, you get a little bit of movement off that pitch. That's that style of bowler has been succeeding today on both sides.
And surely once the KingsMan can keep the boundaries to a minimum, that asking rate will go up. So I think they don't mind the singles here and there, especially when they keep taking wickets. It continuously brings new batters to the middle. And a lot of bowling at the disposal, and options really at the disposal of Harmeet Singh. Seen 4 already in Liam Plunkett, Zia-ul Haq, Harmeet Singh and Ihsan Adil, but he still has a plethora of others to go to in terms of spin. Shahan Jayasuriya himself can bowl a bit of off spin. Shubham Ranjane with his medium pace, something that was very successful in the minor league towards the back end of the tournament. Sure, he will come into play with those cutters, which we saw from Corey Anderson, were very successful.
Almost as successful as digging deep into the thesaurus before coming on the broadcast today. Plethora, I love it. I love it.
Goes short this time. There is a man in the deep waiting, and he takes the bait. Sami Aslam, the second wicket to fall in the over, and the KingsMan are turning up the heat.
He's reeled in the whale. Much bigger than a catfish. Sami Aslam, the whale. Big wicket. And Ihsan Adil. Is he Captain Ahab?
Well, it was really the perfect setup, because Sami Aslam would have watched from the other end, would have seen all 4 deliveries go past the outside edge. Probably would have expected something full, but instead, Adil, using that extra height, went short, had the fine leg in place, and snapped him up. 2 wickets in the over, and all of a sudden the Fire are in some trouble.
And the wind is blowing to the west, so it's blowing to that side, but it's also blowing a bit to the south, so it's towards our commentary tent. So if you're top pitching the ball out there, it's going to hang up in the wind. So it's clever use of the conditions. If the top edge is going to sit up in the wind there, opens the door for Adil to use that bouncer bowling from this end, and it brings that fine leg fielder into play on the rope. Clever, clever bowling, clever thinking. He's got a plethora of wicket-taking options in his bag of tricks there, Nikhil.
I think it really speaks to the leadership of Harmeet Singh as well. Bowling Adil for this third over was a gamble, and it's paid off for him. Broken the partnership and taken both of the wickets. Corey Anderson. What an over that is. 2 wickets and just the 1 run. End of 9, 62 for 3.
Oh, Ihsan Adil has been paying attention to how Corey Anderson was bowling from this end, too. We saw Corey Anderson zap Milan Kumar on the gloves. That back of the line delivery, and Corey Anderson made to look a little bit uncomfortable with his first ball at the crease. And Ehsan Adil, how good is he looking today? 2 for 15 and 3 overs. Really making life difficult for the Atlanta Fire here in this chase. And that required run rate. I said if they could get it to 81 after 10, they'd be in with a shot. And at the moment, it's going to be a little bit steeper challenge than that from the looks of it, unless they get 19 or 20 in this over. As KingsMan in the field starting to really take control thanks to that Ehsan Adil spell.
Well, is it going to be a new bowler for the first time? Shayan Jayasuriya, his bit of off spin. So interesting move from Harmeet Singh. He had the ball initially, Harmeet Singh, but just I think knowing his importance, he's kept himself for a bit later on in the innings. Would you have taken the gamble, given the fact that you just got 2 wickets, you got 2 new batters in, knowing that he's a wicket-taking option?
Well, they've got some flexibility here. Again, 62 for 3. They're behind the run rate. So
maybe just sneaking over a 2.
yeah, you don't necessarily need to be taking as many risks with your bowling options. You can, like you said, just work through some other options to try and pinch an over or 2 from an option that you're not quite necessarily relying on perhaps to take wickets. Just burgling over.
I think the biggest worry from Harmeet Singh may have been the Corey Anderson, left-hander. You don't want that ball spinning in, hitting with the wind. Man, that's so powerful. Second fastest one-day international 100 to date. Only A.B. de Villiers has been able to beat that record. He already has had an excellent day with the ball in hand. Can he follow it up with the bat? They need him to fire. He was a long way down. That would be the only thing saving him. But you can see it just may have skid on a bit quicker than he was expecting.
Well, it's a twofold issue here with Shayan Jayasuriya bowling as we take a look at this LBW shot on the replay. And I wonder if he shuffled well outside off stump. That's the other thing. He stretched a long way forward. And it looks like we see it just go through. There's a lot of doubt there.
Looks a sweep again. This time he does it well.
So you've got the boundary protection, but also the way the wind has been blowing for most of the days, he could be hitting into the wind. So you bring on Shayan Jayasuriya, you're turning the ball away, and if you want to slog for 6 as a left-hander, you're not only are you hitting against the spin, but you're hitting into the wind. So that's another factor as to why it's a wise move to bring on Shayan Jayasuriya here, just to make that boundary option so much more difficult for Corey Anderson.
Keep an eye on Saif Badar, though. I watched him in the nets yesterday, and anytime spin was bowling, he was very clear in his planning against the spin to go down the ground. They are big straight boundaries, so it will be an added risk, but he likes playing very straight. But when he gets a short delivery like that, he will look to cut. But even so, coming back for 2 hard to hurry makes it. You don't mind that if you're the KingsMan. You're well on top of things. Yet again, another over where they haven't been able to score a boundary in the Fire.
Yeah, this is not good enough for the Fire, but conversely, the KingsMan just really, really clever bowling, utilizing the field, utilizing the wind conditions in their favor, and just making life very, very difficult for the Fire in this chase.
It's excellent thinking by Harmeet Singh, as you rightfully pointed out, PDP, at the beginning of the over. You've got 2 new batters in. Not that he necessarily needs to squeeze one in with so many options at his disposal, but he just figured that Shayan Jayasuriya could be, let's say, allowed to bowl a bit more against the Corey Anderson, now brand new to the crease, as opposed to if he had faced 10 deliveries.
The other thing, Corey Anderson is not somebody typically we see play an awful lot of reverse sweeps. Your best boundary option with the wind blowing the way it is, and if you've got the field up on the offside for a left-hander, it might be playing that reverse sweep, but he's somebody who doesn't really have that reputation as much compared to some other players. So if you force him to play in the orthodox style into the leg side with a natural sweep, you're hitting into the wind against the spin with the boundary protection. So it's just the deck is stacked against
The Fire batter's out in the middle right now.
Excellent from the Kingsmen. No matter who Harmeet Singh has given the ball to, they've been able to keep things very tight. 2 overs without a boundary. End of 10 at the halfway stage. The Fire have got some work to do. 67 for 3.
Hello and welcome to the MLC Champions Open. As we head to the last 10 overs of this first match, I'm Aman Patel, joined by Brian Walters. Brian, we've seen the Atlanta Fire struggle to really tee off at this stage of the game. The Kingsmen were 92 for 2. The Fire just 67 for 3 with Corey Anderson and Badar in the middle.
Good afternoon, Aman. The Fire have some work to do. The required rate is up to 11.5. Essentially, they need virtually 2 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. Now, they do have 7 wickets in hand, so they're not out of the game by any means, but there's no doubt that so far they've scored at the rate of 6.7 runs and over. They need to add another 6 to that virtually to be able to compete in this match. And the bowling so far has been excellent. Everybody who Harmeet Singh has given the ball to has given him exactly what he'd need from it. And there is no question that the pressure is building on these 2 at the wicket. Corey Anderson, of course, has been there before, so he knows what to do. Saif Badar, 5 from 6, both of them relatively new to the crease, but the hill to climb is steep.
And speaking of giving the ball to the different bowlers, it's Shubham Ranjane to bowl his first delivery. Showed off with the bat with a quick fire 30 to get the score to 181. See what he can do with the ball in hand. And you see this option because I think he's just going to keep Saif rooted to his spot. You heard Nico talk about it earlier. He likes to use his feet. You can see the keeper up at the stumps and just that pressure. If you can keep it on the stumps, keep the batter rooted there, just takes away a lot of options in terms of scoring.
That is excellent work. The keeper coming up to the stumps to limit exactly what you just said. So, you know, for medium pacer, that's a high level of skill to be able to do that.
This one is an outside edge, and it flashes over the top. We talked about it. He gives just a little bit too much width. It was a genuine outside edge, but any bit of bat on it with no protection out there was going to race away for 4.
Well, they say if you go after it hard outside off stump. A half-hearted shot would have landed that ball directly in the lap of Shehan Jayasuriya at short third, but it flies over his head, and he doesn't even bother chasing after it. He just sort of ends up recovering that ball, easily going away for 4. So they need as many of these as they can get, the Atlanta Fire. That required rate still hovering around 11.48. So remember that they need something close to 2 runs off every ball. They certainly have it here with that delivery, but there's 4 more balls to go. Let's see if Shubham Ranjane can make that adjustment.
This time is straighter and back of a length, too, and just punched down the ground for 1. That 4, Brian, the first 4 in 2 overs. So they desperately needed that. They need a lot more of that came from, as you mentioned, the run rate climbing up towards 12. But if you want one man in the middle, you want Corey Anderson there. You know he's got a lot of power. He can really send the ball around the park, and he's played on this wicket a heck of a lot through minor league cricket.
Well, the 2014 version of Corey Anderson broke my heart as a West Indian several years ago. Fastest century at that time, 1-day century that is. These days, a little bit older, but still tremendous amount of power.
And look to take the kitchen sink to that one there. Threw everything he had at it. Might have just stayed a touch low and just over the top of the stumps. And wow. I think disbelief from both Corey Anderson and the Kingsman.
Really interesting. So with the last 5 overs, let's include this current over ongoing. They've only scored the Atlanta Fire 24 runs. So the run rate is slowing down at a point where they don't need it.
Well, there's a one way to keep it from slowing too far down as a 4 straight back down the ground this time. Very watchful, saw it all the way through. Ranjane saying, well, how couldn't long gone not got there? Well, it was a fast outfield here, and Corey Anderson took advantage.
Well, looking at this, Corey Anderson plays this shot off the back foot, leaning back, almost in position to cut that ball, but he ended up playing it straight and piercing the gap between long on and long off. They need several more of those types of shots. But again, Corey Anderson, I think, not only has the power to be able to pull off such an accomplishment, but the experience that he has, I think, will go a long way toward getting the Atlanta Fire towards that total.
This time a little extra bounce. You see the fingers get rolled over it. And we saw that in the first innings. We continue to see it here in the second, and that'll end the 11th over, 76 for the loss of 3. And Brian, we're going to continue to see Shehan Jayasuriya with the ball in hand. 6 different bowling options used by Harmeet Singh. And again, he's had the luxury because all have been really good. He's been able to go deeper into his bag, and none of them have been taken advantage of. And if you're the Atlanta Fire, it's this point you're going to have to start doing so. This one is cut away, and it's going to find the gap for 4. That's the way Jayasuriya bowls. He bowls quick, and he bowls back of a length. This time, Vadar just hung back, got the width he was looking for, and able to squeeze it away for 4 runs.
Lovely looking shot. Now look at the field. There are 3 fielders in the deep on the leg side. There's the long on, the deep mid wicket, and the backward square leg. That tells me that if you are Jayasuriya, you need to be bowling a little bit straighter. That ball is well outside the line of off stump. And in fact, now you see him make the switch bowling around the wicket, which I think is going to be asking the batter, specifically Saif Badar, to hit in that direction.
This time on to the legs, and as you mentioned, Brian, hitting in that direction with all the protection out in the deep. They're not going to mind the ones at this stage of the game. It's really the boundaries that they're more concerned about. So if you are the Kingsman, I think you'd rather him be closer onto the body than he is away from the stumps.
There's no question. And this is intelligent bowling. You know, I think you could rightly say that that ball that was too far wide outside off stump was an error. But he makes the adjustment. And this will be an interesting matchup for me.
Use of the feet and straight back. Corey Anderson, you look to maybe come down the track and take him over the top. Jayasuriya spotted it early. A little bit of extra bounce and a very, very easy catch for Shehan. And there you go. There's Corey Anderson gone, and another wicket falls for the Atlanta Fire.
Big body blow that Corey Anderson almost caught in 2 minds. I think you're exactly right. For a split second, looked to be chipping down the wicket and then adjusted and just ended up meekly popping the easiest of return catches. I'm 54 years old. I think I would have taken that return catch myself. And Corey Anderson, I think, is going to be disappointed with that sort of a shot. So the 4th wicket goes down. I'll tell you, this digs the hole a little bit deeper because now you're going to have a new batter coming in. He's going to have to start over. And then Saif Badar, 15 from 11, now the senior partner. More is starting to be relied on from him because that required rate is now sneaking up. It is now 11.88, almost exactly at 2 runs a ball needed the rest of the way.
And like you mentioned, it's that required run rate that just makes a new batter coming into the middle all the more difficult because of the fact that now you have to score. There's no time to really get in, get your eye in, and set up. You just go from this ball on unless you feel you have the ability to take it on later in the innings. But if you are the Atlanta Fire, you have to imagine you're going to go at it now. And it's a scary thought if you are the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah.
As you see Zia Shahzad come out into the middle. And he'll get off the mark straight away. And again, the singles aren't going to hurt you if you are the Kingsman. It's about the boundaries at this point in the game, and you just haven't seen the Atlanta Fire get those off consistently.
So interesting. It's not only that the singles don't hurt as the bowling side, they actually help because each single from this stage, the required rate goes up.
Got onto the back foot, but just going to find the fielder. And you talk about singles helping. How about the dot balls? We talk about them as golden specks of dust already. In this stage, it's just ever the more merry. You see how quickly that required run rate shot up beyond 12 post that dot ball. And this one just be pushed. They're going to push hard for 2. Seems you need it every stage. Throw comes in. Chance of a run out. He's going to be safe. And again, it feels like that's the kind of runs they're going to have to take from this point on in the innings. And that'll end the 12th over, 84 for the loss of 4. Brian Ziashazad, who's a capable bat himself, strike rate above 110 in minor league cricket as a part of the Golden State Grizzlies. Has a high score of 74, and he's going to need all of that as 98 runs are still required from the Atlanta Fire, and they're going to need it in quick fashion. You mentioned earlier their required run rate, 12.25, and no shortage of bowling options for Harmeet Singh and the Kingsmen.
Well, if you're Harmeet Singh, one of the benefits of having rotated your bowlers as easily or as skillfully as you have is that you have several bowlers who still have a couple of overs up their sleeves. And so make that Esan Adil, I think, has 1 remaining. But all of the bowlers so far have done very well, with maybe the slight exception of Liam Plunkett, ironically, who's the former Test and one-day ODI England bowler. He went for 12 in his first over, but apart from that, the rest of the bowlers have absolutely carried the day. And going back to Liam Plunkett here to see if he can buy a few more cheap overs and continue to turn the screws.
And a delay. They said, wait, and it's going to be called a dead ball. Liam Plunkett, I'm not going to say is too happy about that one, but you could hear the cry of wait from the very beginning. So that one's going to be ruled a dead ball. But you mentioned it. Liam Plunkett might be the exception of being expensive. It's quite the opposite when you look at the Atlanta Fire bowling attack. You saw Cornet Dry was economical. Outside of him, it felt pretty expensive all the way through. You did have Zia Shahzad, who came in with some leg spin towards the end and really rattled things back. But expensive was the theme you felt for the Atlanta Fire. For the Kingsmen, outside of Liam Plunkett, you've seen everybody keep it to maybe a boundary every 2 overs. And that's the kind of bowling that's going to help you defend 180. It's going to help you defend 160, 120, whatever you want to throw out there. So the Kingsmen, they've been very clinical here so far.
Absolutely. So 98 more runs needed for victory. They need 98 in 48 deliveries. So the hill to climb is steep. It will be interesting to see how quickly Zia Shahzad switches to attack mode.
Again, just a single out to mid-off. And you see, didn't even worry about throwing it. Probably could have been interesting had he made contact, but it's not even worth it. The singles, as you mentioned, they only help you at this point if you are the Kingsmen. And you can see Zia Shahzad and Liam Plunkett just sharing a couple of words as well. A smile on Liam Plunkett's face at the end of the exchange.
Zia Shahzad now faced 2 balls and scored 2 runs. What I started saying a second ago is, at what point does he feel the need to start cutting loose? And of course, not just Zia Shahzad. Saif Badar has been there now for 13 deliveries. He's on 17 with 2 fours. Maybe it's incumbent upon him to attempt to take the bull by the horns.
Well, there's a bull by the horns. Has he got all of it? Yes, he has. That indeed. And you talked about it. When do they switch that gear? Badar, who's been there for a minute, he's going to be the one to take it on and takes on Liam Plunkett all the way. Good enough for 6 runs.
Well, I don't mind that at all with the angle, right arm over the wicket, slanting in, just getting it, I guess, in the not quite in the slot, but the line was probably a little bit too straight. It was probably a middle stump line. So he goes through with the shot, Saif Badar, and is able to elevate that ball. Now, what I want to see is that ball outside off stump. Make him play from there.
This one is right on the stumps and just worked into third man for 1. Again, no real intensity to throw that ball in from the inner circle because they know it's the 6s, it's the 4s that are going to change this game, not the 1s. No need to worry about those quick singles and maybe have an overthrow for 4 and then boom, it's just a whole nother situation. It's just been really smart here from the Kingsmen all the way through. This one short, pulled away. Fielder coming around and just going to keep that one off a fumble. And they are going to get 2 quite easily in the end. And that can hurt you in the end. Those twos are going to be vital for the Atlanta Fire if they want to make a run at 182.
A bit of fumble. That's more, I guess, a psychological body blow than an actual body blow. Because even with that fumble, you're still looking at a required rate that's exactly 12. So look to watch how Zia Shazad Zia Shazad closes this over out, because a big part of it is going to be capitalizing on the last two.
Well, this one's short, top edge, and it's going to be over the keeper and going to be 4 runs at the very least. And again, Liam Plunkett, you can see him try to employ that short ball strategy. The only problem is when that much bounce comes through, any bit of bat on it is going to race away for 4.
We'll see here on the replay, he actually tried to pull that ball from wide outside of off stump. Interestingly, I think if he stays back and cuts that, he gets more runs in the third man area. Well, he got 4 runs anyway. but
no harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. But that top edge that flies directly back over the head of the keepers, the keeper could easily have gone straight to the keeper.
And this one just pushed into the offside by Liam Plunkett, so it will be that single to end the over, and probably the best over we've seen for the Atlanta Fire since that Liam Plunkett over in the 5th over. Liam Plunkett continues to be expensive. 13 overs gone, 99 for a loss of 4.
Well, it's interesting. Let's just note that 15 runs came off that over. So you went into the over needing 2 runs off of every ball. Well, you got that plus 3 in that last over. So you're going to need a lot more of that if you're the Atlanta Fire, but at least let's just say the ship is going in the right direction. Captain has adjusted the rudder, so to speak. I'm failing in my my navigation, C-word navigation analogy here. But let's just say you will accept what you just got for the Fire from these 2 batters, Saif Badar and Zia Shazad. Saif Badar now up to 24 from 15. Zia Shazad 9 from 5 with that 1-4. So big picture, you still need another 83 runs from another 42 balls. It's not by any means going to be easy, but let's just say that the psychological impact of having the required rate come down in that last over, I think, puts you in good stead and makes you feel like you can push toward hopefully what would be a victory if you're the Atlanta Fire.
Well, Harmeet Singh, seeing that 15-run over, brings himself on as he sees the right-hander on strike. This one in the air and just away from that man sitting there at point. Hands on the head for Harmeet Singh as they'll come back for 2. And again, good running from Shazad and Badr. And on every delivery that's not a boundary, they're going to need 2 runs. And you can see them with the intent straight away to come back for 2. It felt like they were always going to come back.
That's exactly right. And, you know, if the ball doesn't go directly to that sweeper out in the deep, I think, yeah, you all absolutely have to push for 2s.
This one pulled into the leg side. They're just going to settle for 1. Infielder came into that one storming, and Harmeet Singh, this is why he's brought himself back on. He knows he can quicken it up through the air, keep it on a length, and not give any easy shots for these 2. And again, we'll see if Badar elects to come down the ground or if he wants to sit further back in his crease and try to carve that point region. Stays full and just worked into the leg side for 1. Again, Harmeet Singh, he'll take this all day.
Well, Harmeet Singh will enjoy bowling to these 2 right-handers. He's not an easy bowler to get after. He pushes it through, doesn't necessarily flight it, but it's also, if there's any grip or any turn, it's away from the 2 right-handers. And so you're asking both of them to go big over the leg side when the reality is the ball is turning away, as that one is played into the cover as a sweeper out there coming off the boundary to just limit the damage to 1. So just 5 from the over so far, 2 balls remaining, and the hill is starting to get a little bit steeper again for the Atlanta Fire.
Gonna need some big shots, and again, when do they flip that switch? This one just pushed right back to Harmeet Singh, basically negates that double they started the over off with.
Yes.
And again, Saibadar, he's showing off the flick. You can see him practicing a couple of times. One of these occasions, it's gotta have to be a pull. It's gonna have to be all the way into the sky. And this one just worked into the leg side, and they're just gonna get 1. Badar was never interested in that second. And a good over for the Kingsmen. 14 gone, 105 for a loss of 4. And it's getting some drinks now are the 2 bats in the middle. And again, with 6 overs to go, this is where now you have to tee off. Don't really have any more time. The required run rate over 12, almost touching 13. and your run rate's only 7.5, you're going to have to get going, and the task is never getting easier. You're not going to get really a break with any of these bowlers, as you see Zia ul Haq coming into the attack. So again, no breaks coming for the Atlanta Fire.
What an advantage it is to have not just a left-arm spinner, but a left-handed pace bowler. A left-handed pace bowler of Zia ul Haq's stature, who's played at the highest level for Pakistan. Didn't look necessarily very threatening when his first over, but he finally eventually found his right line and length. And I expect for this action from left arm over the wicket, slanting across both right-handers, that they're going to be finding it difficult to turn and play him away on the onside, which is where the power game is going to come from. So I think if you're Harmeet Singh, you'll accept an over here that goes for 7, 8, 9 runs even, because then that continues to turn the screws even more.
And with the batting attack left for the Atlanta Fire, you still have Bhaskar Yadram in the wings. So batting to come is this one. Well, there's the innovation there. Just cramped all the way over to that off stump and just basically ramps it over the top of that fine leg inside the circle. And Saad Babar said, you know what, now's the time to go. Pace on, I'm going to take advantage.
Well, in looking at this, I mentioned with the left arm over angle that the ball would be slanting across. Well, this is not slanting across. This is directly at the batter's body from over the wicket, which makes it a much easier hit for the right-hander. And then with fine leg inside the circle, all you needed to do was just elevate the ball over that fielder. And that's the easiest of the 4s that will be hit today by Saif Badar. He's now up to 30 from 19.
And that's just understanding where the fielders are. He sees there's only one man out on the deep on the legs on the offside, and that's just your deep point. So if you were going to attack there, it probably would have been back of a length. Understanding probably going to be on the body with deep backward square, with a deep mid wicket, and you also have yourself that long on fielder. Understanding he's probably going to be on the body line at some angle. So he just moves all the way across the stumps and gives himself the room and the ability to just navigate it in different pockets. This goes short again, and again misses that fine leg fielder. And again, 4 more. This could be the over the Atlanta Fire were looking for. And Saif Babar, he's pouncing on Zia ul Haq.
I have to say, and Zia ul Haq has played the highest levels. This is a short ball that is going down the leg side. This is even more down the leg side than the previous delivery. So anything on that bat, glove, it wouldn't have mattered. With fine leg inside the circle, that's going to be 4 every time. So it's just a matter of going back to the basics. My goodness, get that ball on off stump, short of a length. That really is all that's required from here.
You don't want to see him overcorrect here. We saw him in his first spell. What he would do is, after a couple of times, he would stray down the leg side. He then went full and wide, and that was slapped over the top of covers. He's brought in deep point. So it still means he's going to be on that leg side, that body line. Maybe fuller. Doesn't want to get full and wide, though. It'd be too easy for Babar. Does go onto the body line, but it's going to be wide. Babar feels like he missed out, but it's just runs added to the tally, and they'll take runs at any margin they get them.
So is this the over? Is this the over that pushes the Atlanta Fire further down the road of thinking that they may actually be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, to snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat? That required rate exactly at 12. It's still coming down. You still have 3 or 4 balls to go in this over. 9 runs have already been scored.
They're just moving around, and Haq doesn't move off that Yorker length. Just going to keep it a 1. But a count is maybe 2 because you had that wide delivery. So they'll still take it, but again, Haq, he wasn't phased by the movement from Babar, who's just trying to throw him off of his line, stuck to his stuff, and I think you're going to see him continue to stick to that Yorker length here.
Boy, I don't mind the Yorker length. Really, the length is much less the issue than the line. The line, as a left-handed fast bowler, the line is going to be the biggest variable between being hit and being somewhat economical.
Shahzad on strike. And this one just pushed back down the ground. And there you go, Brian Walters. He's saying, thank you. Finally, you're listening, as he goes on to middle and off stump. And that time, nothing more that could be done except to push down the ground for 1.
I would prefer to see the batters have to try something different. Maybe a ramp or a scoop or something other than, just feeding it where they can score easily off of it. So if they ramp you off of a good ball, hats off to them. But just make them work.
This one's pulled into the leg side and pulled over the leg side. That's 6 more for the Atlanta Fire, 6 more for Saif Badr, who's really taking a liking to Zia ul Haq.
Biggest over officially of the innings so far. 17 from it with 1 to come. And he takes full toll of this. Looking at that delivery, maybe slightly paced off, but it's a ball that is a hit-me ball. It sort of sits up and begs to be hit. And Saif Badr absolutely pouncing all over it. He's now up to 41 from 22, striking it at a 186 strike rate, 4 fours and 2 sixes, 1 ball to come.
And this one pulled into the leg side. Again, back of the length. Fielders there, and we'll just keep it to 1. No, they're thinking about 2. Chance of a run out the bowler's end, and they'll get back. Looked like it could be disaster in the making, but they make it back to end an eventful 15th over. It's 124 for loss of 4.
Just 5 overs remain in this encounter. Could go either way. We saw the KingsMan score 63 runs in the last 5. The Atlanta Fire only need 58. Where's your money, Brian Walters?
Squarely in my pocket, Nikhil. But I have to tell you, it's one thing to have good bowlers and have them have a good resume behind them, but you still need to put the ball in the right areas. And so what I would say is that I need, for my senior bowlers especially, to make sure that they're bowling deliveries that are difficult to score off of. You saw several hit-me balls bowled in that last over by Zia ul Haq. And now the equation a little bit more in the direction of the benefit for the Atlanta Fire. They only need another 11.6 runs and over to go from here. Still a long way to go. It's not easy to score 58 from 30 balls, but they absolutely have a chance.
Yeah, some discussion by Harmeet Singh as to who bowls this 16th over. He has a very important decision to make because he has 1 remaining and Isan Adil has 1. And you think who's going to make up these final 4? I think he's taking a bit of a gamble after that last over went for 19. I'm not so sure he would have bowled this over. But he realizes that Saif Badr seems like the wicket to get. 43 from just 23. Strike rate of 187. What a revelation he's been for the Fire, who looked down and out at one stage. We're 67 for 3 after 10. Comes back for 2. One thing I've noticed about Saif Badr, Brian, the running between the wickets. So astute at getting to the other end. He really puts pressure on the fielders.
Well, it's such a major part of the game. You know, you can score big in several different ways. You can hit big, 4s and 6s, or you can absolutely be an athlete and sprint through the runs. And so if you have both in your arsenal, then that just allows you to challenge the fielding side in a number of different ways.
Through extra covers. Well hit by Zia Shazad. Fielded as well, though. That's what you do tend to get at Prairie View. It's a nice outfield. You can slide. Save those boundaries. When that wicket fell at 81 for 4, the wicket of Corey Anderson, were you surprised that they maybe didn't send Bhaskar Yadram, someone who is known for his power hitting ability, ahead of Zia Shazad?
That's certainly an interesting thought. It would not have been out of the realm of possibility. I'll say more after this. But I think one thing that they might have considered is, okay, if we're going to keep Bhaskar Yadram back, then those who are going after him before him need to have more of a sense of urgency. Given the way that the innings has played out, I think in retrospect it may have been a better option to bring him in sort of as a pinch hitter. You know, even if he gives you about 30 or 40 runs from 15 or 20 balls, that certainly would have had you more along the path close to victory as compared to where they are right now.
Again, Harmeet Singh, just such a skilled spinner. Finger spin, not been the easiest to bowl in these conditions. Small square boundaries, especially on the onside of Saif Badr, but he just finds a way. So good at using the changes of pace. That's what makes him so special. And wanted 2 there, Zia Shazad, but definitely not on. And again, after a 19-run over, he's come and pulled things back magnificently well. Just gone for 6 runs in the first 5 deliveries.
Such a skill to have that ability to just pull the over rate back, or the run rate rather, just after such an expensive over. This is a huge bonus.
Dot ball. Excellent closeout for Harmeet Singh. Could that be the over that wins his team this game? End of 16 overs. 52 needed for victory. 130 for 4. And Brian, it's been a good partnership for the Atlanta Fire. Worth 48 runs, is coming just 24 balls at the right time. They have wickets in hand, a lot of power, as we mentioned, to come. But they do have Ihsan Adil, who's probably been the pick of the bowlers for the KingsMan to deal with. It's an interesting choice, though, going for Ihsan Adil, because many would argue, you know, you want to save him for maybe the 18th or 19th over. But Harmeet Singh has made it very clear. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to go for the kill.
3 overs, 2 for 15 by Ihsan Adil, so I think that qualifies him, as you mentioned, as being the best bowler on the day. But after this, and you mentioned it, where are the other overs going to come from? Maybe Shubham Ranjani, who's only bowled 1 for 9. Maybe Zia-ul Haq, who was extremely expensive in this last over, and then Liam Plunkett, who's going for almost 12 runs and over. So a good roll of the dice here by Captain Harmeet Singh.
Just a single to start. It is a big gamble, because I think many would have expected Adil to bowl the penultimate, which is usually your most important over in the T20 innings. But I think Harmeet Singh might just see the opportunity to take a wicket here and almost finish this game off once you break this partnership. So as batters in the middle, do you play it safe and look to get maybe 7 or 8 runs from this over and then attack? Or do you continue to attack?
I would play the balls as they're delivered to me from Ihsan Adil. And if we get 7 or 8 from the over, wonderful. But you know you have to go all guns blazing next.
Goes wide and does have that tendency to use the win Ihsan Adil, start the ball very straight and just allow it to go away. But of course, with that win, sometimes it can go a bit too wide, like on this occasion.
Boy.
Very hard to control the way he releases the ball. Almost rolls his fingers on the side of the ball to get that inward movement initially. Another swing and a miss, and that is what Harmeet Singh would want.
I think it's an interesting question that you pose as to whether or not it made sense to bring Ihsan Adil back. And I think were I captain, I'd probably kept him back for the 19th. But I will tell you that with each dot ball and with each single, as that required rate keeps climbing, that decision has been sort of justified. And if Ihsan Adil can get out of this over only having conceded 6 runs or fewer, then I think that accomplishes the task of not necessarily turning the screws all the way, but certainly putting them more on the path to victory.
Goes full again, but there is protection, and it's just a single. It's turning out to be a dream over for the KingsMan, and it's really been Ihsan Adil and Harmeet Singh that have controlled the stem of flow in this matchup in terms of with the ball in hand, because we saw how high scoring this surface was. 181 put on by the KingsMan. Now they've ensured that they just keep the boundaries to a minimum, especially. They've bolted their field well. Very full. He has the protection for it. Goes pace off. Has he got it straight enough? He has. Saif Badar, he's watched from the other end for a while. A much needed boundary off of Ihsan Adil, which has been very rare today.
Certainly went pace off. Just for a split second, without having seen where the line of that ball was headed, I thought that mid-on or long-on would have been in with a chance, but it was certainly too straight for him. Always room to score straight down the ground. You're not allowed to have fielders there. So very welcome boundary. Saif Badar now up to 49. In the context of this innings, it's a huge, huge part of the chase. Let's see if he has enough to be able to push in that direction.
They have just got a bit predictable with that slower ball. Isan Adil was too short, so it gave Saif Badar enough time to size it up. One away from a half century. And he'll get it. Second 50 we've seen in this MLC Champions Open. Saif Badar, 28 balls, exactly what they needed at this stage for the Pakistani. He'll be happy with that in the first matchup.
He'll be happy with it, but if you see, there was literally no celebration whatsoever because he knows that they still have a lot of work to do. There's no question that he might be the most important cog the rest of the way. And they still need another 44 runs from 19 balls. Isan Adil with his last ball of his spell.
Again, very full but very straight, and it's forcing the batters of the Atlanta Fire to hit too long off and long on. Excellent over, even though he conceded the boundary. That could be a very important over in the grand scheme of this game. End of 17, just 3 to go, Brian. 139 for 4.
Oh, buckle up. 3 overs, 43 runs. Is that doable? Absolutely. Is it going to be easy? No. But everything has to do with how well these bowlers the rest of the way bowl. We mentioned that Harmeet Singh sort of rolled the dice in being able to bring his best bowler on the day back on for his last over in over number 17. So it remains to be seen whether the remaining bowlers, and let's see who's going to be bowling now. It's going to be, it looks like Shehan Jayasuriya. How big of a roll of the dice is this?
Wow.
You bring a spinner on here. Really interesting.
Yeah, it really is a huge risk. You have 2 right-handers, and if he misses his length and goes too short, he's hitting into the smaller square boundary with the wind. So it's a huge risk being taken by Harmeet Singh. But if you've watched Harmeet Singh in the past and the way he leads, he likes to be aggressive. Could be a master stroke. We'll know in 6 balls' time, that's for sure.
Wow, huge roll of the dice here.
Not a bad start, though. Going full. Just 1. You take that if you're Jayasuriya. And his first 2 overs was very good. Just went for 13 runs and picked up the important wicket of Corey Anderson.
No question. You see Zia Shahzad looking to attack attack Jayasuriya immediately, skipping down the track. That is a great ball. Bang on target. Yorker length. And the man who has 50 from 28 behind his name, not able to force that one away.
Goes big this time, though. But he's into the wind, and it holds out. Into that fan. You don't want to be hitting the ball there. And at first, it looked like it was sailing for 6. Instead, it's taken by the long-on fielder. Could that be the final blow?
Well, it's certainly not the final blow yet, but that's a huge step in that direction for the KingsMan. And we talk about the aggressive captaincy of Harmeet Singh, something that both of us sort of opened our eyes wide when the ball was given to Shehan Jayasuriya. Well, it immediately pays dividends. That ball lofted into the deep. Yes, without the wind, I think that sails over the boundary, but the wind does enough to hold it up. And that is Liam Plunkett out there who takes a good catch down low. The 5th wicket goes down, score now 140 for 5.
Well, it was a big gamble for Harmeet Singh, but it's looking like it's paying off. Good skills being shown by Shehan Jayasuriya as well. Not only to be able to bowl in the middle overs on a surface which has been tough for spinners with the smaller square boundaries, but to come back in the back end of the innings and still hold his own, take that important wicket. I think he's showing that he can not only provide something with the bat in hand, he can be an asset with the ball for teams picking next week Sunday at that Major League draft.
Certainly he would have been somebody who would have been on the radar of any of those teams. But being able to show it here in this tournament is not a bad thing. Here's the man that we talked about earlier, Bhaskar Yadram, gets off the mark immediately with a single down to long off. But that only makes the job harder. As we said, when you're chasing such a high total, each single makes the job harder. That required rate now up to 17.57.
Again, another dot ball. I just wonder, Zia Shahzad, 22 from 18. I really wonder if they missed the trick not sending Bhaskar Yadram to make use of those 18 deliveries. Someone that, I mean, Zia Shahzad is very capable. Very capable. He's got a couple 50s in the minor league season, but Baskar Yadram is that known six-hitter. Someone that can sort of bring you back into this game. You had a Saif Badar at the other end going well. All that will be things for Sami Aslam and his Atlanta Fire to look back on.
Wow. This is really, really interesting. We're now only 3 runs coming from that over. What an absolutely spectacular over bowled by the experienced Shehan Jayasuriya. And the task is that much more difficult now for the Atlanta Fire. In the last 2 overs, they need 40 runs.
Now into the 19th over, the most important over of the innings. Still 40 to get from 12. It's not impossible. We've seen crazier things happen in cricket, and you have Baskar Yadram there. If he can get hold of 2 or 3 deliveries hitting with the wind, they could really go a long way. And Liam Plunkett has been expensive today. So, interesting 12 deliveries coming up. What field does he have? That will be key. Long off, long on. And then 2 square on the onside boundary. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. And deep cover in the offside. So it tells you probably will look to go back of the length. But instead goes Yorker. Typical double bluff you see in T20 cricket.
That's a great Yorker. I think the point that you just made has to be emphasized, which is the wind coming, as you look at your screens, is coming from the top left to the bottom right. So anything that is elevated in the long on direction is going to be helped by the wind. So job 1 for Liam Plunkett here is going to be able to keep that ball out of the zone that would allow the ball to be hit in that way.
Well, that will be very valuable runs coming for the Atlanta Fire. Mention that man Baskar Yadram. If he gets going, this game could be over in a hurry. He just needs a couple deliveries to get in.
Oh, look at this full toss down the leg side. Just anybody can put that away for runs. Doesn't matter that fine leg was back on the boundary. Just too much of a hit me ball. And anybody who's worth their salt can get runs off of that type of ball. You're going to need your senior bowler here to bowl that ball in the areas that makes it difficult for Baskar Yadram to score.
Well, you think back to that 2019 One International World Cup where Liam Plunkett, of course, won with England. The reason he was brought back into that England team was because of the variation and the asset on those types of surfaces where he's able to take pace off the ball. Something that I think, in terms of the cutters, we saw success from Corey Anderson and something he'll be trying to exploit on this surface. So far has not gotten it right, but has the ability in these 2 deliveries to forget that because he's an experienced player and make a difference by getting a wicket. Into the pitch with the wind, but he's hit it straight to the man at long on, and that's what we mentioned. The ability to come back into the game, Liam Plunkett. Big wicket, could that be it for the Atlanta Fire?
Huge wicket. That is the back of Zia Shazad. Pretty straightforward catch. That's Milind Kumar out there. I'm sorry, that's get the name of that fielder shortly, but a pretty straightforward catch. Went to him at head height and he cupped it. Pretty straightforward catch. So that still leaves another 34 runs off of 8 balls. And even though Liam Plunkett has been expensive, you'll take the wicket that he gives you. And even that, the second ball of this over that went for 4, still only conceded 6 runs so far with 2 balls to come. So that's definitely going in the right direction if you are the KingsMan. New batter in.
Corner drives come to the middle. He can hit it a long way, but I wonder if the plan will just be to get Baskar Yadram on strike. Already hit 1 boundary. Can he hit a couple more? Not the penultimate over they would have been looking for, though, just 6 runs from it. Again into the pitch, and that seems to be the successful length for seamers today. We saw it from Dry, who bowled the new ball earlier today. Was very dangerous. And now Liam Plunkett, a man that hits the deck very hard. It's good skillful bowling.
So just 1 ball remaining. Baskar Yadram. Wonder if there would be a chance, or at least a thought in Baskar Yadram's mind, to take a single here to look to get all of the last over. It will be interesting to see because let's just see what happens here.
try to take it on. But again, not really coming on. And a run out could have been very close as well. The ball not really coming onto the bat. Overcast conditions. Bit of a tough surface to bat on. So ends 19 overs in this encounter. We're down to 6 balls and they need 5 sixes at least to have any chance the Atlanta Fire. 150 for 6.
In the grand scheme of things, Nikhil, 8 overs, or 8 runs coming from the 19th over is actually a very, very good outcome for the Kingsmen. So you mentioned that the penultimate over, the 19th, is always the most important. The reality is that even with one bad ball in that over, Liam Plunkett delivered a really good over, one that you'd expect from your senior bowler. So now this will be Ziaul Haq, who's had an indifferent sort of a match so far with the ball in hand. He's so far bowled 3 overs. He's gone for 32 runs. Has taken 1 wicket, which is not insignificant. But speaking of 32, that's the exact number of runs needed for the Atlanta Fire. They'll need to be looking to attack Ziaul Haq here from ball 1.
Swing and a miss, and that will almost wrap it up for the Kingsmen. Just talk about experience though. Liam Plunkett had went for 33 runs in his first 2 overs, but always would have been backed in that situation to come back for that penultimate. Just knowing the type of bowler he is, and even on a tough day, able to hold his nerve, execute at the death. Think about those important overs. The 17th over from Isan Adil took 2 wickets in that over. Don't forget Harmeet Singh's over. It just went for 6 runs. The 16th. And they'll look back on those things, the Kingsmen, and really see that as the reason. But let's not forget the finish with the bat as well. 63 runs, Brian, came from the last 5 overs. They were only 158 after 19 overs. So a similar position to the Atlanta Fire.
You're exactly right. And so we're essentially administering the last rites here. Without extras, this game is going to end in a victory by the Kingsmen. Bhaskar Yajram, I think it's going to be a talking point that the question that you asked me whether or not he should have been brought in earlier. But none of that matters now. This is just good execution towards the back end by Ziaul Haq. Really no pressure at this point because obviously with 31 runs needed with another 3 balls to go, this game is essentially over.
Another full toss. He's looked for that Yorker, but he's missed on a couple of occasions. Ziaul Haq. I think when they're trying to decipher the player of the match, Shubham Ranjane should get a lot of credit and be in that reckoning, Brian, because even though he didn't score the most runs, 30 from 17, hit 3 sixes, and took 23 runs from Brody Couch's final over, which clearly made the difference.
And it's when he scored those 30 runs is what made the difference. I think you're exactly right.
Was paced off. Nearly took out Bhaskar Yajram in the process. Forceful. But it won't matter too much. Corner dry. He does have those long levers.
So you will like this, Nikhil. I once got a player of the match in a match for scoring 29 runs. It's because those 29 runs, 20 of those runs came in, I think, the second to last over of a chase that we won. So, you know, it's not sometimes the biggest number, but when those numbers happen, that makes a big difference.
You can watch Brian Walters in the over 60s. Watch him every weekend in the over 60s matchups. Want to see you getting those player of the matches, Brian. But one more delivery in this, and it should be done. And that's it. The first matchup of the MLC Champions Open is going to go the way of the Kingsmen. It's been a quality all-round performance from them. Full again and more runs. Mid on up in the circle. So will be a consolation prize for the Atlanta Fire, who only get to 159 in their 20 overs. Not a bad score, but still the Kingsmen winning by 22 runs in the end.
Pretty straightforward and maybe even an anticlimactic finish to this match. A couple of blows in the last over by Corny Dry. Ends up being not out, which is always a good thing, but the Kingsmen winning it easily by 22 runs. Fantastic match to start with. There was drama up front. good flourish that closed out the innings for the Kingsmen. You mentioned Shobham Ranjan and what he did with the bat. And then towards the back end, even though for a minute the Atlanta Fire seemed to be threatening, we were not able to pull it out. Here we see the final scorecard. Sami Aslam 22, Mukhtar Ahmed 16. And after that, a couple of relatively useful contributions led by Saif Badar, 50 from 30. But just not too much done by that middle order and needing to do too much at the end. Pretty straightforward victory.
Well, the bowling, very good from Isan Adil. Picked up 2 wickets in an over. Shayan Jayasuriya as well. The part-time option, showing that he can be an all-round asset. The seamers were expensive today. Both Plunkett and Zia Hat went for over 10 and over. And Ranjani just with the 1 over. So in the end, Harmeet Singh will be very happy with this performance. A spirited all-round performance by the Kingsmen. And a good way to start this MLC Champions Open. Don't go too far though, because in a matter of 15 minutes or so, we will have the second game of today. So stay tuned to the MLC Network or wherever you're getting this coverage from. It was a pleasure bringing you the coverage of the first match, first of 8 in this MLC Champions Open. It's bye for now. Well, we welcome you into the second match of this MLC Champions Open, and what a start, what a day it's been so far. A high-scoring encounter in match number 1, which saw the KingsMan win against the Atlanta Fire by some 22 runs. And now in match number 2, we get a look at the other two teams and the tons of talent we have on display here. Brian Walters alongside me at this tournament, and of course, all these players, about 60 of them competing for really the interest of the scouts of the 6 franchises of the Major League who are here in attendance and will be picking next week Sunday. So in the toss, Sam Army won the toss and opted to bat first. A contrast to what we saw earlier in the day, where the winning captain of the toss chose to bowl. Brian, what can we expect from this matchup?
I think you take the pitch out of the equation because any demons that you saw from it being moist earlier on, I think that has been gone. And with overcast conditions, I think it's going to play pretty true between now and the end of the match. So I don't think it matters much whether you bowled or batted first. More so it's up to the preference of the captain. And so the captain for the Samp Army choosing to have a bat. Ali Shafiq with the new ball in hand. And I think he'll be one to watch for. Good, pacey, accurate bowler. Maybe not quite the pace that you saw in the first match from Corny Dry, but a very good bowler in his own right. And I expect that you'll see from David White, who is the opener, who's currently standing at the non-strikers end.
And Lahir Malant at the other end. So not an easy opening pair to bowl to if you are the UMMC Knight Riders. But just on this surface, I think, as you can see from the first game, it is pretty high scoring. Had 181 and then 159 being scored. But you haven't had that sunshine to sort of drought the surface, so you will still get that variable bounce. But batters, once you can deal with that, you still can cash in. It's a quick outfield. You can use the sides, smaller dimensions. And these two know all about scoring runs in the middle. They've both scored the most runs for their respective franchises. First delivery underway here at the Prairie View. Starts outside the off stump, has to re-bowl it. You look at this Samp Army team, Brian, I think I'm very close to saying they could be the strongest team in this tournament. 4 top 10 run scores from the minor league season in this lineup.
Not only that, and as you would expect with several of these teams, there's a lot of varied experience, but there's from top to bottom, they're just match winners all the way down the lineup. So I think I agree with you that if they're not the most talented team in this entire lineup, they're one of the top 2, I think.
See Ali Shafiq just trying to push the ball across. Again, similar to Isan Adil, one of those bowlers that can use their wrists and just push the ball across the left-handed batter. But David White will be a whole different challenge because this is a man that you talk about hitting sixes, especially in the power play, and making use of this hard new ball. He's done it better than most. Most sixes in that minor league season. Playing on the West Coast. So right-hand, left-hand combination for Samp. What do you make of that decision, win the toss and bat?
Again, I think it plays into what you're comfortable with doing, and maybe the Samp Army thinks, you know what, let's put a total on the board and put the pressure on them to chase it, have scoreboard pressure come into play. David White, of course, a tremendous batter. Going back to something that you just said, though, about the variable bounce. You see that last delivery from Ali Shafiq, bouncing a little bit extra. Lahir Milanta doing well to ride the bounce and get it down to third, but that's something to watch for as we go through this innings.
This time goes full. No ball signal, though. It was a gem of a delivery.
Turned him inside out with that delivery, but unfortunately for Ali Shafiq, as we see here on the replay, certainly overstepping. Not quite there with his run-up just yet, Ali Shafiq. And I think from our angle here, it looks like he was just over. We're not square, so it's not exactly easy to tell, but just from our view, it looks like umpire Shane Samuels with the correct call there. So the first free hit of the match.
Free hit coming up, and also a rare opportunity for David White to open his account. Look to find the boundary. Down the track. That is gorgeous. Pure power from White. Makes full advantage of that free hit delivery. And Ali Shafiq just getting a bit predictable with his length, paying the price.
Boy, you will have some sixes that are not hit as hard as that 4 was hit. Absolutely bludgeoned through extra cover. The beautiful sound of ball meeting bat. Yes, coming down the track, skipping down a couple steps and meeting that ball on the rise. Obviously no concern about keeping it down, but it was in the gap in either way, in either case, and racing away for the first boundary of the day.
He packs a punch, David White. If you're new to watching him, want to settle in, especially if he gets going. Another no ball signal, struggling with that front foot. And another thing that could be affecting him is that wind factor. Bowlers running in against the wind at times can be very challenging. Seems like you're almost fighting 2 battles, approaching the crease and running against the wind. So it's clearly struggling. We saw Isan Adil, who was running with the wind, pushing him, change ends and actually be a lot better.
It's interesting. Saw me in the first match, Bhaskar Yadram, having a little bit of trouble with his run-up also. So, yeah, that part of the issue is running into the wind. I think the other part of the issue is that once you make your mark, just take it back. If you realize that you're either overstepping or close to overstepping, take it back 6 inches, take it back a foot even, because it's not necessary to push so close to that front line. You're not gaining much of an advantage by being 4 inches back or forward. So it's going to be important that they keep this exactly in the right areas in terms of where the ball pitches, but even more important that it keeps his front foot behind the line.
Goes straight up. Hasn't timed it well enough. Lahira Malanta, big wicket and a good comeback for Ali Shafiq, but of course it's not. No ball, so free hit delivery. And Ali Shafiq, you'll be very disappointed, much like I am, Brian Walters. Thought that was the first wicket of the innings, but then I remembered free hit. But what he did well there was take pace off. And Malanta just completely deceived him.
Lofted it straight in the air. Obviously no risk in that shot, but certainly a top edge. So maybe a moral victory for Ali Shafiq. Now he needs to focus and bring the consistency of that last delivery to the next 3 balls.
Stayed a bit low. Brian, I think that is probably one of the worst things as a commentator. You think it's going to be a wicket. I've heard the very best. Tony Cozier do it a couple of times as well, so I know I'm a human.
Did I just hear you compare yourself to Tony
definitely
Best,
not, but
Nikhil?
just saying.
Well, there's a few similarities. Okay, you're both from Barbados. Let's start there.
Both from the same cricket club.
The same cricket club?
The
There you
Wanderers
go.
Cricket Club.
Boom. Okay, instead of Nikhil, I'm going to start calling you Tony. How about that?
No, definitely not. Good comeback in the last couple of deliveries from Ali Shafiq, though, since overstepping. Can he finish the over well? I think the bounce is going to be the biggest thing for batters to contend with. Some deliveries staying a bit low, others getting a bit of extra bounce, especially with the hard new ball.
I'm looking at Ali Shafiq's approach to the crease, and the first several steps are normal length in what you'd expect from a fast bowler approaching the crease. But then he switches to really small steps, which tells me that he hasn't quite measured his run-up just yet. And I'm wondering if that might not be something that he might look at. Maybe thinking a little bit too much about the run-up to the wicket as opposed to the balls that he's delivering.
One thing we've seen, though, from David White, even with that boundary, there's been a tendency to use his feet against the seam and get very close to the pitch of the ball on a surface where you're not so sure about the bounce, showing that there are innovative ways to score runs on surfaces that could be challenging up front.
It's easier to do that, of course, during the power play with mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. Maybe a little bit less risky than later on in the innings with mid-on and mid-off potentially back on the rope. But David White, I think you've already gotten 11 runs from this first over. He's just looking to make sure that he ends this over without having conceded a wicket.
Another swing and a miss, but still a good over for Sam Army. They'll be happy with that. First over after winning the toss, batting first, 11 for none. Interesting team as well selected for the UMMC Knight Riders. No Ali Sheikh in their lineup. It's going to be Rusty Theron. Very experienced. Bowling from this northern end. They do have a lot of experience on this side. You look at Onmuk Chan. He'll have something to say a bit later on with the bat in hand. Jaskar Malhotra, the captain. Angelo Pereira, former Sri Lankan international. Rusty Theron himself, still playing international cricket.
Rusty Theron, of course, a handful of people who played international cricket for multiple teams. Former South African international, has played a handful of matches for the U.S. Be bowling now to Lahiru Milanta.
Starts very full, which is a risk because you look at the offside, all fielders up in the circle. So I think Rusty Theron is going to have to decipher the length he wants to bowl very early. It was a fluent drive, but well fielded in the end.
Certainly well fielded. Had that gotten through the covers, easily going to be 4. Rusty Theron bowling with the wind at his back.
Just feel Milanta would have thought he missed out on that, Brian. It's not going to be easy for UMMC though, because both these heavy run scorers, these two in the middle, in that minor league season, Milanta 500 plus runs, White 600 plus. And that is what we're talking about. Goes all the way for 6 as well, using the small dimensions of the field. That's Lahiru Milanta at his best.
Gave him the width, short and outside off stump, probably on the 6th or 7th stump line. So no threat whatsoever in that delivery. And again, from over the wicket, from that angle, it is so wide, just easily put away. Usually expect that ball to go for 4, but Lahiru Milanta with that timing and power, elevating it into the air and going all the way for 6. First 6 of the match. Rusty Theron is going to need to get a little bit straighter.
So 2 deliveries he's missed his line and length, really. Has he got a tickle on it? May have just brushed the pad on the way through. No wide signaled. And something you struggle with bowling from that northern end. You almost see him chipping as he gets to the crease, Brian. It seems like he's having to adjust for the wind. Because the wind is pushing him, he sort of has to recalibrate before he delivers that ball, which can be a challenge in itself. Then to deliver. Just watch him at the last second right before he delivers.
You emphasize the point that the wind blowing, whether you're running into the wind or having it push you, it's going to be difficult. And that's one of the elements that you have to consider and sort of accommodate for as a bowler.
Again, with wide outside that off stump area. Does have a deep third for protection, but you have to be very full, because if he gets it wrong and goes too short, Milanta is such a strong player on the offside, very square as well.
It's a bit of a ragged start by both these opening bowlers.
Much better from Rusty Theron. If he can close out the over well, 7 runs from it, or 8 even, you take that. So what's clearly shown that this could be a high-scoring venue.
we emphasized the point in the first match that there is very little margin for error when you're playing or you bowling against players of this caliber. And so if you get it exactly right, then you can keep them quiet. But if you err in either line or length or both, then you can certainly go for runs. And either of these two batters, Lahir Milanta and David White, more than capable of being able to score heavily. David White only scoring shot so far was that 4 off the free hit earlier. Lahir Milanta 9 from 7 with a 6.
"37 sixes for David White in that minor league season. In just 14 innings, he really destroyed it just a couple of months ago. End of 2 overs. I think Rusty Thorne will be happy with that after conceding the maximum. Just 7 runs from the over, 18 for none. Well, if you're now joining us, match number 2 of the MLC Champions Open. A very important 4 days of cricket. Of course, leading into the Major League Cricket draft. The Major League coming around in July of this year. Brian, you must be very excited. You've been in America for such a long time. Now to see a premier franchise tournament come to this country. What do you think it means to not only you, but cricket fans across the different states? Bat on it, an immediate impact for Calvin Savage, using that height and getting the outside edge. Milanta was given a life when he was dismissed off a free hit. This time, though, has to depart.
Wow, good delivery by Calvin Savage right in the channel, just inducing the forward prod, bowling right arm around the wicket, slanting it into Milanta, and he advanced down the track and just sort of feeling for that one, and the ball carrying through at an easy height to the wicketkeeper Jaskaran Malhotra. First wicket goes down. Calvin Savage strikes immediately upon impact. Scores 18 for 1. So you asked the question as to whether or not, or what was my impression about cricket in America and experiencing a major tournament such as this. It is exciting in a number of different ways, not the least of which is the fact that our cricket has developed to the point where we can host a tournament of this magnitude. But even more than that, you know, just people from, let's say, Canada or somewhere within, let's say, a couple thousand miles of here, if they wanted to watch a match, usually they'd have to travel all the way to the Caribbean or maybe even further away to watch an international level type match. Being able to bring this tournament right here to Dallas, Texas, or in the Dallas area, Flower Mound, is a tremendous boost and something that I think will energize cricket long term in this country. Immediately, we're looking to make sure that everybody in this country who knows cricket is going to be able to come and watch. But longer term, let's say in the medium and long term, we're hoping to attract fans from outside of the traditional cricketing communities to be able to understand the sport and appreciate it and be participative in it.
Just misses his run up there, but Calvin Savage, known for being a match winner in terms of both with bat and ball. Did it for the Chicago franchise in the minor league, showing that he can do it here again. Another one of those very tall seamers that we have in this MLC Champions Open. Again, seems like it's just skidding on from that high release point. Always an additional challenge, really, when you have a bowler releasing from so high.
Sujith Gowda is the new batter, plays in the minor league system for the Dallas Mustangs. Tremendous batter. Sujith Gowda tends to maybe take a couple of steps to get started, but after he gets going, he can score as heavily as the rest of them. In the minor league season this last year, 533 runs, 36s and 450s. So tremendous batter when he gets it right. So far, struggling to get the ball off the square. Calvin Savage, of course, a really good bowler.
So excited at the prospect of these players just putting themselves out there. I mean, you'll hear about the popular ones like a Corey Anderson, like a Liam Plunkett who have played in national cricket, but it's the Calvin Savages and the Sujit Gowdas who have done well domestically in their countries, Gowda in India and Calvin Savage in South Africa, but have the opportunity now to take their career to another level by competing in this competition and potentially going very high in next week's Sunday's Major League Draft. This has been a superb start. 4 deliveries, yet to concede a run, and he's picked up a wicket. I think it's been all about that length. He's been very full, asking the right questions.
And you emphasized it also. With his height, he's probably not quite as tall as Corny Dry, but not too far from that. Probably about 6'3" or 6'4". And he's able to get a decent amount of bounce even from a ball that's relatively full. So even though that last delivery was pitching maybe 3 yards away, still not able to drive it.
And when he does go full and aims for those Yorkers, deadly because of that high release point, just seems like the trajectory of which is being released comes from so much higher, adds so much difficulty to deliveries like that. First runs conceded by Savage, and so far that run rate just a touch above 6.5. He's bringing up the deep third fielder and he's sending back long on. I think because what we've seen from David White is he wants to come down the track, wants to hit in that V very straight. So seems like he's trying to take that away from him. And exactly that, it goes to long on for just one. Excellent over from Calvin Savage for his first. Just 2 runs conceded and a wicket, 20-1. For 1 after 3. No Andreas Gauss, who's been a big part of this Army franchise. He's out due to injury, so that'll be a big loss for them. But still, a lot of battling to come. Jacobus Pinar, Shadi van Schalkwyk, the all-rounder.
Dane Peets, who's obviously a former South African international, can also wield the bat, primarily a spinner, but can't help himself with the bat. This is Rusty Turan back into the attack for his second over. Starts with a good delivery, not offering any room to David White, who's now being kept quiet. 5 is his score. He's faced 9 deliveries, and he does come with the reputation of being a big hitter. So the question is, at what point does he feel the need to start to force the issue? And certainly the advantage being wrested away from the Samp Army by the UMMC Knight Riders so far.
Again, seeming to just skid on, and the ball tends to do that. When it hits those pieces of live grass on the surface, it can really just skid on to the batter. Doesn't give you much time.
Boy, very much that ball going down the leg side. But it will be concerning to David White that he was beaten with the pace, and I think you're exactly right. It skids on, hitting that patch of live grass, and David White playing across the line, not able to get bats on it.
Again, missing his run-up. And I think that delivery there that we saw, the previous delivery, which really skid on, it tells you that even though we had a 180-plus score in the first innings, it's not an easy surface to bat on by any means. Still slightly overcast conditions. A strong breeze blowing across the ground. Just tells you the quality of the batters, that they're still able to find a way. David White, though, needs to find that way quickly. Shorthand jab. Thank you very much, he says. And finally gets one off the middle of the bat. That will help his confidence.
Well, it took a while, but he finally got a ball that he could hit. That was on the pads, in the slot, really, from over the wicket. That angle taking it into the pads of David White, and he helps it easily over mid-wicket, landing one bounce and then going over the ropes for his second four. The first four, of course, did not have any risk behind it because it was off a free hit, but this one he plays an elegant flick over the leg side for four.
They just checked his shot. David White ensuring he gets it over that infield. You can see he's not too caught up by the situation. Happy to get himself in and knowing that he has the ability to hit sixes and sort of catch up if he does have a slow start. You would have seen that first game and seen how much the Atlanta Fire batters struggled when they continuously lost wickets. They can just get a bit of momentum with one partnership. All of a sudden, the innings looks a lot different.
You're exactly right. And further emphasizing the point, when you are Rusty Theron and you get that ball in the right areas, you're able to keep David White quiet. But once you stray onto the pads or stray in terms of your length, that's when you can go for runs. So David White, more than capable of putting aside and putting in the memory banks anything that's happened that's not what he expected, and capitalize on the balls he can score off of.
Trying to get it over that mid-off fielder, but unable to execute. Surprised you haven't seen Justin Dillon to the Azakas yet. Another person that is able to bowl that new ball, get it to seam because of the strong wrist behind the ball. And we saw how well Isan Adil did that in match number 1.
Justin Dill and Calvin Savage, for me, very similar bowlers. Both are able to hit the deck hard and bowl that hard length, and both of similar pace.
Again, very good over from Rusty Theron, just 4 runs from it. He'd be very happy with that start. End of 4 overs. Keeping things under control here, UMMC, 24 for 1. So just 6 runs conceded from the last 2 overs. And Sam Army need to get a move on. Savage. Leading edge, but no slip in place. And it goes into the boundary. Quick outfield. So first rail runs off the bat for Sujit Gowda.
Well, angled into him from over the wicket, but this time the line was exactly where you needed to be on off stump. Sujit Gowda, sort of a tentative poke forward. Thick outside edge would have carried to second, slip at chest height, but no one there, and third man was entirely too square to be able to get to that. So a welcome boundary for the Samp Army.
Strays down the leg side this time, but it just seems like when he gets the ball very full, he's not giving the batters in a lot of time to react. So seeing both Milanta and now Sujit Gowda sort of struggling against Calvin Savage. Again, full and fast. This time the line was good on the legs and just a single. You look at this UMMC side, a wide array of fast bowling. We've seen 4 options already. Still Justin Dill to come. Then they've got the leg spin of Mohamed Mohsen and Sarbajit Lada, so they could be a bowling attack to be reckoned with in this competition.
Boy, for me, of those names that you just called, one of the most intriguing ones is Mohamed Mohsen.
May have just been sliding on the leg side. Calvin Savage was very confident that he had his man. Again, though, a slow start for David White.
Umpire Shane Samuels having a good look and then eventually deciding in the negative. Okay, so it looks like seam movement right at the very end. So that ball danced off of the seam, and that movement would have taken it down the leg side. So again, a good decision by umpire Shane Samuels, being made to make several decisions early in this match.
Have a green surface, tend to expect that. A lot of balls hitting the pad, tapped at the body of the batters. Again, Gowda. Just a tentative push, but he's timed it well. Should get an easy 2 runs. After losing the toss, this has been an excellent start by the UMMC Knight Riders. They've only taken the 1 wicket, but they've kept the run rate in arguably the most important period of the game, the first 6 overs, the power play, to just 7 and over. Something that Jaskar Malhotra will be very happy about. Still has Justin Dill and his spinners up his sleeve.
It's always a bonus when you can get through most of the power play. We're into the 5th, 2 balls remaining in the 5th, so just another 8 delivers in the power play. Great start so far by UMMC.
Came down the track. It's very high and handsome. And Sujit Gowda using his feet really well. It was only a matter of time before they would go after 1. And they advanced down the track just to get as close as possible and completely deposited it over the boundary for 6.
Wow. Advancing down, but more to the point, staying leg side. So the ability to stay leg side of that ball means that you have the leverage to free your arms. Sujit Gowda going right through with the shot. Ball carrying on to the bat very nicely and put away for the first 6 for him.
I think he's got him. Excellent effort, and he has. What a comeback from Calvin Savage. Went for a maximum, then making a significant effort to take that return catch.
Wow, what a stupendous catch by Calvin Savage. To me, that looked like bat onto pad, and then that ball looped up in the air, and it stayed in the air long enough for Calvin Savage on his follow-through to come down the wicket and dive forward and take that one just a couple of inches off the ground. Looking here at the replay. Slanting in, yep, inside edge onto that front pad, and then he comes forward and leans in. What a tremendous catch. Holding that ball up, and umpire Shane Samuels agreeing that that was an inside edge. So the first wicket, make that the second wicket, goes down. That is the end of 5. Score is 39 for 2.
Well, that wicket of Sujit Gowda will bring out Obis Pinar into the middle. And Aman Patel replacing Nikhil Tamachandi, joining Brian Walters here in the box. And a great start for the UMMC Knight Riders, as they're seeing wickets falling, runs not coming. And again, oftentimes we say in T20 cricket, the team that wins the power play is the team that's going to win the match, Brian.
Well, if you were going to ask who is winning this power play, you can make a strong case right now for the Knight Riders being who wins the power play. 39 runs conceded, so you're holding the opposition within 7.8 runs and over in the first 6, or make that the first 5. But those 2 wickets that have fallen, those are 2 big wickets back in the hutch. And this is, Ali Shafiq switching around and now bowling from the forest end.
And create a little inside edge. I think they've made that switch because they've seen kind of the wind affecting Ali with the run-up, maybe just something about this end. We saw a couple of people struggle with the no balls from this end as well, so he's changed the ends up. Liam Plunkett did the same thing. He bowled from this from the original end. Ali Shafiq was bowling the south end, didn't like it, so came back from the northern end. I think that's probably the tactic that Jaskar Malhotra, who has the gloves on, first time maybe some time he's got the gloves on. He was a keeper, and then through minor league hasn't kept, really been more of a bowling option. He's got the gloves and pad on to show these scouts, hey, I can be behind the wickets as well. And Obis will get off the mark straight away. Obis Pinar has the fastest 100 in the history of minor league cricket. Did it down in Florida and just raced away. So we know he's got big power, and again, the captain of the side today.
You mentioned Jaskaran Malhotra with the gloves on. Jaskaran in the Houston Premier League, which is one of the premier leagues played in this country, was captain and keeper for that tournament, and they won that tournament. So these, essentially, this MLC Champions Open, each name of the team that is playing is a team that has won a major tournament, a major Premier League tournament here in the U.S. in the recent past.
David White looking for a big one. A little bit of an appeal. UMCC is sold on it. David White smiling, saying there's no way. And the umpire agrees with David White there, and stunned silence out there in the outfield.
Umpire Owen Brown really sure at this time. Looking at the replay, can't really pick much up. If there were an edge, it would have been a very fine edge. And Owen Brown is one of the best umpires that you'll find anywhere, so I don't think he's going to be intimidated into giving a decision that he doesn't believe in. So a little bit of excitement, but at the end of it, it's just another dot ball.
And dot ball is great here in the power play. David White, after getting off to a blistering start, is kind of quiet down. 10 off 17 now. And again, just another dot ball, and Shafiq has really found a liking to this side, the northern side, and you can see running in with a lot more confidence, and the ball's resonating off the wicket as well.
I'll tell you, I mentioned how important the Houston Premier League is. There's a certain owner for the Dallas Mustangs who's texting me saying that the DPL is better. I don't know, Lavkesh, that I would agree with you, but I don't have the energy to argue with you today, so let's just say that you win this one.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, and like you mentioned, all these teams here have won a recent tournament. Sump Army, the Unity Cup earlier, as this one was just helped through the leg side in a misfield. Really should have been saved, should have been maybe one at max. It ends up being 4 runs, and Peter Della Pena with a big baseball throw back into the fielder, but 4 runs for David White and a much needed boundary here for Sump Army.
They definitely needed that boundary. That's Sarbjeet Lada going down to his left. He's a right-hander, so that would have been to his weak side, but you'd have to think that he would have backed himself to have taken or to have stopped that ball. So 3 additional runs conceded where it did not need to be. And you'll take those bonus runs if you are David White.
Umpire just having a look at the ball. Hands it back to Ali Shafiq. And again, this is going to be a big partnership for Sump Army. Have some bats left, but you would figure these are the 2 that they would really be relying on. David White at least won the openers, and Obis Pinar, the captain for today's match. As this one nips away from David White as well, off the wicket, and Jaskar Malhotra excited behind the stump, so why wouldn't he be? 6 overs gone, 45 for the loss of 2. We're going to see a change in the bowling here. It's going to be Justin Dill into the attack. And again, one of just the many options that Captain Malhotra has in his wheelhouse. Again, we've already seen Calvin Savage really start things off strong alongside Rusty Theran. He's gotten 2 overs as well from Ali Shafiq, and now he's going to start off Justin Dill, part of the St. Louis American side. And before that, the New Jersey Stallions was a big part of their ascension to finals weekend in 2021.
I was saying earlier, Justin Dill and Calvin Savage are similar types of bowlers, both relatively tall, both hit the deck hard. They bowl that hard length. You won't necessarily get a lot of bouncers, a lot of genuinely short balls, but they bowl at length that is just short of a good driving length, and as they say, they bowl a very heavy ball, difficult to get away. So he generally bowls well during the power play. So even outside of the power play, you expect that he'll be that much more difficult to score off of.
This one pulled away just for 1 there as the field spreads out for Justin Dill. Bowling at the culmination of the power play, and a packed leg side field with a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and a long on, as well as a long off and a cover. And again, you can see that hard length, that similar Corey Anderson type length that we saw earlier today being employed by Justin Dill.
Completely. So I expect that that's his stock ball. Maybe if he makes any changes, it will be off of that stock ball. And really a very good bowler and very difficult to score off of generally.
This one straight up into the air, but it's going to beat everyone inside the infield. And it's going to be a boundary, a much needed boundary for Sump Army. It's going to be 4 runs there for David White.
Beat him for pace. So let's call it a moral victory for Justin Dill. Genuine top edge, flying over the top of that fielder inside the circle at fine leg. But looking at the replay, slanting up at that angle into his body, and that top edge carrying the ball over the top of that fielder, short fine leg. So you welcome those boundaries. That brings up the 50, by the way, for the Samp Army.
This one on the body and just clipped away for 1. Again, Justin Dill, he's going to be on that length, and so if you are Sump Army, you got to decide. And you know, we've seen David White be more than willing to come down the track and take him on that way. Obis Pinar, maybe he's going to sit back, a little bit taller of an individual. Could use that to his advantage as well.
Boy, Justin Dill, I said earlier, he's not quite as quick as a corny drive, but he's quick enough that if you go advancing down the wicket, that's generally a good way to eat a cricket ball.
And just worked off of his pads for 1. Justin Dill, he's picked up 33 wickets over 2 seasons in minor league cricket, and again, was one of the spearheads in 2021 for the New Jersey Stallions team that got to the championship game and fell short to the Silicon Valley Strikers. And another one of these hot commodities you'd have to expect to go pretty early in the draft. That culminates after 4 of these match days. Comes down the track, does David White, as we mentioned earlier, and will just pick up 1 down the ground.
Well, you ask for it. When you come down the track, you're looking to change the equation. You're looking to get the bowler to do something different. So the question to be asked is that little shimmy down the track enough to get Justin Dill off of his line and length? I don't think so, but it's just something to pay attention to. Obviously, it's a different batter on strike now with that single having been taken. But let's see whether or not Justin Dill keeps that same line and length.
And again, does keep that same line and length, back of a length, and I think he's seen too much success to fault away from it. That'll end it for the 7th over, 53 for the loss of 2. And the new man coming into the middle with the ball in hand is going to be Sarabjit Ladda. Going to get some spin early on here is Jaskaran Malhotra and just try to change things up. They've seen Sump Army has 7 overs of pace. And now in the middle overs with the protection out there. Going to try his hand with the spinner and see if he can slow down David White, who we've already seen is very willing to come down the track and attack the Pacers. Will he do the same to the spinners as he takes an off-stump guard? So he's already telling you he's looking to clear things over the leg side.
Sarabjit Ladda playing for the DC Hawks in the minor leagues. This last season, 27 wickets, conceded 319 runs. So you expect for a leg spinner to go for runs, but you also expect him to take wickets. Starts out well here.
Good length there early on from Ladda, and Ladda's taken a lot of wickets for the DC Hawks. 56 wickets across 30 innings and a strike rate of 12, so every 2 overs he's at least taking a wicket. And Jessica Malhotra, you've seen a lot of Ladda, both playing for the DC Hawks in minor league cricket. The sweep shot out there, and there's the wicket straight away. You can see David White just trying to play the sweep shot. The fielder was there, and the cries for catch it. And the easiest of catches at fine leg.
Oh my goodness. If you're David White, you have to feel mortified. You could have hit that ball within 2 yards either side of that fielder, and you have 4 runs to your name, at least 4 additional runs to your name. But he picked out that fielder short fine leg, hit it relatively well. Didn't blast it, but hit it relatively well. But it carries straight to that fielder at knee height. All he had to do was just bend down and take it. A pretty simple catch in the end. And that is 3 wickets down now for the Samp Army. Remember, they chose to bat first. And David White, caught by Angelo Pereira, ends his day with the bat with 20 from 25 with 4 fours. Samp Army is 53 for 3.
And again, Angelo Pereira was never going to drop that one. You could see David White, he was just trying to place it around the corner. Maybe he just didn't know that Angelo Pereira was there. Maybe he never caught sight of him. But regardless, it'll bring out Shadley Van Skalkovic into the middle. And one of the reigning champions of minor league cricket as a part of the Seattle Thunderbolts bowled that final over that sealed the deal.
Oh. He held his nerve in a way that is hard to describe. With all the pressure of the finals of the minor league championship on the line, and he bowled the over. He's probably bowled better overs in his life, but in this country and in this tournament, that is the biggest over that he's bowled, I think. Tremendous all-rounder, though. He's being asked to do it with the bat this time.
And that one just hanging a touch low, maybe skidding on to Shadley as well. And again, slip in play, and it's for that just ability to move it across and use the googly from Ludda. We've seen it in minor league time and time again. And again, you just don't know how many more wickets you can lose before that 10th over if you're Sump Army, especially if you want to build that platform to tee off from.
Shadley Van Skalkovic, as I mentioned, a really good all-rounder. One of the best in the league, obviously. Left-handed batter, tends to start a little slow but can accelerate towards the end. So if you're going to have him bat for a long time, he is the type of batter who you would think can push the ball around, pick up a single or two, and then he, as a left-hander, will be very important against not only Lada, but the other leg spinner, Mohamed Mohsen. So let's call it the battle within the war. Those are 2 things to look for. How Van Skalkovic does against Lada and how he does against Mohsen.
And that one, a little extra bounce that time. You can see Jessica Mota taking that near the helmet. And again, also very animated behind the stumps. But you brought up a good point with Mohamed Mohsen. Does Jessica like to bring him on in the next over? Does he go Justin Dill? Does he just go for the kill with Mohsen, saying, we have 2 guys who are relatively new. We just try out our hand with the spinners. Is that the way to take another wicket? As Shadley will go push it down the ground for 1.
So Van Skalkovic getting off the mark. What an absolutely brilliant over. Just 1 run coming from it, that last ball that you just saw, that single, and taking the big wicket of David White. So after 8, score is 54 for 3.
And it looks like Malhotra is going to continue with the formula and go with Justin Dill. Nothing wrong in continuing with Justin, who just went for 8 runs in his first over. And he looked good as well, just the 1 boundary, and going to continue to see if he elects to use that hard length. And now for Obis, Pinar, and Shadley Van Skalkovic, it feels almost as if they're just trying to survive to that 15 over mark and then let the guys behind them, the Dame Peach, the Civic Umar, the Voparapus, let those guys tee off towards the end.
So 54 for 3. You're still scoring at the rate of 6.75. That rate projects to a score of 135. I think they'll want much more than that. I'll say more about that shortly.
This one cut away, fielder giving chase, and he's not going to get there. Giving a little bit of width there off that length, and we've seen anytime width is given from back of a length, the ball just kind of sits up and is asked to be hit, and this time Van Skalkovic, he obliges.
That is a good-looking shot by Van Skalkovic. Ball again short and outside off stump. Gave him just that extra bit of room needed cut away in the deep, and Rusty Theron not able to get around to be able to cut that one off. I started saying at the rate of, well, right now that rate is up to 7 after that shot. That rate gets them to 142. Another wide ball outside off that no contact is made. But at that same rate, they get to 142. A rate of 8 gets them to 153. A rate of 10 gets them to 176. That might be overstating the potential score, but I think they'll be looking to go somewhere around the rate of 8, 8.5 and over the rest of the way.
If you hold on to wickets, we've always seen the last 5 can always just turn up for you at the end, but you'd have to imagine you're going to look at a score from 150 to 160 at minimum based off what we saw in that first match in both innings. This one's left alone, and not going to see many well lefts, you have to imagine, in the 9th over and beyond now.
And Skulkvik, I think, wanting to see umpire Shane Samuels raising those arms, but in looking at it, it appeared to just have been just inside the line, at least from where we can see from our vantage point.
And again, left alone there, and interesting decision. This time did raise the hands, some style points maybe for the lead, but not going to help the run total.
No, it's not. So 2 balls remaining here in the 9th. Justin Dill operating exactly the same way that you would think that he would be. 1.4 overs, none for 12 so far.
And this is a staple of Justin Dill's game. He's always looking to change the angle, try something different. And as soon as he gets you thinking you know what's coming, he's seen 2 leaves from Van Skalkvik. He says, let me change it up, change the angle, and come back towards stumps. And I think, again, just to throw him for a loop. Keep the batter thinking, keep him guessing, and just don't let him get into a rhythm.
It's not going to be as easy a leave this time from around the wicket, that ball with that angle coming into Shadil Van Skalkvik.
This time takes a skip down the wicket and just pushes it to the offside for 1. Out there's Unmuk Chand, who we'll get to see with the bat later today. And again, one of the premier bats in minor league cricket. Should be good to see. And we'll have 1 delivery for Obis Pinarda's face. And hasn't seen a lot of deliveries. Didn't see a single delivery in the Ludda over. And this is his first delivery here in this over. So it's almost 2 overs before he's seen 1.
You mentioned the fastest century in the history of minor league cricket. 3 from 4 so far, though.
Again, just ticks it into the leg side. Going to be 1, and he'll hold on to strike for the 10th over. At the end of 9, that's 60 for the loss of 3.
By the way, that was an all South African affair. 2 batters at the crease. The delivery by Justin Dill and fielded by Rusty Theron.
So there you go.
Nothing but South Africans sort of taking place on that last delivery. So 1 over to go before we're halfway through the innings. 60 for 3 feels to me, Aman, like an undercooked total so far. After choosing to bat, you think that emotes a certain amount of confidence, and I think they'd be looking for more than 60 runs and fewer than 3 wickets at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine they were looking at, closer to 80, maybe 90 runs at this stage of the game and get to 10 overs with 8 wickets left and be able to tee off from there. And they just haven't executed that, but you still have great experience in the middle with Obis, with Shadley, and again, this is the matchup. Not going to be Ludda, it's going to be Mohammed Mohsin, and we've seen him bowl. He's very interesting up there in Chicago. Starts quick and near the wide line and not going to be given. Obis is begging for it. He can't believe it. And you can still see him asking for it. And again, usually a calm, collected dude.
Yes.
But you can see that one. He just couldn't believe it. Shadley Van Skalkvik couldn't believe it. But Mohsin gets off with the dot ball. This time just cuts it to cover out in the deep for 1. And again, here's the angle of Mohsin coming back into the left-hander. We'll see if Shadley tries to play one of these bigger shots into the leg side. Mohsin is quick through the air, so he's not going to let you get on one knee and wait for it. You're going to have to make a decision very quickly. And goes onto that Yorker lane. Quick single attempt. A chance of a run out. And the umpire's unmoved. Says Obis Pinar got back in time, much to the dismay of Captain Jaskar Malhotra behind the stumps.
Boy, I tell you, Mohammed Mohsen is a very difficult bowler to attack, even in theory, and that one is much more tossed up than ordinarily you'd see from him. But he generally pushes it through much more quickly. And interestingly, he's able to move the ball both directions. So he has a really well-disguised googly. So just because he's bowling to a left-hander doesn't necessarily mean that it will be an easy scoring opportunity for Shadley Van Skalkvik.
And Obis is home. You can see it in that replay. Bat was down, and good call from the umpire. Jaskar Malhotra will believe that he took off the bails beforehand. And this one just pushed into the offside, and no run. And again, the pressure from the UMC Knight Riders has been spectacular. Hasn't had that big over that some armies been able to relieve any of this pressure. Just been consistently up front. But there's a full toss. Commentator's curse, Brian. You might be rubbing off on me. That one's the biggest of the lot. And Obis Pinar says thank you very much, and he'll take a welcome 6.
Wow, that is a pressure release. Full toss. You don't expect to see Mohammed Mohsen bowl in a full toss. It's generally bang on target, but that is full and going, drifting down the leg side. So meat and drinks for any batter worth his salt. And Obis Pinar, one of the best, just easily putting that away over mid-wicket for his first 6.
And after a ball that he felt went wide to start it off, I think he's going to say, well, here we go. This is my little revenge. This is karma working back for me. And again, for Mohammed Mohsen, he's been tight. You know he's going to be quick through the air and just try to be on stumps. That time just missing the length. And I think it's an interesting decision from Jaskar Malhotra to go away from Ludda. Maybe we'll see him later, as this one is cut through cover. It's going to at least be 1. They could think of 2, and they'll just settle for 1. So it will be Obis Pinar as we come out of the 10th over. And seems like there might be one more delivery, or that is going to be the over. 10 overs gone. 69 for loss of 3.
Halfway stage in this innings. And the UMMC Knight Riders have done extremely well to keep the pressure on. Have to close out the innings well, though, and as we saw in that last over, Jacobus Pinar is a dangerous threat if he can get going. First 3 wickets have gone down. Relatively inexpensive. So rebuilding time for Van Skalvik and Pinar, but they still need to score. As Peter Delapena joins me. What have you made of the first 10 overs, Peter?
Well, I know that Ubis Pinar had his spinach, his Popeye breakfast based on how far that 6 sailed over the boundary.
It's been good from Justin Dill, because usually he bowls a new ball. Now he's come and had to bowl in the middle period, but has done well in terms of controlling the game with his length, especially forcing the batters to hit into that bigger square boundary.
Yeah, everybody who's had a chance to sit and watch has benefited. Does take some time adjusting, even for the guys who've been here before.
which most of these guys have. There is an adjustment period to be made.
On the leg side this time though, has to re-ball it. Justin Dill. How do they get back into this game, Sam Army? What do they need to do to ensure that they can still get to 150 from here?
Well, some more of those full tosses would certainly help. I know that much. I don't know how many more of those you're going to get. But using the pitch like this back of a length, where there's been this variable bounce at times, it's made life difficult for the batters throughout the day. So the experienced bowlers have been drawing on that to make life difficult for the batters. And it's just really a matter of hoping, waiting for a loose delivery if and when it comes, like we saw Obis PNR doing the previous over.
I find it very interesting that Jaskar Malhotra took Sarbajit Ladder out of the attack. Bowled the 8th over, picked up a wicket, the one of David White, and only conceded 5 runs. But for some reason he's pulled him out and tried to save him for a bit later. Bat on it. The finger goes up. And Shadi Van Scava had been there for a while, not able to get going. And more trouble for Sam Army.
Again, it's that back of the length where we've seen some sideways movement throughout the day. The ball's been seaming and swimming a bit. And then also there's the variable bounce as well. So we take a look at this replay. You can see him rolling his fingers over it. There's a cutter, just that rolling his fingers sideways, taking a little bit of pace off the ball and just trying to dig it into the wicket to get some sideways movement. Have another look at this replay, but just look at his wrist and his fingers. It just comes over the side of the ball. It just comes down the side a little bit, and that just produces that outside movement, that away movement. It just cuts off the wicket, and enough deviation to draw the outside edge.
Well, Dan Pete, who is mainly known for his bowling exploits but can bat, had a 50 in that minor league for his team, the Morrisville Raptors. He was captain and took them over the line. Can he be a hero for this Sam Army side? They need him now. Gets off the mark straight away. Got over from Justin Dill. His third over goes for just 5 runs, and he's picked up the wicket. 74 for 4. Well, if you're now joining us, match number 2 of this MLC Champions Open. What a day of cricket it's been. Enterprising action in the middle at the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston. We've had 1 game already, which was won by the KingsMan. Now, Sam Army and UMMC Knight Riders battling. 8 matches split into 4 days. 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Ladder, the leg spinner, back into the attack. For his second over. How much have you seen of Sarbajit Ladder, Peter Della Pena?
Not too much prior to today, but you can see why he's here. An impressive first over and keeping it tight immediately. Coming back into the attack for his second. He's got a good rhythm, too. Coming into the crease, batting in the way he does. He's accurate. It's a lot to like about him.
Well, the one thing about him, he's not afraid. He will flight the ball. As a leg spinner, you're always in the game in terms of wickets if you flight the ball. Many times batters go at him and he's able to get wickets. Second most wickets in the minor league season. 27 wickets for Sarbajit Ladder. Very straight, but there is a fielder there. The key thing, though, was in those 27 wickets, his strike rate was 12. A wicket every 2 overs. And that's what made him such a go-to option for the DC Hawks, and a go-to option here for Jaskar Malhotra because both of them play for the DC Hawks, same franchise in the minor league. Just past extra cover. These singles, though, is not going to help their cause too much. Need to pick things up. Don't have a lot of batting to come either. So it's a real tough balance to find, trying to find the boundary, but trying to minimize risk at the same time. Just trying to get his feel right, Jaskar Malhotra. He's got deep cover. Long off, long on. Then deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Singles. Don't mind that too much if you are UMMC. What do you think they fancy chasing from this position?
Oh, anything under 150 from this position anyway, I think they'd be more than content with. Talk about the lack of batting for Sam Barmy.
On the leg side, have to reball it. Allows us to talk about Andreas Gauss. How much do you think they're missing him?
Well, it's not just him, the entire bench. They've got a stacked bench. Andreas Gauss, Marty Kane, and Cameron Steele. Cameron Steele has got a lot of experience playing county cricket in England. He's an American citizen born in California, but he's played all around the county circuit over the last couple of years. Those are 3 quality batting options, all on the bench. And again, it just highlights the mindset of having the rotation policy, trying to give everybody a chance to get evaluated in front of the scouts throughout the week. So they've taken this match to rest some of their bigger guns. Probably the biggest of those, Andreas Gauss, as scores 79 for 4 after 12 overs. Yeah, on a different match, if they were playing with a mindset to go all out for victory, you would not expect to see those 3 guys on a bench. And as a result of the fact that they are on the bench today, yeah, their depth isn't quite there in the batting department. So a lot rides on this partnership to keep going.
Well, both Gauss, who I've heard is dealing with a slight injury, so that's why they've rested him, and Obas Pinyar, both played in the T10 for Sam Army. So they've been around this franchise, knows the culture of the franchise, and exactly what is expected. Justin Dill again, who's bowled extremely well from this southern end. And whether it's been on the body or wide, he's forced the batters to hit into that square boundary, and it's why he's only gone for above 6 runs and over. It's been a superb spell of bowling from him in these 18, now 19 deliveries. Misses his run up. Would you have bowled him out? He's bowling his final over of his quarter, Justin Dill. Would you have gone, or would you have saved him maybe one for the back end of the innings?
This is a frequent debate that comes up, whether to stick with the formulaic, predetermined script, or you've got your designated guys who you want to bowl with the new ball and then at the death, or if you've got somebody who's in a good rhythm in a situation where you're on top and you just want to keep pressing that advantage, you bowl out their 4th over a little bit earlier, and that's what they're doing here on this occasion, which I wish more captains would do, to be quite honest. If you got a guy in a good rhythm, why not keep him going? Kill the game off early. Why wait to the 20th over? You've got an opportunity where you can take wickets well before then.
Nothing for these Sam Army batters to work with. It's been excellent stuff from Justin Dill. We mentioned him earlier during the game. The fact that he had such a strong Houston challenge just a year ago, right here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex on these green surfaces, and he's following it up now. Almost an opportunity for a return catch as well. He's someone that's been around for a long time, Justin Dill. Man from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Played in that 2014 Under-19 World Cup. So a lot of players who have competed at the Under-19 World Cup playing in this MLC Champions Open. I think Dane Pete has been pretty happy to just rotate the strike. Given the situation, given that you don't have much to come, just allowing Jacobus Piñar to face as many deliveries as possible.
Yeah, from that standpoint, it's all about stretching the innings out, really. Just take it deep. That's the mentality for guys in this situation. Get it to the 15th, 16th over before you really try and launch from there. But on the flip side, this UMMC team, I don't think they're going to mind all that much, to be perfectly honest. If Sam Army's only looking to take singles, they'll be perfectly content with that in the field, so it's not going to harm them one bit.
Wind really picking up here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, as it does at times, as a different challenge for the cricketers playing. Just kept a bit low, and because we're seeing, you look at this innings so far from Sam Army and just how difficult it's been for batters, no one really to get away. It tells you how impressive that 50 earlier today from Tajinder Singh was. End of the 13th over, 84 for 4. Tajinder Singh playing for the KingsMan side, 53 from 31, and really looked like he was batting on a completely different surface. So that's one to keep your eye on as we continue in this MLC Champions Open. Pretty much set the tone and allowed them to get to that 180. We're helped by Shubham Ranjani, who got 30 from 17 deliveries. But it shows you it is a challenging surface. Ladder will continue. The leg spinner. Bowling his third over. He's bowled 12 deliveries, Sarbjeet Ladder, and 7 of them have been dot balls. So he's clearly found something in terms of that length where he can pitch the ball and get a few to grip in the surface. A couple deliveries have gone past the outside edge. Again, very full. If you've ever watched Sarbjeet Ladder before, you'll know that that's his blueprint.
Curiously, he's bowling with the wind at his back. We talked to Dane Pete last year about this at Minor League Cricket Finals weekend. Spinners typically like to bowl into the wind so they can get more revs on the ball. He's actually bowling with the wind at his back, so the wind is really pushing the ball quicker to the batter and not giving him an opportunity to get as many revs on the ball, but that's made this all the more impressive. He's bowled with great control here. Through the wind at an end where you wouldn't necessarily expect a spin bowler to be succeeding in the way that he has so far.
Wickets, and if you know Sarbjeet Ladder, you know he's always in the wickets. Second on the day. This man has caused some problems for teams in the last 12 months. That's a big wicket to get of Jacob Espina as well. Never really got going. 18 from 19 and more trouble for Sam Army.
And again, that ball just dips very sharply. Because the wind is gusting like that, if he gets some overspin on it, which is what he's got here, it just all of a sudden it dips very, very quickly, and the length isn't quite what you expect it to be. Just throws the timing off, and Obis PNR chops on. So bottom edge, just again, that length is so difficult to judge when the ball just drops quicker than you think it is with these windy conditions. And Sarvjit Lada's got 2 wickets to his name.
In a real spot of bother now, Sam Army. Still 6 overs remain after this, so there's a lot of deliveries to make use of, but they're already 5 wickets, lost half their side. And pretty much most of their out-and-out batters. So it's now for the all-rounders as Shivakumar Duvarapu comes to the middle. These two know each other well. Both play for the same franchise, Dane Pete and Duvarapu, in the minor league. So we'll have that understanding, but we'll need runs quickly. At this rate, they only get to 128, which I don't think is enough, given the stature of that UMMC batting lineup. Can they get a big finish going into the last 5 overs? They need a partnership. Leading edge was almost another one for Sarvjit Lada.
The way he's bowling, you almost wonder, why not have a goalie in there? Get a second catching fielder. As it is, that slip is awfully wide, incredibly wide for a spin bowler. You don't really see a slip fielder typically fielding that wide. Very unique field setting here, but again, it's impacted in part by the windy conditions here.
Very full Yorker length. And if you know Indian conditions, you know that leg spin is not an easy art to master. It tells you that Sarvjit Lada, the fact that he was able to make strides as a wrist spinner in India before coming to the United States, has to be of some quality. He's bowled 3 overs, 2 wickets for just 7 runs, 85 for 5. So Justin Dill completing his 4 overs, 1 for 24, bowling from this southern end. It's going to be replaced by another seamer, Calvin Savage, who bowled ever so well to pick up 2 wickets in his first 2. Down the leg side, another appeal. No interest though. I think it may have probably brushed the shirt or the body of the way through of Dane Pete.
It's not just his bowling that was impressive, it was the fielding too. That catch that he took off his own bowling. And the evidence of that arm that's taped up, you got a carpet burn, skidding across the pitch, diving forward in his follow through to take a return catch earlier. That's why his right arm is taped up now.
When we see the replays of Calvin Savage, you look at his wrists. Very strong wrists, almost pulling down the ball. It allows the ball, especially when it hits those greener areas on this surface, to skid through, like it did on that previous delivery, sort of at the body of Dane Pete. And then he's got the height and some pace to add to it. So he's a real handful for batters, and I think one that the scouts here at this MLC Champions Open will keep their eye on, because we haven't seen it with the bat as yet, but if you watch him in the minor league season, he's destructive with the bat in hand. Run out chance. If he hits, he was gone. Duvarapu would have been short of his ground, but in the end survives. Daskar Malhotra has led this UMMC Knight Riders team to a few wins. They won the Houston Open in 2022. They won the local competition here in Houston just a month ago, the Houston Premier League. And now he's got some added reinforcements to join this UMMC side. Again, just 2 runs conceded from the first 4 deliveries. Again, added bounce, but doesn't carry to Rusty Theron. Dane Pete was just struggling to get to the other end. But he gets there in the end. Just 8 from 12. It's really been a disappointing showing from Samp Army, but you have to give credit to UMMC and their bowlers especially. The seamers made excellent use of that new ball. Gorgeous drive, but straight to the fielder. Unmuk Chan does well. Excellent over from Calvin Savage. He's been brilliant on display today at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Just 4 runs from his over. 5 remain, 89 for 5.
Welcome you to the last 5 overs of this second match of the MLC Champions Open. In this first inning, Sump Army, they've not gotten off to the start they're looking for, and they're going to need a fiery close. 89 runs on the board as Sarbjit Ladda comes back into the attack after a 1-run over that led to the wicket of Obis Pinar. Aman Patel joining Peter De La Pena in the box. Peter, from this position, if you're Sump Army, what score are you looking at?
Well, from here, you'd take 130. I said 150 before, and that was well before this go slow continued.
This one cut off the back foot, just out to cover, so it will be 1. And again, this is what Ladda does really well. He's able to build pressure, not give up any runs, and he understands lengths and just kept things very difficult. But at some point, you feel that Pete and Sivakumar are going to have to tee off, which might play right into the hands. There was the sweep shot, just out into the deep for 1. Sivakumar was thinking about a second, but again, Sump Army seems to be quite okay just taking these ones throughout the entire innings. They consistently were able to get ones away, just the boundaries haven't flowed in the same fashion. And after winning the toss and electing to bat first, I'd have to feel a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, this has not really been a Samp Army performance. It's more like a Samp medium-sized militia. They need the bazookas to come out here. Aman, they're using pea shooters at the moment. They need the heavy artillery.
A little miss there. You can see that little laugh shared by Ladda and Pete. And you mentioned that they need the big guns now to Sump Army. They need them to start firing at all cylinders. And that one not going to fire anywhere. Maybe a little bit of a misfire as Sivakumar looked to play that one and just played it straight back to the ground. And again, this is what Ladda does really well, and I'm sure he's turning some heads here. Of all the scouts in attendance, ready for that draft in just 4 match days. I'll culminate on that Sunday. This one lofted up. Sivakumar comes down the track. Fielders in place. And unable to take it, but will save a boundary, so it will just be 1. Ladda would have loved to have another wicket to his name, but holding the boundary in the end, you can see the applause.
And again, not to beat a dead horse, but this just shows the difficulty fielding in these conditions. That was always going to hang up in the wind. It was never going to carry to the boundary. But the fielder out there just didn't come in quickly enough off the rope. Thought it was going to carry much deeper than it did, but again, the wind was always going to keep that ball well inside the boundary rope. As we see 2 runs cut here behind point by Dane Pete.
And we know Dane Pete has the ability to turn it on, but he's going to have to do it a lot sooner rather than later. 16 overs gone, 94 for a loss of 5.
That wraps up a quality spell from Sarjeet Lada. 2 for 12 in his 4 overs. Fantastic from the spinner. And he's a big reason why they've really struggled to generate any momentum here in the second half of this innings. And now that he's finished his spell, they might be breathing a little bit more easily. And maybe there was just a case of seeing him off and thinking they're going to take their chances against the medium pacers. But it's easier said than done when you've got Rusty Tehran coming back into the attack now.
And Rusty Tehran, he started off well in his first 2 overs, just giving up 12 runs. And he was able to find a length early. And again, now you have to imagine with the field spread out, you're going to see a lot of variation coming out because you know these 2 have to start to tee and start to play some big shots. Wouldn't be surprised to see some cutters. Digs it in, and that was full pace on. They're able to sneak away a quick single to get Dane Pete on strike.
Ali Sheikh was the backward point fielder there. He looked like he wanted to unleash one, but he was looking, where's the backup? There's nobody in the ring in front of square on the leg side. So there's a huge gap at mid-wicket, and that's where the backup fielder needed to be, but that help coming off the boundary. Calvin Savage is the deep mid-wicket fielder. He was the one who really needed to come in a bit quicker off the rope to create a backup scenario that never materialized.
This one cut, fielder coming around, and we'll just keep it to 1.
And
As
just
you mentioned, Ali Sheikh, you know, not in the 11 today, so I'm sure he was ready to fire one out, see if he can cause a run out and earn his stripes and turn some heads that way.
yeah, there's so many different ways you can catch somebody's attention here for all the scouts who are here, especially for the USA players. Ali Sheikh, local from Texas, based in Plano in the Dallas Metroplex area. And he's played for USA, made his T20I debut against Ireland back in December 2021. In that famous victory that USA had in Lauderhill. And hasn't played for USA since then, since that tour, but as a result of that, it means he's somebody who probably not a lot of these scouts have gotten a chance to look at. So yeah, even though he's not in the 11 today, he's got a chance to make an impact here, get on the radar.
Sivakumar just able to chip it to Umukchand, who nearly ran him out. You saw Rusty Tehran move Umuk to that position just before this delivery and nearly resulted in the end of Sivakumar as they look to take that quick single.
And the angle he had, he only had one stump to aim at. He's throwing from the edge of the 30-yard circle. You can see Sivakumar gave up. He knew he was toast.
This one on the legs of Dane Pete. He's able to push it through. Fine leg is going to come around alongside deep backward square and just keep it at 1. And again, no boundaries. We haven't had a boundary since the 10th over, Peter. And that was a 6 hit by Obis Pinar on a full toss from Mohamed Mohsen.
It's been as rare as Bigfoot. Are we going to get a sighting sometime in the last 3 overs here, sometime in the last 19 deliveries?
Sump Army would be hoping for one with just 19 deliveries to go. This one just inside edge onto the pads, and it'll just be one to close out the 17th over. Another good over here for the UMMC Knight Riders. It's 99 for loss of 5. And interestingly enough here, Peter, we're going to see spin here in the 18th over in the form of Mohamed Mohsen.
And again, they're going to be hitting into the wind. If they're going to try and take him down the ground straight. The wind's blowing out to the west, and that's where that 6 disappeared by Elvis Pienaar. Went sailing over the rope at mid-wicket. So square the wicket. If you can go to the leg side square, that's where the wind is going to help you out. But if you try and go straight, it's a lot more difficult.
Tried to go square, but just opened up his stumps. Ball might have stayed a touch low. And Sivakumar Duvarapu looking to play one of those big shots. Instead, he loses his wicket.
Oh, you can see why Mohsen was teasing him with that delivery. That was what he wanted Dane Pete to do. He said, see if you can clear a deep mid-wicket. I dare you to. And from that line on 5th, 6th stump, it just makes it that more challenging. You're hitting against the turn, and you're trying to drag it from well outside off stump to get it over the leg side rope. And so the degree of difficulty is there, and it makes it difficult for Sivakumar to time it well. It drags the bottom edge onto the stump, so it means Kartik Gatapali comes out to the middle. Former USA Under-19 representative. Toured with the Under-19 squad up in Toronto a few years ago. Left arm spinning all-rounder, who's had some pretty good success playing here in Texas. This is where he's based, and where he plays his minor league cricket as well. And he's somebody who's got some Australian ties. He's actually an Australian citizen. He spent most of his youth there before migrating to the U.S. He's somebody I know who wouldn't mind being taken by one of these franchises with the Australian links. We've got the DC franchise with links to New South Wales, and then Cricket Victoria also making a partnership as well. So I'm sure he's extra keen to impress some of the scouts who are here.
And we'll just find cover to start things off. You said had a lot of success in Prairie View, where he plays for the Houston Hurricanes with the ball in hand. Just hasn't really had opportunities with the bat. But he'll be able to get one away here and get Dane Pete back onto strike. Again, it's going to be crucial here for Dane Pete to get going. We saw him back at Church Street Park against the New Jersey Stallions in one of the playoff matches. Catch fire late in an innings and was able to make it competitive at the end. And a match that just seemed lost, and we'll only find one here. But it's not easy when you see the bowling of Mohamed Mohsen and company. UMMC has just been so tight. Come in with a plan and stuck to it, and Stump Army just never been able to force them to move away from it. Short and just pulled away for one by Kartik Gatapali.
And again, that short ball to a left-hander, it's not going to be a delivery that's going to be easy to get to the boundary, because the wind is blowing east to west. So for a left-hander, you're hitting into the wind there. The right-hander, you're hitting with the wind if you're trying to go over mid-wicket. So if you're going to make a mistake in your Mohsen, that's not a bad mistake to make, dropping it short to a left-hander. You don't want to make that same mistake to a right-hander with Pete on strike.
This line much fuller, and it's through the gap in the infield. Interesting angles taken and well placed by Dane Pete. He'll pick up 4 in the first boundary since the 10th over to close out the 18th.
This is a top-class shot. Not just on the length he executed this, but the gap. There's a very, very little margin to pierce that gap between short third man and backward point, and somehow he's able to do so to break that boundary streak, that boundaryless streak.
And 106 runs on the board for Sump Army with 2 overs to go. You can be looking, like you mentioned, 130 is probably the range and probably the area they want to be. And so if you're Dane Pete and to get the bully, that's a couple of boundaries. You'd hope, ideally, out of these 12 balls, you can get 6 boundaries. Get singles and runs off everything else, and I think that's the conversation being had here by Pete and Gattapalli. And Jessica Merlotter with this field alongside Rasi Taran. He's got a deep cover, deep extra cover, a deep cover, a deep backward square leg, and a long off with long on coming inside the circle. Excuse me, flip that field. We have a lefty on strike, so be a cow corner, a deep mid wicket, a long on, and a deep point, suggesting that the ball can be on body line, and then just occasion if he just tries to push one wide, has a little bit of protection there, with also a backward point inside the circle. And does go back of a length and wider, and again had protection for that delivery, but Gattapalli unable to get any bat on it. They're on a very smart bowler, but I'm not sure he's too pleased with that delivery. Again, dot balls are going to hurt you a lot here, Peter, especially with just 11 to go. You're going to need to find runs in any way, shape, or form. Again, yet to get bat on balls. That time, Rusty Theron rolls his fingers over it.
This is why Rusty's been such a good bowler in T20 cricket on the American scene ever since coming over here a few years ago. He's got all these variations. You look at his pace and you think, he's nothing special. He's not bowling 140, 145, but his economy rate, his wicket efficiency is really incredible because he's such a cagey operator, especially in these death over scenarios. And this is about what you get out of him. Typical spell for Rusty Theron in T20 cricket on the franchise scene in the U.S. is 1 for 18, 2 for 18.
As this one's hit up into the air on the leg side. Gonna fall short of any fielder, but Gattapalli able to get Dane Pete onto strike, who you have to imagine is who Sump Army would like to play the bulk of these deliveries. For Dane Pete, it's just the same field. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, a long on, and a deep cover. And suggesting that back of a length and on stumps. Oh, it goes with the bluff, and Pete able to squeeze that one away. Really nicely done. Squeeze that Yorker, looking for 2, and looks like Jessica Malota let that one go, thinking it was going to crash onto stumps, and able to get 2 runs there. Really crafty shot there from Dane Pete.
And it looked like Sarvjit Lada was the fielder there at fine leg, who just missed the opportunity to run him out on the second.
Went Yorker. That first delivery to Pete. This time slows it down. Pete hits it in the air. Has he found the gap? No, he's only found the man who makes a running catch. Moving out to his right. Really well done by Nitish Kumar out there in the deep, who we'll get to see with the bat in hand. And Dane Pete trying to accelerate, trying to make something happen. Can only find Nitish Kumar.
Oh, the Canadian, the former captain for Canada, coming south of the border to show why he's been one of the top fielders on the associate scene for all these years. Usually he's somebody who, in the early overs, you see it slip or at backward point. He's got excellent hands wherever he is on the field. And now he's been based in Texas for a few years now, and he's shown how valuable he is in all facets of the game. We haven't really seen him with the ball. He's somebody with Canada. He's a maximum quota bowler for Canada, and he's going to make a huge impact with the bat. It's the expectation later on today, but already in the field, that's not an easy catch with these windy conditions, but he judged it well off the bat, covered the ground well, and from our vantage point at long off, it looked like he had it comfortably covered from start to finish, Alan.
Yeah, it looked like he picked it off the bat really early and was able to get out to his right quickly as Ali Khan comes into the middle. And a big appeal from Rusty Theron, gets down on his knees, but said no, and it'll be runs straight away, and a single to get Karthik Gittapalli on strike. As that'll close out this 19th over, 110 for a loss of 7.
Yeah, so much of the attention on the roster sheets has been from players with international experience in the test playing world. Guys like Corey Anderson and Liam Plunkett, Unmukchan, Cheyenne Jayasuriya, but arguably one of the top performers, whether it was last year in the MLC Challenge and during minor league, has not been from a test nation. It's been from Canada. Nitish Kumar has been exceptional, and I think he's kind of forgotten about it in some ways. Lost in the shuffle of some of these other big names. You almost forget that he was an outstanding performer for Canada for the better part of a decade. And he's somebody who I'll be very curious to see where he goes in the draft process. He's going to get snapped up. That's a given. But where he goes, you wonder how much scouting some of these franchises do, how shrewd they will be in terms of analyzing some of the options, because, again, he's a triple threat. He's excellent on the field. Wherever you put him on the boundary or inside the ring, he can give you 4 overs of off spin if you need it in the conditions. And then batting-wise, he's very versatile. He's always a favorite in my book, Aman. Do you know why? Don't think too hard about this, Aman. He loves the reverse sweep. He's an excellent player of the reverse sweep. He's never afraid to pull that out.
Well, we've seen Ali Khan try some innovation here to start this final over. Tried to scoop that first delivery, and Calvin Savage pushed it away from him, and this time tried to attack Calvin Savage and unable to do so. And got to find some runs for Ali Khan to bowl at in the second innings. This one hits straight up. Who wants it? Point settling underneath it, swirling in the air, and makes no mistake in the end. Good, safe hands out there. And again, that'll be the end of Ali Khan, and the 8th wicket falls for Sump Army.
And I believe it's Sarvjit Lada who took the catch. And again, in these conditions, that's arguably one of the most difficult chances you'll get all day, one that goes straight up in the air, because if it gets high enough in the wind, it's just going to swirl and swirl and swirl. You can see in a typical situation, his feet would have been settled much, much earlier without that much wind, but the wind swirling, he's got to continue to track the ball, but he had a good stable base, took it comfortably in the end.
Took it comfortably, and that'll be Calvin Savage's 3rd wicket of the day. And again, more importantly, it's a dot ball, and Sump Army looks like they're going to be stranded below 120, barring some miraculous power hitting from the 2 men out there in the middle. And it's Imran Khan Jr. out there in the middle, who fends away a Yorker there from Calvin Savage. And you hear the cry out in the field, a wicket maiden in the final over. Something very rare to see, and something that we're on the cusp of here.
If he does get Wicket made. He might just snap into a Slim Jim. I'm on Savage. Ooh, yeah.
Well, he's one delivery away from it, as Imran Khan just tried to throw everything at it. And pretty calm there for someone who might just snap into a Slim Jim is Calvin Savage. He's got just a smile on his face, just kind of, that was a little Michael Jordan shrug there, Peter, was it?
Michael Jordan, I'm thinking more Macho Man. Macho Man. I like it.
Well, final delivery of this 20th over. Imran Khan pushes it up in the air. His fielder coming underneath it. Yes, and it's a double wicket made in here in the 20th. And that also means that's 4 wickets for Calvin Savage. And a brilliant spell from him and the UMMC Knight Riders. Comprehensive first innings for them. No doubt about who's going to be happier heading into the dressing room.
Ooh, yeah, Savage. What a spell. New ball. Middle overs, death spell. Macho Man, Calvin Savage.
Just showing off all the traits as Calvin Savage. We saw it all minor league season with the Chicago Tigers. First up, let's take a look at this batting card. Just nothing to speak of. David White showed some shots early on, getting to 20. Lahito Malanta undone early by Calvin Savage. Sudhit Gowda had one shot down the ground, but Calvin Savage with that brilliant take off his own bowling. And then you talk about the spinner. Ludda, he came in brilliantly, chopped on Obis Pianar, and again, nothing to speak of later on. And with the ball in hand, is that man who's going to snap into a Slim Jim, Peter. Calvin Savage, 4 overs, 19 runs, 4 wickets. Don't forget about Sarbjit Ladda with 2 wickets as well.
That Savage spell, just the ways he took his wickets. Got one caught behind. That catch off his own bowling was arguably the best of the lot. But then at the death here, one skied up to point, but then again, the cleverness using the conditions. That last wicket, banging it in short and wide outside off stump. Dare you to try and clear the boundary when you're going to have to hit through a 25 to 30 mile per hour gusting wind when the wind is blowing in off that boundary. Never in a million years was that ball ever going to have any chance of clearing the rope. So he's using the conditions to get the ball to hang up in the air and trusting his fielders. And he's got a 4-wicket haul to his name with a double wicket maiden at the death. That is mighty, mighty impressive, Aman.
Very impressive indeed, and so were the UMMC Knight Riders. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the second innings where the Knight Riders, they'll need 111 to go ahead and win.
Watch his cream of the crop promo. He's the best promo man ever. Savage. You gotta watch it. Him and Mean Gene opening. No, not even close. No love for the Rock in his promos.
Sometimes you have in this part of the country golf ball size hail, or maybe baseball size hail. If you leave your car outside and that happens, yeah, it would break the windshield, but that doesn't happen very often. Is your camera? Yeah. You have a camera? You ever seen Ryan out with his camera? I'm a big photographer. You use it? Not here, but like yesterday when it's just a showpiece.
He's gonna use it to go bash you over the head with it. I'll use it on you.
You have to focus it.
Alright, first time. Zoom into perfect hair. Yeah.
focus. It looks good on that, but when you see after you take the
That would be a that's what I thought. I was like, if we take pictures of him, that'd be great.
I was about to say anything, but since you say it.
At least you're honest.
Yeah.
He knows his strengths. Nick, could you pass me that napkin, please? Thank you.
You right, Alex?
It's okay.
Huh?
You start.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, respect. The last B-roll, you gotta put on something to put. Especially you gotta find B-roll. If you have B-roll to use, then it's fine.
When did the clocks go back? Last night at 12?
Last one I told you.
Two.
No,
Yeah.
not four.
2 a.m.
Last night was daylight
Oh.
savings?
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter.
I slept through it.
Forward. Not back.
Yeah, spring forward.
We sprung forward.
Yeah. So I lost an hour of sleep.
Well, that's why I felt like I was like, there's no way it's 8 o'clock.
Slept 4 hours last
I
night.
haven't slept on it. I felt. Ah, alright, now it makes sense.
Look, at some point, we're gonna have to realize that that's the dumbest tradition that we have. Just stop doing it.
Add it to
Apparently,
the
so
list.
it was started by Ben Franklin. I don't know.
How is it still relevant?
They think that you
What are
get
you
more than
talking
they
about? America's all about sticking to the shit from 1777.
My God, yes. Apparently the
What
reason
is the
was,
thinking behind daylight savings?
It was for farmers.
is it farmers?
But you don't get more than the day. Because
No, you don't, because you just start it earlier and finish it later.
And you
It's the
only
same shit.
feel it for like a couple days.
Right,
Why do we ever
exactly.
give us more sleep?
My God. I will say this, in the fall, that extra hour of sleep, that hits,
It's
that
For
hits
2 days,
different.
for 2 days, it's like yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now, that does make a difference.
Like
I will
I've
say that.
never had been better in my life, and then on day 3 you're like, oh, it's the same. Those 2 days though, woo, pristine, peak. Let's have those 2 days all year. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Just
Especially if you have nothing to do that Sunday.
Yeah,
Oh my God, that extra hour.
Especially
that
if
needs to
you're
be
hungover
Super Bowl.
that
Super Bowl
Sunday.
Sunday, they gotta find a way. Super Bowl
You know what?
Sunday's gotta
Boom.
happen.
Let's start a trend to have that
That
be
is
when
so
it happens. Super Bowl Sunday.
As soon as Super Bowl ends, clock goes back an hour, and then you go to sleep and you feel good.
That's what he did.
Uh, you know what? Let's write that up in a formal proposal somewhere and send it to somebody.
Congress, here you go.
Congress,
Roger
boom.
Goodell.
There you go.
He can get anything.
You say Roger Goodell?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, man?
I don't.
How are you?
Good, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
You know, we're having night riders in Dhaka.
I love you guys.
Boom, there it is. And look, right there. My God.
We have two players in our
That's
team.
the only
Ali got
guy
injured.
I need.
Ali Shafiq Karma is injured.
That's my
Really?
condition.
That's
He's on our team. They're on our team too.
Yeah. So how did it get injured?
Karma?
Yeah.
When they had the fast bowlers at the combine a week before.
Yeah.
So they were bowling, so when he pulled his groin. Same with Ali just pulled his groin. So, and it's
Is
not
it
like
the
an
cold?
easy
What
fix.
did it?
I'm not sure what exactly happened.
Oh no.
Like
The
Karma
groin
was-
is not an easy fix
yeah,
at all.
Karma
You can't
was-
bandage it either.
Yeah, Karma was injured before the game. Ali got injured by bowling.
Yeah.
Y'all make your graphics on Canva?
Most of the time. Not the motion graphics. Usually. So
I like Canva too.
For motion graphics, do these have a bunch of stills that seven-figure job.
Yeah.
They just do this crap. So.
Honestly, YouTube is the best resource for that.
How are you? Good to see you. All is well.
Yes, sir.
Hello and welcome back to match 2 of this MLC Champions Open in Prairie View, Texas, the Prairie View Cricket Complex. I'm Oman Patel. I'm joined by Peter Della Pena here for this second innings where Sump Army are going to try to defend 111 that they put up, and it'll be UMMC Knight Riders looking to chase that one down. And they're going to start with Noman Anwar and Udmuk Chand, two of the best bats in minor league cricket. Udmuk Chand came in and immediately made a splash in 2021, leading his team, the Silicon Valley Strikers, to a championship. And Noman Anwar, he's done the same. Came in and made a splash immediately. Hit 100 in his first innings, 119, averaging 41 at 141 strike rate. But it's Ali Khan with new ball in hand, creates an edge and it just flies away from point. And this is why Ali Khan's such a hot commodity. You know he's going to be gone very early on in this draft come next Sunday. But very important, very key for Ali Khan and Sump Army to get off to a good start and take wickets early, Peter.
And he's showing why he's the alpha dog in the USA bowling setup. Not just with his pace, but getting to bowl with the wind at his back to make it hurry on to these batters even quicker than normal. And he's here while the rest of the USA squad is in India right now because he's one of a couple players. Usman Rafiq is another. Shayan Jahangir is the third one. Players with Pakistani heritage just couldn't get a visa in time to get into India. So USA's loss, at least on the warm-up tour, is MLC's gain in this 4-day event. And Ali Khan, somebody who's been on numerous Knight Riders squads around the world. Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, Trinbago Knight Riders. And you've got a Knight Riders franchise as part of the 6 teams in the MLC setup. And so I think all eyes are going to be on the draft day to see if the Knight Riders franchise here is going to snap him up. As we see Ryan Tendescata, part of the Knight Riders setup, walk across us here.
I think it's a pretty safe assumption to say he'll be playing Major League in LA. I'm sure that's someone who's high on their draft boards, and why not? Someone with express pace, can move the ball both directions, can bowl up front at the end, does have the variations. And again, it's going to be very key for Sump Army if they want to avoid a huge loss here in their first match, in match number 2 of the whole Champions Open. Bowling it into Noman Anwar. This one you can see just hurries on to Anwar and nowhere to go. So 2 dots consecutively as Ali Khan, like you said, with the wind in his back, routinely is getting it to 130, 140. He's probably feeling upper 130s right now, probably a little bit over 140 at the moment.
And this is one of the first opportunities fans in the USA would have seen for Ali Khan too since his injury. Had that broken arm, required surgery. He was hit by a drive against Jersey back in the T20 World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe last June. And he looks completely fit here today. He wears, you can see he's got a black kind of armband, wristband that covered some white tape. He's got his arm taped up, so it was his right arm, his bowling arm, where the injury happened. And he says he feels 100%. When I asked him before play, he just said he tapes it up. It's more of a mental thing. Just gives him the reassurance and the extra bit of confidence. But in terms of functionality, he's back to 100%.
So this one will cut back in. I'm not sure Ali Khan's ever going to need a little bit more confidence. Very confident cricketer. As that'll end the first over. 3 runs come from it. 3 without loss.
Just having a light moment there with umpire Owen Brown. And Ali Khan, he's been based in the Houston area for some time now. The story with him when he first rose up to prominence in the USA national team, he was based out of Dayton, Ohio at the time, but he's since relocated to the Houston area a couple years ago. And makes his home here now. And we're going to get Sivakumar, who was part of that team that was in Zimbabwe, played just the one match against Zimbabwe. Check the one match against Netherlands in Zimbabwe, pardon me. It was the semifinal match against the Netherlands, where it was Bashundhara who was the hero for the Netherlands to take them to the T20 World Cup. And just imagine where USA could have been. You know, the Netherlands wins that semifinal, they go to the World Cup, and then they beat a couple teams in the opening round. They beat Zimbabwe, they beat South Africa, they deny South Africa a chance to go to the semifinals. They did the African sweep. They beat Namibia in the opening round. They beat Zimbabwe, they beat South Africa. And just imagine, USA could have been in that spot. That could have been USA bringing all that fame and notoriety to the national team in cricket in the country. Just such small margins in associate cricket, as this one is flayed off a thick outside edge to deep third, and sharp running by Unmukt Chand to come back to make it too. But there's so many fans who can think back to that time in Zimbabwe where USA was just that close to qualifying for their first ever T20 World Cup. They don't have to qualify 2024 obviously as co-hosts, but Netherlands, who really flopped a year earlier in the UAE after having won the T20 World Cup qualifier a couple years earlier in 2019, they came back with a vengeance.
And Sivakumar Duvabarapu, like you mentioned, was in Zimbabwe against Netherlands there. He's played minor league cricket for the Mooresville side the past 2 years. This past year with the Mooresville Raptors, and has been a key bowler for them up front. Has dealt with a couple of injuries this past season, so wasn't able to play as consistently as he would have liked, but someone who's played under 19s for an Indian side, and someone who can move, generally brings the ball in, but also able to angle it and move it away. So very valuable asset here, and again, going to need to look to strike early and try to get these early wickets, put the rest of this stacked batting order for UMMC under pressure. As this one's just pushed into the offside, and the problem here for Stump Army is the scoreboard is never really going to demand a lot of pressure. It's going to have to be manufactured by the bowlers, and whether that is through dot balls or whether that's just through excellent bowling, attacking the stumps and getting wickets that way. You don't really see a false shot coming out from either of these two. As this one's up in the air, it's over the top of the offside as he's given some width, and he's put it all the way along to the boundary. The first boundary of the second innings, and an expensive over to start things off for Sivakumar Duvabarapu.
Yeah, at the pace that he bowls at, there's very little margin for error. Gets the length wrong, and there isn't that variable bounce. The ball's just going to sit up to be whacked. And that's exactly what Anwar did just there.
This time straighter onto the legs, and it's just clipped around to fine leg where Ali Khan is standing. And we'll just keep it to one, but runs coming off every single delivery from the over. And that'll do it. 2 overs gone, 14 without loss. Again, we mentioned Unmukt Chand and Noman Anwar. Just 2 really good bats, and not known for, especially Unmukt being an explosive bat, but more stroke players able to find gaps and time the ball around and facilitate. But they do have the ability to take over innings whenever possible as Ali Khan continues his spell. As this one's hit straight back down the ground as Anwar picked up on the length early. And again, he's hit so many big runs and scored so many. And that just becomes so easy for him. 4 more for Noman Anwar.
Yeah, Ali Khan being a Yorker bowler, the issue with that is, of course, if you get the length fractionally wrong, that's what happens. Just sits up in the slot to be walloped back over the bowler's head, down the ground through mid-on, mid-off.
This one back of a length is just pushed into the offside, where Obis Piñol will keep it just to 1.
Obis, come on now. Hoodie in the field, that's a fine. That's a club fine right there. You can't be wearing a hoodie in the field, no matter how cold it is. I know we're in the prairie, it's a bit chilly out there, but Samp Army, if they do a fine system after the game, Obis is getting fined for that one.
Well, that's a bold statement, Peter. No matter how cold it is, I don't know if I'd agree with you on that one. The temperature has decreased quite a bit. Wind swirling around and definitely gusting through. And I had a chat with Brian Walters. He said one thing about Texas is if you don't like the weather, just wait a little bit, it'll change. I think we're all waiting for it to heat back up.
Well, and at the moment, he's not the only player who'd be facing a fine right there. I can count.
And that one's over the top of another player who was in a little bit of a hoodie. That one's going to be 4 for Unmuk Chand, who just helped it over the top. He used the pace of Ali Khan, and 4 more for the Knight Riders.
I count 5 players in the field wearing hoodies. Half the team would be donating to the tip jar at the end of play. And no matter what they're wearing in the field, they're not stopping the boundaries. And this over off of Ali Khan. This one over backward point. Yeah, I wonder if Justin Giel if he's running a fine jar, a tip jar for guys wearing hoodies in the field in this tournament. If Samp Army isn't running a fine jar, Justin Giel might be.
Well, Ali Khan, after being hit for 2 boundaries in the over, is going to need to find a way to reel things back in. Goes back to the length, just run down. No run on offer. And again, no need to force things if you are the Knight Riders. Plenty of time to work with, plenty of deliveries to work with. Only needing 88 runs to cross the line. And with plenty of bats to come, no need to force anything.
Yeah, they've got all the time in the world, and with this start, at the moment, they're going to canter to victory. It's just a matter of, do they want to get out of that canter and get into a full-blown gallop through to the finish line?
Again, the wind gusting around Prairie View Cricket Complex as one fielder just outside the circle, deep third man, so an attacking field set by Obis Pinar. Short, pulled away. There is that deep backward square, but he can only sail and watch it over his head. He's going to find 6 runs with Mukchand. Latched onto it early. And I hadn't seen that fielder before. That fielder was in play, but not for very long.
Yeah, well, looks like it might be Dane Pete out there. But again, it just shows the difference in the wind conditions. He didn't really middle that one. It was just a wristy flick, but you try and do that to the east boundary, that's going to be a catch. This time, even though we hit it quite flat, the wind just helps the ball take off dramatically going to the west side boundary.
This time looking to go over the offside, misses out. Ali Khan a little bit more pace, a little more oomph on that one. And a dot ball to close out yet another expensive over. 29 with that loss after 3.
Yeah. The other difference there, you would have needed a cornet dry field man out there, deep square leg. You needed a tall glass of water out there to latch onto that one. I don't think Dane Pete is going to be leaping up and grabbing that, unfortunately.
Well, Zubin was out there, and he took it outside the rope, and some part of me just wishing that he was inside the rope as well. But as you mentioned, nobody was going to be out there to catch that delivery. And we're going to get to see a change in bowling. No more Sivakumar Duparapu, but it's going to be the MVP from the 2022 minor league season in Funny Samadri. Excuse me, no, it will not be. It's going to be Imran Khan Jr. rather warming things up. And
Are you sure it's
Gonna
not
make it
catching on Singh? I don't know. On the back of the jersey says G Singh. Could have fooled me, Yaman.
throwing out different names in there, but it is going to be Imran Khan Jr.
Is that a fine for the fine jar there, Justin Gill? Another one there.
And this one's beautifully punched off the back foot. Anwar just sat up on it, waited for that length, got the room he was looking for, and starts off this fourth over like we finished the last one with a 4.
This is a gorgeous shot. Again, on a pitch where there's been uneven balance. That's a length delivery. That's not over pitched. You got to hit that on the up. You need to time it well, and he did so.
This time cut, but only to the fielder standing there at cover. Really sharp work by Dane Pete. He's got the tape over that right index finger.
And much more agile effort than what he did on the boundary just moments ago, where that 6 sailed over his head.
This time rolls his fingers over the ball and is pulled away into the gap. And he's going to find 4 more. Numwan Anwar putting his mark on this innings already.
Well, the UMMC Knight Riders look like they're playing on a different wicket, and Sam Barmy batted on in the first innings. This one, right idea with a slower ball, but just dragged it down a bit too short and sat up. And Nauman Anwar just thumps it through the gap. There were 2 boundary riders in the power play here, both from on the leg side, one at long on and one at deep mid wicket, and he bisected both of them beautifully. Again, it just shows what a good shot that was. Even with Sivakumar out there as part of the boundary protection, still was able to pick the gap.
This time goes pace on and closer to the body. A little bit fuller as well. And will lead to a dot ball. And it begs a question with these 2 batters enjoying pace and finding comfort with the pace. When do you see the likes of Obis Pinar and Dane Pete being brought onto bowl?
Obis looks like he's itching for the ball. He's at mid-off here.
This one fuller and just pushed into the leg side for 1.
Can't wait too long. Where the target, where it is today, and the required run rate already well under a run a ball. If you're pushing for a victory rather than just scouting evaluation, you got to get these guys on, your premium bowlers, especially your premium spinners, on sooner than later.
Slows it down again, hits the pad. It looked like it was pitching outside the leg stump. And they'll just scamper 1 off of the leg by to end the 4th over. UMMC 39 without loss.
There's a lot of movement there. That one swung in sharply as well.
And Peter Della Penna did move in, and there's, again, a use of wind. We'll see where they elect to go from here. And they're going to continue with pace. It's going to be Shadley Van Skalkovic. Again, he bowled the final over in the 2022 minor league season for the Seattle Thunderbolts as they lifted the cup and led his team to victory. Didn't really have a day with the bat, looking to make up for it with the ball in hand. And again, we saw early success from Justin Dill and Calvin Savage bowling that hard length, using their height and getting the ball to just have that little extra bit off of that length delivery. We'll see if he goes the same tactic. Does go on a length and just worked into the leg side. Gonna think about 2, and they're gonna get 2 runs in the end as well. It's good running here from the Knight Riders.
Yeah, it's something that it's also been impressive. It's not just that they found the boundary early on here. These first 4+ overs, the running between the wickets has been quite sharp as well. Very confident between Umukchand and Naman Anwar.
This one inner half of the bat as he comes down the track. Unmunkt and stopped there by Obis Pinar just for one. And then Sump Army's going to need someone to put the brakes on this Knight Riders innings. Whether that's going to be a spinner, whether it is going to be Shadi Van Skalkvik. They're going to need to find someone to just start taking wickets because only 69 runs are required here for the Knight Riders, who are just cruising along at the moment. Hit straight back. He's taken out, leg stump there. Noman Anwar, you can see how powerfully that was struck, and had it not found, that leg stump could have been racing away to the boundary and into the neck of the woods.
Well, Samp Army will take all the help they can get in the field right now. And that anthropomorphic 12th man, the non-striker Stumps, helping out in a big way. Saving 4 runs.
Again, you see if this just miss any couple of inches over to the left, and that's a certain boundary, as this one is up in the air and has found the fielder. And there you go, that's wicket number 1. The Stumps save the 4, and Shadi Van Skalkvik gets Noman Anwar to find one out to find leg. Umukchand almost helped one to the same man this time. Van Skalkvik gets his man.
Well, Dane Pete, we saw one just clear him a few overs earlier, but this time Naman Anwar just got under that a little bit too much. Didn't have as much power behind that. That previous 6 that was hit in that direction was flat, and once it got up into the wind, it just sailed over because it had more power behind it. This time, it just not enough juice on it. A bit more of a top edge, bit more wrist work in that one than really the heart of the bat behind that ball. And it just hung up there for Dane Pete to track a good 15 yards and take the catch just inside the rope. And it brings Jaskaran Malhotra to the wicket. In case you're not sharp enough to see the number 4 on his back, he sticks out like a sore thumb today, because he's got that bright fluorescent orange Delhi Bulls helmet on his head he's been wearing today.
Someone who's found his way into some franchise cricket after his 6 sixes against PNG and joined that exclusive club. He's going to try to find a way into a club through the draft here by performing in this combine.
Poor Gowdy Toka. Gowdy Toka is not going to be one of the players drafted in the MLC. I know that much.
Well, Jaskaran pulls this one. Fielder well too far in front of square for that one. That was hit well fine, and an easy way, a welcome way to get off the mark for Jaskaran Malhotra.
And again, recognizing the conditions, knowing that the wind is going to help him in that direction with fine like up in the ring. It's an easy boundary. And Andres Koos and Chagan Namani not really interested in trying to field that ball beyond the rope.
This time slows it down, keeps it on stumps, and just fended away. And that'll be the end of the 5th over. A wicket down finally for Sump Army, as it's 46 for loss of 1.
Well, this one coming to a conclusion in a hurry, especially from a UMMC perspective. It's just 65 now needed from the remaining 90 deliveries, so should be an easy run chase, but of course an opportunity for these UMMC batters have an opportunity to be in the middle, spend time in the middle, and showcase their skill. And speaking of skill, Peter Delapena, this young man coming into bowl, Fani Samadri, what a bowler he is. 46 wickets in the minor league was unbelievable for the Seattle Thunderbolts and ended up being a big part of why they won that tournament. Keep an eye on him, PDP.
And he's somebody who, you first see him, you think, how does he take all these wickets? He doesn't bowl express pace. And then you realize that that's a large part of the reason behind his success. He doesn't bowl with pace on the ball. He takes pace off. The overwhelming majority of his deliveries are slower balls, cutters, back of the hand deliveries. Got a lot of tricks, and he bowls one that just kind of almost falls off a table. The lack of pace on it. And that's one of the rare times you'll actually see pace on the ball. He's much more adept at taking wickets with the off-pace deliveries.
Yeah, I think all about that action, that slingy action, very low to the ground in terms of not a tall man, Fani Samadri, and it makes it even more challenging because the ball just doesn't bounce. As you can see there, Umnuk Chan, sorry, having to get really low. And the weather conditions, Peter Dadapena, really intensified in terms of the cold.
I gotta say, I'm impressed with you, Nikhil. Short sleeves all day long. You've been undeterred.
Can only wear what you have. PDP would love a jacket because I'm surprised. Feels like 15 degrees Celsius here in Houston, and you've got that strong breeze as well. So the players out there, especially the faster bowlers, having to contend with the cold atmospheric conditions does play a part, especially when you're bowling and trying to get into a rhythm.
Well, you say the faster bowlers. If you're a spinner, it's not exactly easy to grip the ball either, especially for a leg spinner, which has made the spell both from Sarbjeet Lada and from Mohsen earlier all the more impressive, as you see Unmuk Chand on screen there.
Yeah, he took a slip there, Unmuk Chan. Lucky for him, he got back in the end.
That's the wicket-taking ball. That's the one that has been the specialty from Fani Samhadri. That's been getting him so many wickets in minor league cricket. And because you said, Nikhil, that trajectory, that slingy action, it just is so hard to pick up. And it has allowed him to fool so many players. They haven't really been able to adjust. And again here, we're seeing why Jaskaran Malhotra gets the timing thrown off.
This young man is a special talent, and I know for sure the scouts will be very interested in him. You look at Fani Samadri, though, the bowler, what a turnaround in terms of his career. I can't quite understand it. In 2021, 9 wickets in 9 matches, PDP. Came back the following year for the same team, the Seattle Thunderbolts, and picked up 46 wickets in 18 matches. That is some turnaround.
Well, the question is, can he do it again? It's the consistency. It's one thing to do it as a one-off, but is he able to maintain that? That's what people are going to look to keep an eye on as the power play ends at 48 for 1.
Yeah, not only that, but against high-quality batting as well, on conditions that will be different to what he would have played on in Seattle on much flatter surfaces on the West Coast. So this will be a challenge for him, but so far so good. Just 2 runs from his first over. Is there any way back for the Sam Army in this one?
Well, we'll see how the spinners operate. That's going to be an important factor for sure. If and when they come on, they've got to come on at some point. There's only so many overs of medium pace that they've got up their sleeve. As Shadley Van Skakvik keeps the ball for his second. You've got options here. Dane Pete, Obis Pinar.
Will be Van Skakvik continuing for his second. Again on the money. I was quite surprised that he didn't get the new ball, Shadley Van Skakvik, because he does tend to bowl it. A very good economy rate, less than 5 runs per over in that minor league season. And gives you 2 up front, gives you 2 at the back end.
Well, that also just shows the depth of options that you've got at this event here in Houston. Guys who would be new ball bowlers in one setup, all of a sudden you've got a squad that's blessed with as much depth and talent as this Samp Army team is. It's not a given that he's going to take the new ball. You don't have an Ali Khan at Seattle Thunderbolts. Ali Khan plays in Texas for his minor league franchise, but Fani Simhadri and Shelby Van Skalkvik, members of that Thunderbolts squad.
So I'm going to miss. I just wonder if Unmuk Chan decides he wants to just drop anchor and ensure that he gets them home. You don't have any quick collapse in this innings, but still, just 62 runs needed. So it should be pretty easy going from here. A lot of batting still to come. Mohamed Mohsin, Angelo Pereira, Nitish Kumar. Well, forget that about drop anchor. Unmuk Chan making his intentions very clear. He's going after it, wants to get this over with. Maximum to him.
Again, the other thing to keep in mind here, with all these scouts watching, you've got a license to make a big statement here. You're not going to really get anybody's attention from the franchise scene if you're just going to knock singles around and coast to the target with 3 overs to spare. If you want to make an emphatic statement, you play shots like that. And that'll get you noticed. And I know Unmuk Chan has had some opportunities recently in the franchise scene. Melbourne Renegades, also played Bangladesh Premier League. And here in minor league cricket as well in the US with the Silicon Valley Strikers. So again, you've got a lot of people watching today. It's an opportunity to remind them of what he can do.
Didn't quite time it, but the intention, you can see how disappointed he is with missing out there, because just had to get it a foot wide of that mid-off fielder would have been a certain boundary. And that's what I love about Unmuk Chan at the crease. He's always thinking about the best way he can score a boundary, even when the field goes out, with 5 fielders outside the circle. Interesting that Van Skalkvik left both mid-on and mid-off up. Look at the bounce on that one. Past the head of Unmuk Chan. Good way to finish the over, just 7 from it. 55 for 1.
And Van Skalkvik is not express, but he's just a very clever bowler. And again, you're seeing a little bit of the variable bounce here today. That's not the type of bounce you've seen even from the tall fast bowlers. You didn't really see Cornet Dry do that, or Ahsan Adil from that length. So very tricky conditions to negotiate at times for these batters out here, which again makes what we saw earlier today, you mentioned it, Tejinder Singh's performance all the more impressive. This has not really been an easy wicket at times to bat on, and Tejinder Singh bucking the trend of everybody else today here in Prairie View, Texas, with that half-century knock that he had. Still no spin though. Fani Simhadri is going to continue for a second over.
It's been a watchful start from Jaskar Malhotra, just 6 from his first 8 deliveries. Man, of course, the second person in the history of cricket to hit 6 sixes in an over. You were there, Peter Delapena.
No, I was not. It was one of the few tours I missed out on. It was right after COVID restrictions were lifted in some places, but for Oman, I was not able to get a visa in time because they changed their COVID vaccine restrictions at the very, very last moment. I was vaccinated, but they were only allowing, at a certain point in time, only think 2 or 3 types of vaccines, and the one I had was not on the list of approved vaccines. By the time they finally did approve it, the Tri-Series and the tour was only a day away, and I just was not able to get a visa in time, so I missed out when Jaskar Malhotra took Gowdy Toka for 6 sixes in Muscat at the Al Emirate Academy. Had to watch at home on the stream like just about everybody else in the world.
That right there, to cut you, Peter Delapena, but that's the cutter that Simhadri bowls. The leg cutter that goes away. Sorry, really, the off cutter correction that completely grips in the surface. He's probably got the best slower ball, I think, in this entire tournament. You can see it there, and it just spins past the edge. of Malhotra, and it's why Lahira Malanta's come up to the stumps as well. Excellent piece of keeping and good cricket from Samp Army.
And coming up to the stumps, though, it is a bit of a tell to Jaskaran Malhotra because the previous over he stayed back all 6 balls. Now that he's come up to the stumps, that's an indication to Malhotra that you're going to see an awful lot more cutters than you saw in the first over. In the first over, we only really saw 1 cutter. Expect him to pepper Malhotra with that ball throughout this over.
Now where did it hit him? Again, Rushain Samuels thinking it's going down leg. Leg by signal. Thought may have been some bat on it. Potential on the bat leg as well. So I wonder if height was a problem.
And a bit interesting here. Prior to this over, so take a look at the replay here. This one just may have been missing like some, you could see off some there. Prior to this over, Jaskaran Malhotra took off his thigh guard, took off a lot of the extra protective equipment he had on. He decided he wanted a bit less restriction in terms of his protective gear. And almost on cue, after taking off all that extra thigh guard padding, he's nailed in the thigh right where he would have that protection in an exposed area just above the knee flap.
Wide signal. So Samadri, something he does struggle with at times. Some deliveries spraying down the leg side. It's hard to control that action at times. Slingy. Very sidearm action. Off the outside edge, more runs. Doesn't matter how they come at this stage. For Unmukthan into the 30s as well. Just 50 required for victory.
Yeah, 3rd man up in the ring. You got to be very tight, and could argue that was somewhat intentionally played in that direction. Just looked like he opened up his wrists very late. Open up the bat face, get that fine. And Sivakumar is up in the ring at 3rd man, so any edge down the leg side through fine leg or outside edge is going to go straight to the rope.
2 is the call straight away. Can he get them? Sent back in the end. Good call. Seeing Unmukthan again in the runs, Peter Dadapena. What prediction do you have in terms of how early he would go in that Major League draft next week? How important do you think he will be to teams picking?
Well, again, it's not so much the skill that you have to factor in when making these draft picks.
Easy catch and taken. Samadri in the wickets again. You call him, he answers. Again, getting one to just grip in the surface. This man has just got a knack for picking up wickets.
Well, I said he was going to pepper Malhotra with that slower ball cutter, as he was having trouble timing it. And again, you can see why he's had so much success with that delivery. That one just gripping Malhotra through the shot a touch too soon. He was trying to flick this through mid-wicket, and because of that outside cut on the ball breaking the other way, even though that was really on a poor length, it was much too full. It's not really where he intended it, but because it does grip, Malhotra's through the shot early, comes off the leading edge, and it pops up for wicket, and Malhotra can't believe it. I'm sure a lot of other people watching are still scratching the head. How is Fani Samadri taking all these wickets? It's just that the variation that he provides keeps everybody off balance. But to answer your other question, going back, is Nitish Kumar is going to be the new batter entering, the former candidate player. You're not just picking guys based on skill. A lot of these guys, if they're a high draft pick, you're asking them to be the face of your franchise, and it's the off-field aspects. They're ambassadors. They're the people who you're building your culture around. And so, even though they might not be statistically the top performers in some cases, you're going to see the likes of Liam Plunkett, Corey Anderson, and Unmukthan more than likely go and be the first selection for a number of the franchises because they want somebody who's going to be able to be a cornerstone in terms of the marketing, the brand recognition, all that stuff. You got somebody on your team who's an India under-19 World Cup winning captain. There's only a handful of those going around the world.
Dane Pete, first sign of spin for Sam Army. Now well outside this power play. He'd be looking to get some wickets as well. If they can just take 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession. You never know with this game of cricket, but just 4 runs and over needed. A very well set Unmukt Chan and Nitish Kumar, who's an international player as well, joining him.
Yeah, very distinguished career for Canada. Former captain. Played in the World Cup in 2011.
I think he could be one to watch in that draft as well. Just, I think, how much he's displayed his ability. Nitish Kumar went to the Caribbean in the Super 50, scored a couple of hundreds. And gets through for the quick single. So Kumar off the mark.
Hey, somebody in this part of the world is very, very highly respected. Within the Americas, his reputation is sterling. The issue is the franchises, the ownership, the leadership that are coming in with IPL links, who haven't had as much opportunities to scout these players locally. You wonder, is somebody like him going to slip through the cracks in the early rounds and then he becomes a steal in the middle rounds? If you have ownership that's based in North America, you'd expect him to go in the first 3 rounds, such as his quality, Nitish Kumar. But depending on the level of scouting that's being done from the leadership that's coming from the Knight Riders franchise or Super Kings franchise, or from Cricket New South Wales or Cricket Victoria, these players don't have the same level of profile in those parts of the world. And so that's why an event like this becomes so crucial from the scouting aspect, giving these teams an opportunity over the course of these 4 days to get a closer eye on some of the players who they might not have seen as often as singles take the score to 66 for 2 after 9 overs. And that's really going to be where the difference is made. You know, it's not necessarily, in my view, the overseas players that really make the difference in a lot of these championships. It's, do you get the most value out of your local draft picks or your local auction selections? Because in terms of supply and demand, you can always find an overseas player to come in and contribute, but it's a lot harder supply and demand-wise to pick out the best locally eligible players, or players who are defined as locals, as Kumar is nowadays, because he's been based in Texas for a few years now. So can you capitalize on those local selections? And if you do, that's going to tip the scales heavily in your favor in a franchise league.
Well, one thing that the franchises will look to is that Global T20, which happened in Canada with a lot of high-profile internationals. And Nitish Kumar did well back in that 2018 season, playing for the Toronto Nationals. So he does have that against high-quality bowlers. And, of course, along with his international achievements as well. So if he comes and does well in this week of matches, you just never know when it comes to Sunday's draft.
It feels like a lifetime ago, the Global T20 Canada. 2018 and 2019, and of course that's where Ali Khan made his big splash with the Winnipeg Hawks that first season. And that's what got him noticed. Of course, he had played in the U.S. Open. Is going to get an overthrow here. Sloppy fielding here from Sam Army. They're going to get 2 overthrows. This is brilliant running, brilliant recognition between Nitish Kumar and Unmukt Chan to capitalize on really poor work in the field from Sam Army. But
that was excellent, really, to turn 1 into 3. And it just tells you how agile these 2 in the middle are. Made it look extremely easy.
You've got, you know, events like this, events like the U.S. Open, the Unity Cup, different events on the U.S. franchise scene. That's where Ali Khan got noticed, first of all, by Dwayne Bravo. Dwayne Bravo was playing at the U.S. Open as a teammate of Ali Khan, and then that led to the opportunity with Winnipeg Hawks, and that led to an opportunity with Trimbago Knight Riders, and it led to opportunities in the Bangladesh Premier League, Pakistan Super League, led to an opportunity to be part of the squad for the Kolkata Knight Riders when the IPL was played in the UAE. So these things all get linked together. But again, it's a case of Dwayne Bravo was here for the U.S. Open. That's how he got discovered. So, you know, Global T20 Canada being a couple years ago, it's going to test the memory banks of some of these franchise leaders to see how much they were paying attention back in 2018, 2019, to know how good Nitish Kumar was, to know how good he was for Canada all throughout the decade of the 2010s. At a time when we take for granted nowadays, all the ODIs are shown around the world. They're all broadcast in terms of the Cricket World Cup League 2, but when Nitish Kumar was playing for Canada, the overwhelming majority of matches on the associate scene were not broadcast. So he was playing a career in the dark, essentially, which was a real shame because when he was at his peak for Canada and performing as one of the lead batters in the associate world, most of his matches were only seen by a handful of people. You had to be in the ground to witness his greatness.
But this will be runs, but just one of them. There's that protection. Ends the 10th over, halfway stage. Pretty much set for victory, UMMC, 72 for 2.
Ten overs gone in this second innings of the second match of the MLC Champions Open, where the UMMC Knight Riders just need 39 runs, and it's at cruise control now as Dane Pete continues his spell. I'm Om Patel, joined by Brian Walters in the box as Pete comes in, and again, this quick running between the two in the middle continues, and they'll just take one to get Nitish Kumar back on strike. Brian, it's just been total domination from the Knight Riders.
That domination started from well before this innings or this half innings because, very honestly, when you choose to bat first and you only put 110 runs on the board, effectively you've already lost the battle. And any normal cricket, batting-wise, would have gotten the UMMC Knight Riders home. But so far, they've really dominated things. Lost a couple of wickets, yes, but they're well ahead of the, well north of the required rate. Now only under 4. It's 3.83. And so, you know, Aman, you and I can go out there and get 4 runs and over.
As this one's pushed into the leg side, and they're doing just that. And I think the impressive thing for the Knight Riders is when Sump Army was out there batting, it just looked like this. You couldn't score off this wicket. There weren't going to be any easy runs coming, and you've seen the flurry of boundaries. Now, the Knight Riders haven't scored a boundary in some time. It's because they haven't had to. They've just been pushing the balls around. But they've shown with shots like this that they're able to find boundaries. The innovation there, the reverse sweep comes out, showing he's got all the shots. Nitish Kumar gets himself 4, and Peter Della Pena having a good time with the monopod now right in front of us, trying to reenact that sweep shot.
Good looking sweep shot. Look, those innovative types of shots are always on the card with players of this established caliber. Nitish Kumar, now 7 from 9. Unmukt Chand is the one of the two who's more likely to play that reverse sweep. He's up to 37 from 25.
Again, like you were saying, they just haven't had to play any of those shots. They haven't been forced, and they've played them when they've wanted to play them. Versus Sump Army, you felt at some point they needed to play those shots and just never got into the ability to do so, never felt like they were really going after it. And by the time they were trying to, it was just too little too late. As this one's just clipped away for 1. They could push for 2, and they will. And again, something we didn't see a lot of in the first 2 matches, as there was a fumble out on the field, was the batters pushing the fielders for these 2s, and these 2 have found the pockets in the field and have able to find multiple 2s and things like that. 11 overs gone, 82 for the loss of 2.
Look at that, and Aman, easy as you like. 10 runs from this over without any effort whatsoever. The reverse sweep probably was the only thing that sort of implied any sort of urgency, but they're doing it just as easily as possible. From now on, only needing around 3 runs and over. 29 runs remaining. You and I think, are going to have a short day's work the rest of the way, because despite a good, solid bowling attack, this bowling attack that the Samp Army has been made to look relatively pedestrian. And yes, a couple wickets have fallen, but 82 runs, scoring at the rate of 7.45 and over. They could have chased 50 more runs than what this target is without any fuss, it feels like.
And it adds a interesting question as Imran Khan Jr. comes back into the attack and is pulled for a single. Was this track really that hard to bat on? Look at this, converting that into 2. They're going to attempt it. They hit it quick on the stumps, and I don't think the umpire is giving the finger. Little thumbs up from Chand, and this will be close, and we'll get back to that thought. But again, they called 2 from the very beginning after that fumble. Throw came in really nicely from David White. Malanta, so quick.
Oh, that's good work.
And it's really good work there from Nitish Kumar and the umpire out there. It looked pretty good from this angle, from our vantage point. Slower ball tucked into the leg side. But it brings up the question, was this track that hard to bat on in that first innings, or does it just speak to how good the bowling was from the Knight Riders?
It certainly indicated good bowling, but what it also did was, to me, indicate a lack of intent. You didn't see necessarily a lot of urgency. You didn't see, anything innovative like a reverse sweep or anything along those lines.
As this one's pulled into the leg side, might have bisected the fielders. Nope, good work to keep it to just 2. And that's Abhiram Bolasetti, who's out there in the field doing some dirty work. Not in the playing 11 today, but you'd have to imagine at some point over these next 4 match days, he'll get out there and with either bat in hand or ball.
So that lack of urgency, I think, is more what dictated a relatively low score, undercooked score, rather than anything that the pitch was doing.
Again, it just felt that Samp Army were on the right track. They were able to find singles. You didn't really see them get dialed in into a bunch of dot balls, except for the overs that Sarbjit Ludda was bowling. Other than that, they were able to find singles pretty consistently, but it was just their inability to find those boundaries and just let the Knight Riders just go about their innings.
Oh,
That's a good delivery, that from Imran Khan Jr. He's kind of been put on in a tough spot, really nothing to bowl for, but he's showing that he can bowl these different types of deliveries. He showed off the variations already in the over.
Imran Khan, 15 runs conceded so far from his 1 over and 5 balls. So hasn't been necessarily very frugal, but at the same time, you like the variety of the left arm over the wicket.
Another one with the fingers rolled. Quick single and a fumble in the infield is going to allow that single to happen, and that'll end the 12th over, 89 for the loss of 2. Brian, they're getting closer. Just 22 runs required off 8 overs. It feels like if it took 8 overs, then there might be a little bit of an issue. Bigger issues than just the cricket. Obis Pinar has the ball in hand, hasn't taken the jacket off, and he won't be taking the jacket off. He'll hand it off to one of his bowling options. And surprised that Obis didn't give himself an over maybe a little bit earlier on, but he's gone to Karthik Gittapalli, who's accustomed to bowling here at Prairie View as a member of the Houston Hurricanes.
Karthik Gittapalli, one of my favorite bowlers in the entire minor league system. Obis Pinar, don't know whether or not he's carrying any sort of an injury. He was carrying an injury late towards the back end of last year. I think he's pretty much healthy at this point, but question to be asked is, what's the purpose of bringing in one of your best bowlers when the opposition only needs 2.75 runs and over with 8 wickets in hand? So he may just get the idea, you know what, I'm a relatively established player, bearing in mind that this is sort of a dress rehearsal, as I said earlier. Let's give Karthik Gittapalli the ball to have these selectors have a look at him and see how well he can bowl.
Starts off right on the stumps and just a single push down to the offside. Karthik Gittapalli, a promising youngster who's played for the U.S. national team and U.S. under-19 team, and again, he's picked up wickets just in bunches here in minor league cricket. Always someone that Nate Hayes and I talk about as maybe an under 19 or under 21 player of the week. As you see, Unmukjan come down the track, but just able to flash it to Obis Pinar.
No question. Had a less than stellar 2022 season, but mostly because he was injured for about half the season. When he's healthy, one of the better bowlers that you'll find anywhere in this league.
Yeah, and it's always, you see here across the world that finding left arm spinners is a luxury. Feels like in the U.S. we have a dime a dozen. They're just everywhere.
Goodness,
Ali
yes.
Sheikh, who's not even in the playing 11. Obis Pinar, who hasn't bowled. Karthik Getapalli, they're just everywhere,
Yes.
flocking around. Look at that innovation.
Interesting.
Look to go with the switch hit. Saw the ball was drifting to the leg side and then said, okay, I'll just help it along its way. Not something you're going to see every day.
Very interesting.
And look at that there from Nitish Kumar, showing off the range of shots he possesses.
So, similar to the first game, it's all over about the shouting at this stage. Only another 19 runs needed for victory for UMMC. I happened to have been here last weekend. Well, not here, in the Houston area in Pearland at Musa. Oh, my goodness. I'll get back to that story because Unmukjan walks past a pretty straight delivery, and he has to go Karthik Gatapali with the wicket. Unmukjan has to go stumped, pretty easy stumping by Lahiri Malanta, and Karthik Gatapali as his first.
Well, there you go. He strikes straight away, and you can see it here. Unmukjan just looking to come down the track and push it away. I'm just wondering, was there a little bit of a nick on it, or did it just turn away from him completely? Because that was pretty sharp, and Lahiri Malanta just had the easiest jobs of taking the bails. Maybe a little bit too late now.
Oh, look at that
Look
turn.
at that turn, and again,
Yes.
that's something that's going to get a scout to maybe look at you a little bit harder, and that'll end the 13th over, 92 for the loss of 3. And so maybe a consolation prize there for Karthik Getapalli, and again, that's what you're looking at as you'll take a third look at it here. Again, the ball just haven't seen a lot of turn on offer.
Look at that.
I think there might have been a little nick on the way back, Brian. It just looked like it moved after. Again, just if you take another look at
Actually,
it.
if you note that umpire Owen Brown raised his finger.
I think
So,
there was
yes.
a touch of a nick, and I think that's why Mukjan never looked to come back. Again, I think the stumping was just for good measure. I was just perplexed by the amount of turn that looked like it got off the screen. It looked like he didn't turn that much off the wicket in person. But there you go, a wicket nonetheless, and you'll take it if you are Sump Army, especially if you are Karthik Getapalli, especially of a player of Mukjan's notoriety.
Absolutely. And what's important is, regardless of the mode of dismissal, it's the amount of turn that he got that caused that wicket. So whether it was a stumping where the ball missed the bat entirely or caught behind where the ball kisses the edge of the bat, he still turns it past one of the best batters in the country.
And that'll bring out Angelo Pereira, the ex-Sri Lankan and a fan favorite. And to bowl to him is going to be Shadley Van Skalkovic with the ball in hand, and going to see if he can get a little bit of extra magic going. Just 19 runs required. Should just be a couple of overs left in this match, but could Sump Army make it interesting? This one crashed into the offside for 1. Again, just like this, it'll take them 3 overs to get to the target with singles. Sump Army's going to need 7 wickets if they want to pull off a miraculous win here. Again, seems more unlikely.
So Van Skalkovic so far started out his spell from the northern end of the ground, the forest end, but is now bowling from the highway end, and obviously a bowler of great repute. So far his spell is into his 3rd over, 1 wicket for 15 so far. So a good bowler, and you expect, I remember one delivery in particular, the last delivery of his 2nd over, that pitched on the length and absolutely took off. And that's sort of what you'd like to see from a fast bowler. Not known necessarily for express pace, more of a swing bowler. But he certainly has a few tools in that kit.
Well, you talk about that delivery that jumped up. Lahiri Malanta is not really caring about, not thinking about it, because he's up at the stumps right now. And again, it's something that Lahiri does quite often for the Morshall Raptors in minor league cricket, is he'll keep up to the stumps against pacers, and It's quite interesting. You risk, you know, if they do stray in line, risk 4 off buys, but you just keep the batter rooted to their spot. So this one's just pushed into the offside, and he's going to find 1.
Yeah, so similar to the first game, it's sort of just waiting to see what the final score is going to be, because effectively this game is over. But once again, given that this is an invitational tournament where you are expecting for selectors and scouts to be looking and being able to say who wants to go higher up on the board, you want to see these opportunities given to these youngsters.
A good shot that, and good work in the field as well to keep that one to just 1 run, as Nitish Kumar showed off the high elbow there. And as you mentioned, it's moments like these that can turn heads, especially in a losing effort. You know, sometimes maybe not the highest ranked player, but someone who just comes out, doesn't seem to be lacking any effort out there, and is always willing to give everything. Someone you could always find in the back end of the draft and could think about taking with the last pick. And that's another way to make your mark out there, maybe not just on the score sheet, but just with your attitude. So this one's pushed forward for 1.
Just another 15 runs needed. Last ball coming up in the 14th over. So yeah, the chances of this going all the way through to the 20th are probably remote. Nitish Kumar, 20 from 19 with a boundary. Angelo Pereira just faced 2 balls for his 1 run so far.
This one is going to be pushed into the offside, and thinking about 2, and just going to settle for 1. And that'll do it for the 14th over. Just 14 runs required from the remaining 6. It's 97 for the loss of 3. And so, Brian, I hope it is Karthik Ettapalli coming back from the forest end, the northern end. After taking the wicket of Umukchand, why not bring him back in to bowl?
Yep, that is him coming back on. Karthik Ettapalli, once again, playing for the Houston Hurricanes right here in the Houston area. And just loads of wickets in the first season, the 2021 season. Chopped that number of wickets in about half in the second season, as I mentioned. He was injured for the majority of the season, but when he's on song, really good leg spinning or spinning bowler for the team.
Well, there we go. More an ovation there. Nitish Kumar, he's not going to settle down. Look to go for that reverse sweep and got it just over the top and just enough bat on it to get it for 4 runs. Take a look at this. Completely switched around. This time didn't follow him all the way into the leg side and gets it over point for 4.
Wow. Innovation, once again, everything here feels very much like it is a dress rehearsal. And the selectors are going to be looking to see who has the ability to play shots like that. Is it necessary in this circumstance? Probably not. But it's good to show that skill.
This time just a conventional sweep. Not going to find any runs for it. And you mentioned it, showing the ability to play those shots and now saying, well, hey, I'm not just someone who needs to bat at the top of the order and has to, see myself in. I can come in and play these unconventional shots in the middle overs, which is such a valuable thing, batting 4 and 5 in T20 cricket. It's what sets really good teams apart, having those really good 4 and 5, as that one goes through Obis Pinar in the infield. Again, I think that's a temperature, a wind, and just understanding what the score is at this point.
Under 10 runs needed now. 9 required from all of 33 deliveries. Oh my goodness, Aman, I hope we're not here for 33 more deliveries.
I think everyone's starting to pack it up. Again, it's been chilly for the past hour or so.
Yes.
As this one's flighted, chipped over the top of Obis Pinar. No one out there in the deep, and that'll cut that in half. 4 runs to Angelo Pereira.
Angelo Pereira just lofting that, deliberately elevating that ball over Obis Pinar, who is a tall man standing at extra cover. But this is played well over his head and nobody in the deep behind him. So just we're 1 stroke away from this game being finished. Probably more realistically, a handful of deliveries left.
This one cut into the offside, and that'll be 1 to make it any sort of boundary. Will end this affair between the two sides. And again, UMMC going to walk away with a handy win. just in dominating fashion. A comprehensive win for sure. Showed it with both bat and ball. And just to add a little bit of pizzazz into the final, couple of deliveries.
It's a little gamesmanship. Nothing at all wrong with that.
This one finds the outside edge and is stopped in the infield. Nitish Kumar just gets back in time. It'll keep it to a dot ball to finish the 15th over. At the end of 15, it's 107 for the loss of 3. It is the end of 15.
Thanks, Nick. Make sure net off is done.
Well, just 4 runs remain as Shadley Van Skalkvik comes back into the attack. And there we go. A good start for him and Sump Army into this 16th over.
I don't think even a battery reading on the light meter can save the Samp Army at this stage.
With just 4 runs left, I'm not sure the umpires are going to get that light meter out, Brian. This one's pushed forward, and Shadley, he's showing fight there. You got to respect showing fight at this stage of the inning. He's not going to back down. It's going to make UMMC bet all of these 4.4 overs.
Absolutely. Nor should you expect him to. Just the pride of a professional athlete alone will make him fight for these last several.
This one tucked into the offside. Make it 3 runs left in this contest. And again, Sump Army would have to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out what's the batting order, what's the batting formula they need to go in with, what intent, how can they up the ante, because being at around 110 is not going to win you matches here. We've seen the first match won by a score of 180. Even in the second innings, 150 was the total. This one pushed straight to short mid-wicket. And UMMC showed that they could probably get up to a 150, 160 mark as well.
Well, Samp Army kept losing wickets at a very regular pace, at regular intervals, and they never got the opportunity to really build a partnership. And towards the back end of the innings, when they should have been accelerating, it really just felt more like reconnaissance than anything else.
Well, this one's picked up over the top, and that'll be the end of it. 4 runs for Nitish Kumar, who's had a good day with the bat in hand. And UMMC, they walk away with a very comprehensive win.
Shadley Van Skalkvik getting it just a touch too straight, and Nitish Kumar only too happy to help that over the onside. The ball racing away for 4. So victory for the UMMC Knight Riders by 7 wickets. Pretty easy victory in the end. And we'll have the scorecard coming up shortly. I think just more than anything else, this game effectively felt like it was finished about halfway through.
Yeah, again, we talked about it for starting out with the ball. UMMC never let Sump Army get comfortable. And then with the bat in hand, they just took the attack to Sump Army, never really waited for anything to come. And they were led by Unmuk Chand and Noman Anwar, who got off to hot starts and let that all the way through. Again, you can see it there. Unmuk Chand, 43 from 32. Noman Anwar, 22 from 17. A couple of glorious shots. Jaskar Malhotra had the 1 pull shot, but other than that, really didn't find much. Nitish Kumar, though, showed off the switch hits and reverse all the innovation. Angelo Pereira, the 1-4 over the top of extra cover. Again, very comprehensive for UMMC.
No question. And the bowlers, you know, not a whole lot to write home about. I think up the bowlers, the one that looked to me like he was the most impressive was Fani Samadri. He had the lowest economy rate, 4.67, and took that 1 wicket. But, you know, 1 wicket each for Shadley Van Skalkvik and Kartik Gatepali. But all along, it was just going to be always UMMC's game, and the only question appeared to be at what point was the game going to be finished. So a pretty comprehensive victory in the end for UMMC.
Well, that does it for the second match of this MLC Champions Open. Thank you so much for tuning in to today's play. 2 matches today. We'll be right back here tomorrow with 2 more matches in this Champions Open. Again, that will lead into a draft next Sunday. Thank you so much. And for Brian Walters, for Peter Della Penna, for Nick Hill, Uttama Chandi, and for Roddy in the truck, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you guys soon.